Savage Devotion, written and narrated by Moonbeam Audiobook. Chapter 1. Mia. I didn't mean to hurt him. I swear to God I didn't. I just wanted the noise to stop. I wanted the insults and the spit flying from his mouth and the smell of cheap whiskey to just vanish, even for a second. But when my stepfather lunged at me with that manic, glossy look in his eyes, the one that promised pain, something inside me finally snapped. It was like a rubber band pulled too tight for too many years. It broke with a violent, vibrating hum in my chest. My hand closed around the handle of the heavy cast-iron skillet on the stove. It was still warm from dinner. I swung it. I didn't think. I didn't aim. I just swung with every ounce of frustration and fear I had bottled up since I was 12 years old. The sound was sickening. It wasn't a clang like in the cartoons. It was a wet, dense thud that shuddered all the way up my arm and settled deep in my teeth. Detective Vance, the man who was supposed to protect me, the man the city called a hero, went down hard. He hit the kitchen linoleum with a crash that shook the floorboards beneath my feet. Silence flooded the room. It was heavier than the screaming had been. I stood there, my chest heaving, staring down at him. Blood started to pool around his head almost instantly, dark and thick against the white tile. He wasn't moving. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. Check for a pulse. That is what a normal person would do. That is what a good person would do. I didn't check. I couldn't touch him. The thought of putting my fingers on his skin made bile rise in my throat. Instead, his voice echoed in my head, a ghost that wouldn't stay down. You're a waste of space, Mia. Look at you. You take up too much room. You eat me out of house and home. Nobody is ever going to want a cow like you. I dropped the pan. It clattered loudly, the noise fracturing the trance I was in. He was a cop, a decorated detective. Even if he woke up, even if he survived, my life was over. Who would believe me? Who would believe the shy, chubby stepdaughter over the man with the badge? Nobody. Run. The command screamed in my brain, overriding everything else. I didn't pack a bag. I didn't grab a coat. I didn't even grab my phone. I just turned and burst out the back door into the Chicago night. The rain hit me like a physical blow. It was freezing. A relentless downpour that soaked through my thin cotton t-shirt in seconds. I didn't stop. I scrambled over the back fence, my sneakers slipping in the mud, splinters digging into my palms. I landed hard on the other side, jarring my ankles, but the adrenaline was pumping so hard I barely felt the pain. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned like I had swallowed fire. I ran until my thighs rubbed raw in my cheap wet jeans. I ran until the houses turned into businesses and the streetlights turned into neon blurs. I felt huge and clumsy and terrified. I kept waiting for the sirens. I kept waiting for a hand to grab the back of my shirt and drag me back to that kitchen. Move, Mia! Move! I cut through backyards and alleyways, sticking to the shadows. I was a criminal now. I was prey. My chest was screaming for air by the time I hit the city center. I was disoriented. The rain was blinding, washing away my tears before they could even fall. I needed somewhere to hide. Somewhere dark where I could catch my breath and figure out how to survive the next hour. I ducked into an alleyway behind a high-end Italian restaurant. The smell of garlic and old garbage hit me, but I didn't care. It was shadowed and dry under the awning of the service entrance. I collapsed against the brick wall, sliding down until I hit the wet pavement. I gasped for air, clutching my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might crack them open. What had I done? I closed my eyes, trying to stop the world from spinning. I had no money, no ID, no family, just a body on a kitchen floor and a lifetime of trauma chasing me down. Then I heard it. A voice. Low, cold, dangerous. Please, I can get the money, I just need more time. My eyes snapped open. I wasn't alone. Further down the alley, near the large metal dumpsters, 3 men were standing in the shadows. The rain was heavy, creating a curtain between us, but I could see them clearly enough. 2 of them were dressed in suits that probably cost more than the house I just ran from. They looked out of place among the trash bags and grease stains. They stood with a relaxed, lethal grace that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The 3rd man was on his knees in the mud. "You had time," the taller of the 2 standing men said. His voice was calm. Terrifyingly calm. It was the kind of voice that didn't need to shout to be heard. It carried effortlessly over the sound of the rain. "You wasted it." I stopped breathing. I pressed myself back against the brick, praying the shadows would swallow me whole. I was big. I had always been big. It was hard to hide when you took up so much space. The man on his knees sobbed. It was a pathetic, broken sound. "Tell the Dawn I am good for it. Please, I have a family." "We know," the other man said. This one sounded younger, lighter, almost bored. He was leaning against the dumpster, checking his nails. "That is why this is unfortunate. We hate making orphans." The tall man raised his arm. I saw the glint of metal in the dim streetlight. A gun. My brain screamed at me to close my eyes, to cover my ears, to run back into the rain. But I was frozen. I watched, paralyzed with horror, as the tall man pulled the trigger. The sound wasn't like in the movies. It was a sharp pop, like a firecracker, followed immediately by the wet thud of a body hitting the ground. I screamed. I couldn't help it. It tore out of my throat before I could clamp my hand over my mouth. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. The 2 men turned in unison. The silence that followed was suffocating. The rain drummed against the dumpster lids, but the air in the alley felt static, charged with violence. The tall one turned fully toward me. Even in the dark, and from 20 feet away, I could feel the weight of his stare. He stepped over the body of the man he had just executed without even looking down. He walked toward me, slow and deliberate. I tried to scramble up, but my legs wouldn't work. They were jelly. I pushed myself back against the wall, shaking so hard my teeth chattered. He stopped 5 feet away. He was beautiful. That was the first absurd, hysterical thought that crossed my mind. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders that filled out his dark suit perfectly. His hair was dark, slicked back from the rain, revealing a sharp, angular face. But his eyes were what froze me. They were gray, dead gray, like storm clouds that had run out of rain. He raised the gun. The black barrel was aimed right at the center of my forehead. I stared up at him, water dripping from my hair into my eyes. This was it. This was how it ended. I had run from one monster only to stumble directly into the path of another. "Please," I whispered. My voice was broken, pathetic. "I didn't see anything." The younger man stepped up beside him. He had wilder hair and a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes. He looked at me, then at the dead guy, then back at me. He tilted his head, studying me like I was a curiosity in a museum. "Well?" the younger one said, his voice laced with dark amusement. "That is a complication." The tall man didn't blink. His finger tightened on the trigger. "Give me one reason," the tall man said. His voice was gravel and ice. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't leave you here with him." I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I looked at the gun, then at his face. There was no mercy there. Just a cold calculation. I stammered. "I won't tell anyone, I swear." "Everyone says that," the younger one drawled, "right before they run to the cops." "I can't go to the cops," I blurted out. The tall man paused. His finger relaxed on the trigger, just a fraction of a millimeter. "Why not?" I swallowed hard, the taste of fear metallic on my tongue. I looked down at my hands. They were trembling, and in the dim light I could see the dark smear of blood on my palm. Vance's blood. "Because," I whispered, looking back up into those terrifying gray eyes. I think I just killed a cop. The silence stretched again, but the texture of it changed. The tall man lowered the gun an inch. He looked at my hands, then at my face. He seemed to be reassessing me, looking past the wet clothes and the terror to something underneath. "Interesting," he murmured, out of the frying pan and into the fire. I held my breath and waited for the end.
Chapter 2. Lorenzo. No witnesses. It was the first rule my father drilled into my skull before I was old enough to ride a bike. It was the rule that built the nightly empire. It was the rule that kept us out of federal prison and kept our enemies in the ground. I held the Glock steady. The weight of it was a part of me, a cold extension of my will. I had the sights leveled perfectly between the girl's eyes. She was huddled against the wet brick wall, shaking so violently I could see the vibrations rippling through her soaked clothes. The rain was coming down in sheets now, a relentless Chicago downpour that was washing the blood of the rat we had just executed into the overflowing gutters. But it wasn't washing away the terror on her face. I tightened my finger on the trigger. It was a mercy, really. A quick double tap. She wouldn't feel a thing. She wouldn't have to live with the nightmare of seeing a man's brains blown out behind a second-rate trattoria. She wouldn't have to look over her shoulder for the rest of her short life. But I didn't pull it. I stood there, the freezing rain soaking through my custom Italian suit, and I just looked at her. "I think I just killed a cop," she had whispered. The words hung in the air between us, heavier than the humidity. "Which cop?" I asked. My voice was low, barely audible over the storm, but I knew she heard me. She looked at her hands again, rubbing them against her thighs as if trying to wipe away a stain that wasn't there. "Vance," she choked out. "Detective Vance." The name hit me like a physical blow to the chest. I didn't flinch, but my blood went cold. Richard Vance. The corrupt piece of filth who had been on our payroll for 3 years before deciding he could get a better deal selling our shipping routes to the Russians. The man who had gone underground 3 days ago with $500,000 of my money and a hard drive full of my family's secrets. We had turned the city upside down looking for him. We had torn apart his office, his favorite bars, his mistress's apartment. We found nothing. The man was a ghost. But ghosts don't usually leave their families behind, unless they don't care about them, or unless they are planning to send for them later. I tilted my head, studying her face. The streetlight flickered overhead, buzzing like an angry insect, casting a sickly yellow glow on her pale skin. I knew those eyes. I had seen them staring back at me from a grainy surveillance photo on my mahogany desk just this morning. I lowered the gun an inch. "Open your eyes," I commanded. She squeezed them tighter, a whimper escaping her throat. I said, "Open them." Slowly, painfully, her eyelids fluttered open. Gray met green. Her eyes were the color of moss, wide and glassy with tears and rain. Recognition settled in my gut, heavy and sharp. This was Mia, Vance's stepdaughter, the one he kept hidden away, the one the intel said was shy, reclusive, a nobody. Looked at her again, really looked at her this time. She wasn't like the women I usually dealt with. She wasn't one of the plastic, starving socialites who hung around the club VIP rooms, desperate for a line of coke or a ride in a Ferrari. She was substantial. Even huddled in a ball, she took up space. Her jeans were cheap and soaked through, clinging to thick thighs. Her t-shirt was practically transparent from the rain, sticking to curves that looked soft enough to sink into. There was a bruise blooming on her jaw, dark and ugly against the pale skin. Her lip was split. She wasn't just hiding from the rain. She was running for her life. My mind started working, the cold calculus of business taking over the primal urge to violence. Vance was hiding because he thought he was safe. He thought we had no leverage. He thought we wouldn't touch a cop's family because of the heat it would bring down on the organization. He was wrong. If I killed her now, she was just a body to dispose of. Another loose end to wrap up in a carpet and dump in the harbor. But if I kept her, I had the one thing Vance might actually come out of his hole for. Or at the very least, I had the person who might know where he was going. She might know his passwords, his safe houses, his habits. "Enzo," Cassio said from behind me. His voice was low, laced with boredom but underscored by tension. "We are on a schedule. The patrol car comes by in 4 minutes. Unless you want to explain the dead guy to the night shift, we need to move." I ignored him. I took a step closer to the girl. She flinched, pressing her spine so hard against the brick I thought she might bruise it. "Did you kill him?" I asked. She shook her head frantically, water flying from her hair. I hit him with a frying pan. There was so much blood. He wasn't moving." "A frying pan," Cassio repeated, a dark chuckle escaping his lips. "Classic." I shot my brother a look that silenced him instantly. I turned back to Mia. "Get up," I said. She stared at me, paralyzed. Her chest was heaving, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. "I am not going to ask you twice." She scrambled, her sneakers slipping on the wet pavement and the slick oil of the alley. She managed to get 1 foot under her, but her legs gave out. She fell back against the dumpsters with a cry of frustration and pain. I didn't think. I just moved. I closed the distance between us in 2 strides. I reached down and grabbed her by the upper arm. My grip was firm, not tight enough to bruise, but enough to hold her steady. I expected her to recoil. I expected her to scream. I didn't expect her to flinch so hard she almost dislocated her own shoulder trying to get away from my touch. She threw her hands up to cover her face, curling inward like she was expecting a backhand. She made a small, wounded noise in the back of her throat that sounded like a kicked dog. The reaction was visceral, learned. Something dark and ugly twisted in my gut. It wasn't pity. Pity was useless in my world. Pity got you killed. It was rage, pure, white-hot rage. Someone had taught her to fear a man's hand. Someone had taught her that touch meant pain. Vance, the name echoed in my head. But this time it wasn't about the money or the betrayal or the Russians. It was about the bruise on her jaw and the way she was cowering in the garbage, waiting for me to hit her. "I am not going to hit you," I said. My voice came out softer than I intended, the gravel tone smoothing out just a fraction. "Look at me." She lowered her hands slowly, peering at me over her knuckles. She looked at me like I was a bomb that hadn't detonated yet. "You're Mia," I stated. It wasn't a question. She blinked, water dripping from her long, dark lashes. How do you know my name?" "I make it my business to know everyone in this city who matters," I lied. She didn't matter. Not to the city, not to the politicians I bought or the judges I owned. But right now, standing in this alley with the rain soaking my hair and the smell of ozone and death in the air, she was the only thing that mattered. I pulled her up. She was heavy, solid. It was a relief. I was used to women who felt like they would break if I gripped them too hard. Mia felt real. She felt soft in all the right places, but there was a sturdiness to her frame that appealed to the beast inside me. She was shivering so hard, her teeth were audibly clicking together. She was drenched to the bone, her cheap clothes offering zero protection against the bitter Chicago wind. I let go of her arm. She swayed but didn't run. Where would she go? She had clearly run out of options long before she ran into us. I unbuttoned my suit jacket. It was damp on the outside but dry and warm on the inside. I stripped it off. Mia watched me, her eyes tracking every movement, waiting for the weapon, waiting for the violence. I stepped forward and draped the heavy wool jacket around her shoulders. She froze as the fabric settled over her. It engulfed her, hanging down past her knees, the sleeves empty and limp at her sides. The warmth of my body was still trapped in the lining, and I saw a shudder run through her that had nothing to do with the cold. She looked up at me, her eyes wide, completely bewildered. "Why?" she whispered. "Because you're freezing," I said. My knuckles grazed the skin of her neck as I adjusted the collar. She was ice cold. "And dead girls don't talk. I need you talking." Cassio stepped up beside me, holstering his own weapon beneath his coat. He looked at the girl, then at me, his eyebrows shooting up toward his hairline. "You're serious," Cassio said, his amusement fading into calculation. He looked at Mia, really assessing her for the first time. "Lorenzo, this is risky. She's a civilian. She's a liability. If Vance is dead, she's useless. If Vance is alive, she's a target." "She is Vance's stepdaughter," I said, flatly, keeping my eyes on Mia. Cassio's eyes widened. A slow, predatory grin spread across his face. He looked at the dead man on the ground, then back at the girl shivering in my coat. "Oh," Cassio murmured. "Well, that changes things. Leverage looks good in gray." "Get the car," I ordered. "Bring it around back." Cassio vanished toward the street, moving silent and fast, like the shadow he was. I was alone with her, and the body. Mia looked down at the dead man. He was lying in a puddle, his eyes staring sightlessly at the stormy sky, rainwater pooling in his open mouth. "Don't look at him," I said, stepping into her line of sight, blocking the view of the corpse. I forced her to look at me. "Look at me." She lifted her chin. There was fear there, yes, raw and trembling, but there was something else, too. Defiance. She had swung a frying pan at a cop tonight. She had run into the darkness with nothing but the clothes on her back. She wasn't weak. She was just cornered. And I knew a thing or two about cornered animals. They were the most dangerous kind. "Are you going to kill me?" she asked. Her voice was stronger this time, though it cracked on the last word. "Not tonight," I said. "That's not a no." I almost smiled. Almost. "It's the best offer you're going to get, Mia." A black SUV pulled into the alley entrance, headlights cutting through the rain and blinding us for a moment. The engine purred, a low, expensive sound. Cassio popped the back door open from the driver's seat. I placed a hand on the small of her back. I felt the heat of her through the wet fabric of her shirt, burning my palm. A jolt of electricity, sharp and warning, shot up my arm and settled in my chest. I ignored it. "Get in the car, Mia." She hesitated. She looked back at the darkness of the alley, at the freedom that lay beyond it. She looked at the street, empty and wet. She knew, and I knew, that once she got in that car, her life as she knew it was over. She was crossing a line she could never uncross. But she also knew what was waiting for her back home. The kitchen floor, the blood, the monster with the badge who might wake up angry. She made her choice. She ducked her head, pulling my jacket tighter around her body like armor, and climbed into the back seat of the SUV. I followed her in, slamming the door on the rain, the blood, and the old rules. The interior of the car was warm, smelling of leather and security. Casio hit the locks. The sound was final. As the car pulled away, merging into the city traffic, I watched her. She was huddled in the corner, wrapped in my scent, staring out the tinted window at the blurring lights of the city. Her hands were clenched in her lap, knuckles white. I told myself it was strategy. I told myself she was a pawn in a game against her stepfather. I told myself I was doing what needed to be done for the family, to secure the territory, to stop the Russians. But as I watched a single drop of water trace a path down her neck, disappearing into the collar of my jacket, I knew I was lying to myself. Leverage didn't make my heart hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. Leverage didn't make me want to reach out and touch her skin just to prove she was real. Leverage didn't make me want to burn the world down just because she flinched. I had claimed her, and God help anyone, Russian or cop, who tried to take her back.
Chapter 3. Mia. I have been in this penthouse for 48 hours, and I have not said a single word. The silence isn't a choice, exactly. It feels more like a physical blockage, a heavy, jagged stone lodged in my throat that prevents sound from escaping. Every time I open my mouth to ask a question, to plead for my life, or even just to whisper a thank you when a plate of food appears, my chest tightens until I can't breathe. So I stay quiet. It is safer that way. Silence was the only thing that ever protected me in my stepfather's house. If you are quiet, you are invisible. If you are invisible, you don't get hit. But it is impossible to be invisible here. The nightly penthouse is an expanse of glass and steel and cold, expensive marble that sits high above the city like a fortress in the clouds. Everything is sharp edges and minimalist design. It is beautiful, but it is hostile. I feel like a bull in a china shop, constantly afraid my hip will bump a priceless vase or my clumsy feet will scuff the polished floors. I feel huge here. I feel like I take up too much space in a world designed for sleek, narrow things. Lorenzo terrifies me. He doesn't yell. He doesn't throw things like Vance did. In fact, he barely speaks to me at all. But his presence is suffocating. He is like a storm cloud that follows me from room to room, charging the air with static electricity. He watches me constantly. I can feel his gray eyes on me when I pick at my food, when I try to read a book from the shelf, even when I think I am alone looking out at the skyline. He treats me like a puzzle he hates but can't stop trying to solve. He is cold, efficient, and sharp as a scalpel. Casio is different. He is chaos wrapped in a designer suit. He bursts into rooms instead of walking. He hums off-key while he makes espresso in the morning. He leaves pastries on the counter for me and talks to me as if I am answering him back, filling the dead air with nonsense about sports scores and the weather and his annoyance with the cleaning crew. "You look like a ghost today, Mia," he told me this morning, leaning against the doorframe of the guest room I've been hiding in. "A very quiet, very pale ghost. You need sun. Or sugar. Probably both." I didn't answer him. I just pulled the oversized hoodie, one of Lorenzo's, I think, tighter around my body. But today, even Casio is gone. The penthouse is quiet, save for the low hum of the refrigerator and the distant city noise far below. I need to do something. I need to move. Sitting still gives my brain too much time to think about the kitchen floor, about the blood pooling around Vance's head, about whether he is dead or alive and hunting me. If he is alive, he is coming. I know that with a certainty that makes my bones ache. Vance doesn't lose things. He breaks them, but he doesn't lose them. I wander out of the guest room, my bare feet silent on the hardwood. I make my way down the hall, past the closed doors, until I find the room I stumbled upon yesterday. The library. It is the only room in the house that feels warm. Walls of books stretch up to the vaulted ceiling, smelling of old paper, leather, and lemon polish. It feels safe here, insulated from the glass and the sky. There is a massive mahogany desk in the center of the room. It dominates the space, covered in leather-bound folders, a laptop, and a chaotic mess of papers. I shouldn't go in. I know that. This is Lorenzo's workspace. This is the belly of the beast. But I step inside anyway. I walk closer to the desk. It is cluttered with what looks like the contents of a shredder that someone tried to piece back together and gave up on in frustration. I look down at the mess. It is a shredded document. Hundreds of thin, crinkled strips of paper are scattered across the green blotter. Someone, Lorenzo probably, has tried to tape a few pieces together, but it is a disaster. The lines don't match. The angles are wrong. It looks like he tried to force it with brute strength rather than patience. I recognize the letterhead on one of the strips. Chicago Police Department. My heart skips a beat, slamming against my ribs. I pick up a single strip. The handwriting is jagged, rushed, the letters leaning aggressively to the right. I know that handwriting. I have seen it on birthday cards that contained $0 and a list of chores. I have seen it on eviction notices he tried to hide from my mother before she died. I have seen it on the police reports he falsified at the kitchen table while drinking scotch. Vance. This is Vance's writing. Without thinking, I sit down on the plush Persian rug. I pull the strips of paper off the desk and onto the floor. It is a puzzle. Just a puzzle. I used to do 1,000-piece puzzles in my room while Vance screamed at the TV downstairs. It was how I drowned out the noise. It was how I ordered the chaos of my life into something that made sense. I start sorting. Edges first, then colors of ink. Blue ballpoint. Black felt tip. A highlighter stain. Time slips away. The knot in my chest loosens just a fraction as my hands get to work. Strip by strip, piece by piece, the document starts to take shape. I find a rhythm. Smooth the paper. Align the tier. Apply the tape. It looks like a ledger page. Numbers. Dates. Account codes. It's gibberish to anyone else, but to me it's a language I learned to read over my stepfather's shoulder for 10 years. I am so focused on aligning a microscopic tear in the paper that I don't hear the heavy footsteps in the hallway. I don't hear the door creak open. What do you think you are doing? The voice is low, dark, and vibrates with suppressed violence. I freeze. The strip of paper flutters from my trembling fingers. I look up. Lorenzo is standing in the doorway. He takes up the entire frame. He is wearing a black dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing forearms that look like they were carved from granite and corded with thick veins. He isn't wearing a tie today. His top button is undone, showing a hint of dark skin. He looks tired. And he looks furious. I scramble backward, crab-walking across the rug until my back hits the bookshelf. I pull my knees to my chest, bracing for the explosion. I touched his things. I touched his work. I invaded his space. Stupid, Mia. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Lorenzo stalks into the room. He moves with the predatory grace of a large cat. He doesn't look at me. He looks at the desk, stripped bare. Then he looks at the floor where I have laid out the reconstructed document. He stops. The silence stretches, thick and heavy, suffocating me. He crouches down. He runs a large finger over the scotch tape I used to piece together a complex list of transactions. He traces the line where I matched 2 jagged edges perfectly. "You fixed it," he says. It isn't a question. It sounds like an accusation. I nod, pressing my cheek against my knee, trying to make myself smaller. If I could disappear into the floorboards, I would. He turns his head slowly to look at me. His gray eyes are unreadable. They aren't cold anymore, though. They are burning. There is an intensity there that makes my skin prickle. "Come here." I shake my head frantically. "No, Please, no. Mia. His voice drops an octave, rumbling through the floor. Come here. I can't disobey him. I know what happens when you disobey men like him. I crawl forward slowly, my limbs shaking so hard it's difficult to move. I stop a few feet away from him, keeping my head down. He points to a line of text I taped together. Can you read this? I look at the paper. It is a mess of scribbles, abbreviations, and codes. RX 99, 44 blue, Sunday. To anyone else, it looks like nonsense. But I lived with Vance. I know his shorthand. I know how he tracks his gambling debts. I know how he hides the money he steals from the evidence locker. I nod. Lorenzo stares at me. For a second, I think he is going to hit me for knowing too much. I flinch, my shoulder rising to protect my ear. But he doesn't raise a hand. He reaches out and very gently tucks a strand of loose hair behind my ear. His fingers brush my cheek. His skin is rough, calloused, but warm. The heat of him shocks me. Don't, he whispers. Don't do that. Don't flinch away from me. I open my eyes. He is close, too close. I can smell him. Sandalwood, expensive scotch, and something uniquely male, sharp and clean. What does it say? He asks softly. I open my mouth. No sound comes out. The stone is still there in my throat. I try again. Nothing but a squeak. He sighs, a sound of frustration that makes me flinch again. He grabs a pen from the desk and a yellow legal pad. He slides them across the rug to me. Write it down. I pick up the pen. My hand is shaking so badly I can barely hold it. I have to steady my right hand with my left just to keep the pen on the paper. I write, offshore account, Cayman Islands. The code is his badge number backward. The dates are pickups. I slide the pad back to him. Lorenzo reads it. His eyes widen slightly. He looks from the pad to the shredded document, then back to me. His gaze is piercing, dissecting me. We have been trying to crack this for 3 weeks, he murmurs, his voice low with disbelief. My best forensic accountants couldn't piece this shredder job together. They said it was impossible. He looks at me with a new expression. It isn't the look he gave me in the alley, the look of a man deciding whether to put down a lame horse. It isn't the look he gave me yesterday, the look of a man burdened with a useless nuisance. It is hunger. Not sexual, not yet. It is the hunger of a starving man who just found bread. It is the look of a general who just found a weapon he didn't know he had. You know his system, he says. I nod. You know where he hides the money. You know who he talks to. I nod again. Lorenzo sits back on his heels. He runs a hand through his dark hair, messing up the perfect style. He laughs, a short, dark sound that has no humor in it. I thought you were just leverage, he says almost to himself. I thought you were just a pawn to make him come out of hiding. He looks at me, his gaze sweeping over my face, my neck, the curves of my body curled on the floor. He lingers on my hands, ink-stained and trembling. But you're the key, he says. You're the whole damn vault. He stands up, towering over me. He offers me a hand. I stare at it. It is a large hand, a hand that has killed people, a hand that holds a gun as easily as a pen, a hand that could snap my wrist without trying. But it is also the hand that wrapped a coat around me in the rain. It is the hand that just touched my face without hurting me. I reach out. His fingers close around mine, warm and firm. He pulls me up effortlessly. I stumble a little, my legs numb from sitting on the floor for so long, and I fall forward. I crash into his chest. I gasp. His body is hard, solid as a rock wall. I can feel the muscles beneath his shirt. He doesn't push me away. His arm goes around my waist to steady me, pulling me flush against him. For a second, just a second, he holds me there. I can feel his heart beating against my palm where it rests on his chest. It is steady, strong. I look up, terrified I have crossed a line. But he isn't pushing me away. He is looking down at me with an intensity that burns. "You aren't useless, Mia," he says, his voice rough against my ear. "Do you understand? You have value." Tears prick my eyes, hot and sudden. It is the first time anyone has ever said that to me. Vance told me I was worthless every day. He told me I was a drain on resources. Lorenzo pulls back, but he keeps his hand on my waist. His thumb rubs a slow circle against the fabric of my oversized sweatshirt, sending a jolt of awareness through my side. "We are going to find him," he promises, "and you are going to help me bury him." I look up into his storm cloud eyes, and for the first time in 3 days, the stone in my throat shifts. I don't speak. I can't. But I nod. And for the first time in my life, I believe that the monster might actually lose.
Chapter 4. Cassio. Lorenzo was going to break her. I watched my brother pacing the length of the living room, his phone pressed to his ear, his free hand chopping through the air as he barked orders in Italian. He was wound so tight he looked like he was about to snap a violin string. He kept muttering about codes and offshore accounts and leverage. He was treating the girl, Mia, like she was a treasure map he needed to decipher before the ink faded. He didn't see what I saw. Lorenzo saw a key. I saw a girl who looked like she was apologizing to the oxygen for breathing it. Every time she walked into a room, she hugged the walls. She kept her arms wrapped around her stomach like she was trying to physically hold herself together. She wore the oversized hoodies we gave her like armor, trying to disappear inside the fabric. It was the posture of someone who had been told, repeatedly and violently, that she took up too much space. I knew that look. I had seen it in the mirror when we were kids, right after our parents died, and we were thrown into the shark tank of the Chicago underworld. It was the look of someone waiting for the next blow. It was 2 a.m. The penthouse was silent, bathed in the blue glow of the city lights below. I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing with the logistics of the looming war with the Russians, but mostly I was thinking about the girl down the hall. I got up and wandered toward the kitchen. I needed water. Or whiskey. Probably whiskey. I stopped in the doorway. She was there. Mia was standing in front of the open refrigerator. The light from inside cast a pale rectangle on the dark floor, illuminating her bare feet and the hem of her sweatshirt. She wasn't moving. She was just staring at the white cardboard box I had brought home from Nonna's bakery that afternoon. She looked terrified. It wasn't the look of someone deciding on a midnight snack. It was the look of someone staring at a landmine. Her hand reached out, hovered over the box, and then snatched back as if she had been burned. She wrapped her arms around herself again, stepping back into the shadows, defeated. I leaned against the doorframe. I stayed quiet for a moment, just watching. She was hungry, that was obvious. We had barely seen her eat since we brought her here. She picked at dinner like she was afraid we had poisoned it. But looking at her now, seeing the longing and the fear warring on her face, I realized it wasn't fear of poison. It was fear of the food itself. Or maybe fear of being seen needing it. I couldn't stand it. "You know," I said, pitching my voice low so I wouldn't startle her into a heart attack. "Those have a shelf life of about 12 hours. If they aren't eaten by dawn, it is a crime against Italy. We could get deported." Mia jumped. She spun around, her back hitting the open fridge door. Jars rattled inside. I didn't," she stammered, her face going crimson even in the dim light. She looked horrifyingly guilty. "I am sorry. I will go back to my room." She tried to scurry past me, head down, making herself small. I didn't let her. I stepped into her path. Not aggressively, just enough to block the exit. "Whoa, slow down, Turbo," I said. I walked past her into the kitchen. "I am starving. Join me." "I'm not hungry," she whispered. Her stomach chose that exact moment to let out a loud, undeniable growl that echoed in the quiet kitchen. I grinned at her. "Liar." I hopped up onto the marble counter. It was a move that always made Lorenzo twitch because he treated this penthouse like a museum. But I liked seeing Mia's eyes widen. It broke the tension. It made me less of a mobster and more of a guy just looking for a snack. I reached over and grabbed the bakery box. I ripped the lid off. There were 6 cannoli inside, dusted with powdered sugar, the ricotta filling studded with chocolate chips. The smell of vanilla and fried dough wafted up, sweet and comforting. "Here's the deal," I said, picking one up. "Lorenzo has me on a strict diet. He says if I get fat, I can't fit through the vents when we do heists." Mia blinked, confused. "You do heists in vents?" "No. We own half the city. We use the front door. But he likes to be dramatic." I took a massive bite of the cannoli. The shell crunched loudly. Cream squished out the sides, getting on my thumb. I licked it off shamelessly. "Anyway," I said around a mouthful, "if these are still here in the morning, he is going to know I bought them, and I will get fired. So I need an accomplice to destroy the evidence." I held the box out to her. She hesitated. Her eyes darted from the pastry to my face. I saw the war in her head, the biological need versus the ingrained shame. "Mia," I said softly, "it is just a cookie. It doesn't have a moral compass. Eat the damn cannoli." She let out a breath that sounded like a laugh and a sob mixed together. She stepped forward, her movements tentative, like she expected me to snatch the box away at the last second. She took one. She held it delicately, like it was made of glass. Then she took a small bite. The noise she made was obscene, a soft hum of pleasure that went straight to my groin. I ignored it, mostly. "Good, right?" I asked. She nodded, chewing quickly. "It's amazing. Nonna's recipe. Don't tell anyone, but the secret is cinnamon." I patted the counter space next to me. "Sit." She looked at the marble, then at her hips. A shadow crossed her face. I shouldn't. I might break it." My smile fell. Rage, hot and sudden and violent, flared in my chest. It wasn't directed at her. It was directed at the ghost of the man who had put that thought in her head. The man who had looked at this beautiful, soft creature and convinced her she was a burden on the earth. I slid off the counter. I grabbed the box and sat down on the floor, right in the middle of the kitchen. I leaned back against the cabinets and stretched my legs out. "Fine," I said. "Floor picnic. Better for my back anyway. Old war injury." "You have a war injury?" she asked, looking skeptical. She was still standing, clutching her half-eaten cannoli. "No, I slept funny on the plane from Vegas last week. The seats were terrible." She smiled. It was a real smile this time, not the polite, terrified grimace she usually wore. It transformed her face. She looked younger, softer. She sat down next to me. She didn't sit primly. She crossed her legs and leaned back, mirroring my posture. We sat there in the dark, the only light coming from the refrigerator I had forgotten to close and the city glow filtering through the windows. We decimated the box. I watched her eat. There was something raw and honest about it. She wasn't delicate. She licked the sugar off her fingers, and I found myself mesmerized by the movement. She was lush. She was everything the starving models at the club weren't. "My stepfather," she said suddenly, breaking the silence. Her voice was quiet, devoid of emotion. "He used to lock the cabinets. He said I was eating him out of house and home." I stopped chewing. I swallowed the bite in my mouth, but it felt like ash. He put a padlock on the pantry, she continued, staring at the empty box. I used to hide food under my bed. Crackers, granola bars, anything I could sneak. I would eat in the dark so he wouldn't catch me. She looked at me, her eyes large and vulnerable in the shadows. That is why I was in the kitchen tonight. Old habits. I set the box aside. I turned to fully face her. "Mia," I said. My voice was serious now. The joking was gone. "Look at me." She met my gaze. Her chin trembled. "That man," I said, forcing the words out past the anger constricting my throat, "was a worm. He was a small, pathetic man who needed to make you feel small so he could feel big." "I know," she whispered. "But sometimes I hear his voice. When I look in the mirror, when I try to zip up my jeans." "Then we will break every mirror in this house," I said fiercely, "and we will burn the jeans." She laughed, but it was a watery sound. A tear slipped down her cheek. "Why did you run?" I asked gently. "Lorenzo thinks it is because you found out about the corruption, about the Russians. But that's not it, is it?" She shook her head. She picked at a flake of pastry on her knee. "No," she said. "I didn't know about any of that until I found the papers in the library. I ran because he came home drunk. He started screaming about how I was a burden, how no man would ever want me because I was too much." She took a shaky breath. "He came at me, Cassio. He had that look in his eyes, the one that meant he was going to hurt me. I didn't think. I just grabbed the frying pan." She looked up at me, tears spilling over her lashes now. "I hit him. I hit him so hard. There was so much blood. I think I killed him." She started to shake. "I am a murderer. Just like you." I reached out and took her hand. Her fingers were cold and sticky with sugar. I squeezed them tight, anchoring her. "You are not a murderer, Mia," I said firmly. "You are a survivor. There is a difference." "Is there?" "Yes. A murderer kills for gain. A survivor kills to breathe." I pulled her a little closer. She didn't resist. She leaned into me, her shoulder pressing against mine. She felt solid, warm, real. "Listen to me," I said, leaning in until my face was inches from hers. I needed her to hear this. I needed her to understand the reality of her situation. "Vance isn't dead." She went rigid against me. "What?" "I checked the police scanners. My contacts ran the hospital admissions," I told her. "He was treated for a severe concussion and released yesterday morning." "He's alive?" Her voice was a horrified whisper. "Yes." Terror flooded her scent. I could smell it, sharp and metallic, overpowering the vanilla. "He will come for me," she whispered. "He never lets anything go. He's going to kill me." "Let him come," I said. A dark, savage protectiveness roared to life inside me. It terrified me a little how fast it had taken root. I barely knew this girl. She was a complication, a liability. But the thought of that man touching her again made me want to burn the entire city to the ground, just to make sure he burned with it. "Let him come," I repeated, my voice dropping to a growl. "And I will show him what a real monster looks like." She looked at me, searching my face for the lie. She didn't find one. She saw the truth in my eyes, the violence I was capable of, the violence I was willing to unleash for her. "You would protect me?" she asked softly. "Mia," I said, bringing her knuckles up to my lips. I brushed a kiss over her skin, tasting the sugar. "I would burn the world for you." It was a dangerous promise, a reckless one. Lorenzo would kill me if he heard it. We didn't do attachments. We didn't do knights in shining armor. We were the dragons. But as she looked at me, her eyes wide and full of a tentative, fragile hope, I knew I meant it. The rage I felt wasn't for the business. It wasn't about the Russians or the money or the territory. It was for her. And God help Detective Vance when I finally got my hands on him. Chapter 5, Lorenzo. I found them at dawn. The sun was just starting to bleed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the kitchen, painting the stainless steel and marble in cold shades of gray and gold. The room smelled of sugar and sleep, a scent that felt alien in a house that usually smelled of espresso and gun oil. Cassio was sprawled on the floor, his back against the white cabinets, his head lolling to the side at an angle that was going to ruin his neck. He was snoring softly, his long legs stretched out across the expensive tile, and curled up next to him, her head resting on his shoulder, was Mia. She was asleep, her breathing deep and even. Her hand was resting on Cassio's arm, her fingers curled into the fabric of his shirt, like she was an anchor, and he was the only thing keeping her from drifting out to sea. There was a smear of powdered sugar on her cheek, stark white against her pale skin. An empty bakery box sat between them like the remnants of a campfire. I stopped in the doorway. My hand tightened on the doorframe until I felt the wood groan under my grip. A sharp, ugly spike of jealousy hit me right in the center of my chest. It was visceral. It was a physical blow that knocked the air out of my lungs. I stared at them. I stared at the way she fit against him. I stared at the way my brother, the chaotic, reckless disaster of the family, was providing the one thing I evidently could not: safety. She looked peaceful. For the first time since I had dragged her out of that alley, the lines of terror around her eyes were smoothed out. She wasn't flinching. She wasn't hiding. She was just a girl sleeping on a kitchen floor because it felt safer than a bed. And she was doing it with him. Not me. I cleared my throat. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet room. Mia jolted awake. She didn't just wake up. She erupted into motion. She scrambled away from Cassio so fast she slipped on the polished floor, her hands scrabbling for purchase. Her eyes went wide, filled with an instant, blinding panic. She looked like she had been caught committing a capital felony. She backed into the island, wrapping her arms around her waist, trying to make herself disappear again. The peace was gone, replaced by the trembling fear I hated. Cassio woke up slower. He blinked, stretched his arms over his head, and grinned at me. It was a lazy, unbothered grin that made me want to punch him. "Morning, sunshine," he rasped, his voice thick with sleep. "You're up early. Who did we kill?" I ignored him. My eyes were fixed on Mia. She was trembling. That reaction stung. It burned worse than the jealousy. She had been sleeping peacefully next to my brother, but the mere sight of me sent her into a panic spiral. I was the monster in the doorway. I was the thing that went bump in the night. "Get up," I said. My voice was colder than I intended, sharp as a blade. Cassio stood up, dusting crumbs off his black pants. He moved to stand, slightly in front of Mia, blocking my line of sight. It was a subtle shift, but I saw it. He was shielding her. From me. "Relax, Enzo," Cassio said, his tone shifting from playful to guarded. "We were just having a late-night snack. No need to call the cleaners." "I told you not to get close to the asset," I said, looking over his shoulder at her. I needed to re-establish the boundaries. I needed to remind myself, and them, of the reality of the situation. "She has a name," Cassio shot back, his jaw tightening. "And she is not an asset. She is a guest. She is leverage, I corrected. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. And leverage doesn't sleep on the kitchen floor with the consigliere. Mia flinched at the word. Leverage. I saw the light go out of her eyes. I saw her shrink in on herself, confirming everything she already believed. That she was an object, a pawn, a thing to be used and discarded. I hated myself for saying it. I hated that I had to be the monster in this scenario to keep us alive. But one of us had to keep our head in the game. Vance was alive. The Russians were circling like sharks in the water. If we got soft, we got dead. Go get cleaned up, I told Cassio, keeping my voice flat. We have a meeting with the Greeks in an hour. You look like a pastry chef. Cassio hesitated. He looked back at Mia, ignoring me. You okay? She nodded quickly, staring at her bare feet. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been here. I will go. You can be wherever you want, Cassio said firmly. He glared at me one last time, a warning in his dark eyes, before walking out of the room. As he passed me, he shoulder-checked me. It wasn't hard, but the message was clear. Back off. I was alone with her. The silence stretched, thin and brittle, filling the space between us. The morning light caught the dust motes dancing in the air. Mia kept her eyes on the floor. She looked like she was waiting for a blow. She looked like she was waiting for me to turn into her stepfather. Look at me, I said. She lifted her head slowly. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She looked exhausted, fragile, and utterly defeated. Why? I asked. The word came out rougher than I wanted. She blinked. Why what? Why do you look at him like he is a savior, and at me like I am the executioner? She bit her lip. She worried the skin there, her nervous habit. Because he is kind. The words were a slap to the face. Simple, brutal, truthful. And I am not? I took a step toward her. She took a step back, her hips hitting the marble counter. She had nowhere left to go. You saved me because I was useful, she whispered. Her voice was shaking, but there was a thread of steel in it. Cassio saved me because I was hungry. I stopped. The truth of it hung in the air between us, undeniable. She was right. I had brought her here as a chess piece. I had treated her like a problem to be solved, a code to be cracked. I hadn't asked if she was hungry. I hadn't asked if she was okay. I had focused on the war while my brother focused on the girl. I stepped into her space. I didn't mean to loom, but I couldn't help it. I was a big man, broad and tall, and she made me feel massive, clumsy. I placed my hands on the counter on either side of her, trapping her in the cage of my arms. She gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. She stared up at me, her pupils blown wide, swallowing the green. You think I am cruel, I said softly. I think you are dangerous, she replied. She pressed herself back against the cabinets, trying to put millimeters of distance between our bodies. I am, I admitted. I have killed men for less than what your stepfather did to you. I have ruined lives for the sake of this family. I am not a good man, Mia. I never claimed to be one. I leaned in closer. I could smell the vanilla scent of the pastries on her, mixed with her own unique sweetness. Something warm and floral like jasmine. It was intoxicating. It made my head spin. But you are wrong about one thing, I murmured. What? She breathed. You are bait, yes. Vance will come for you because he thinks he owns you. But that isn't the only reason you are still here. I reached out. My hand felt heavy, dangerous. I brushed a stray hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. My fingers grazed the sensitive skin of her neck. Her pulse fluttered under my touch like a trapped bird, beating frantic and fast against my thumb. For a second, she didn't pull away. She leaned into my hand just a fraction of an inch. It was unconscious, a seeking of warmth, a biological reaction to touch. "You are the first thing in this house that feels real," I whispered. Her eyes searched mine, darting back and forth looking for the lie. She didn't find one because there wasn't one. "You are messy," I said, my voice dropping to a rumble. "You are terrified. You are alive. Everything else in my life is cold, calculated, dead. Even me." I ran my thumb over her cheekbone. Her skin was soft, incredibly soft. It felt like silk. It felt like life. "I kept you because I couldn't let you go," I confessed. The words felt like I was ripping them out of my chest. "And that terrifies me more than any Russian hit squad. It terrifies me more than Vance." She stared at me, her lips parted. The fear in her eyes was shifting into something else. Confusion, shock, maybe even curiosity. "Lorenzo," she whispered. My name on her lips sounded like a prayer or a curse. It went straight to my groin and straight to my heart, bypassing all my defenses. I looked at her mouth. It was pink, full, trembling. I wanted to kiss her. I wanted to crush her mouth to mine and taste the sugar and the fear and the life. I wanted to claim her in a way that had nothing to do with business and everything to do with the primal, savage ache in my chest. I wanted to show her that I could be kind too. Or if not kind, then worshipful. But I didn't. I couldn't. Not yet. She was still terrified. She was still healing. And I was still the man holding the gun. I pulled back. It took every ounce of willpower I possessed. I pushed off the counter and stepped away, putting distance between us before I did something that would ruin everything. "Go to your room," I said, my voice rough, sounding like I had swallowed glass. "Stay there. It isn't safe for you to be wandering around." She nodded, still looking dazed. She hugged her arms around herself, the loss of my body heat palpable in the air between us. I paused, looking at the empty bakery box on the floor, the evidence of her bond with my brother. "And Mia," I said. She looked up. "If you get hungry again," I said, my voice low and serious, "tell me. I can buy cannoli too." I turned and walked out of the kitchen without looking back. My heart was hammering a rhythm against my ribs that felt dangerously like obsession. If I had stayed 1 second longer, I would have fallen to my knees. And kings don't kneel, not even for queens they found in the rain.
Chapter 6. Mia. The air in the penthouse had turned toxic. It wasn't a sudden shift. It had been a slow, suffocating creep over the last 48 hours, like a gas leak you couldn't smell until you struck a match. The brothers were at war, and I knew with a sick, heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach that the war was about me. I could hear them from my bedroom down the hall. They weren't shouting. Men like Lorenzo and Cassio didn't need to shout to be terrifying. But the low rumble of their voices was laced with violence. They were snapping at each other in rapid-fire Italian, the consonants hitting the air like bullets. I didn't need to speak the language to understand the tone. Lorenzo sounded cold, authoritative, like iron striking steel. Cassio sounded hot, reckless, like fire eating oxygen. I sat on the edge of the massive bed they had given me, clutching a pillow to my chest. I felt like a ghost haunting a castle I didn't belong in. I was the intruder, the variable that had thrown their perfect, dangerous equation out of balance. I needed to do something. I couldn't fix the police corruption. I couldn't find my stepfather before he found me. I couldn't untangle the knot of criminal politics they were caught in. But I could cook. It was the only thing I had ever been good at that Vance hadn't managed to ruin. He liked to eat too much to ban me from the stove. Cooking was my safe space. It was chemistry and magic and control. You chop, you sauté, you season, and if you do it right, you create something warm and good out of raw, cold ingredients. I waited until the front door slammed, signaling that at least one of them had left the apartment. The silence that followed was heavy, but it was better than the arguing. I crept out of my room and made my way to the kitchen. It was fully stocked. It was a chef's dream, really. Stainless steel appliances, marble counters, a pantry filled with imported ingredients that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe. I started pulling things out. Flour, eggs, canned tomatoes from San Marzano, ricotta, mozzarella, ground beef. I was going to make lasagna. It was heavy food, comfort food, the kind of meal my mother used to make before she got sick, before Vance, before the world turned gray. It was also the kind of food I usually denied myself. Carbs, cheese, fat, the enemy. But today, looking at the ingredients, I didn't feel the usual wave of shame. I remembered Cassio sitting on the floor with a cannoli, telling me I wasn't a murderer. I remembered Lorenzo's hand on my cheek, telling me I was the only thing that felt real. I started to cook. I lost myself in the rhythm of it. The chop, chop, chop of the onions. The sizzle of the garlic hitting the hot olive oil. The rich, metallic scent of the meat browning in the pan. I made the pasta from scratch, kneading the dough until my arms burned, channeling all my anxiety into the physical motion. I rolled the sheets out, thin, dusting the counter with flour. By the time the sun began to set, turning the Chicago skyline into a jagged silhouette of purple and orange, the kitchen smelled like heaven. It smelled like garlic and basil and slow-cooked tomatoes. It smelled like a home, not a fortress. I slid the heavy ceramic dish into the oven and leaned back against the counter, wiping a smudge of flour from my forehead with the back of my hand. For the first time in days, I didn't feel terrified. I felt useful. I felt like I existed. Then the front door beeped. My heart hammered against my ribs. I smoothed my hands down the front of my oversized t-shirt, suddenly conscious of how messy I looked. Flour on my jeans, hair in a chaotic bun. I looked like a disaster compared to the sleek perfection of this place. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway. They were uneven. Stumbling. "Cassio?" I called out softly. No answer. Just a heavy thud against the wall. I moved toward the foyer, my bare feet silent on the hardwood. "Lorenzo?" Lorenzo rounded the corner into the living room, and I gasped. The sound was ripped from my throat. He looked like he had been in a car wreck. His suit jacket was gone. His white dress shirt was torn at the shoulder and stained crimson. Blood was dripping from a gash on his cheek, running down his jaw and staining his collar. He was walking with a slight limp, favoring his left leg, his face pale and tight with pain. He stopped when he saw me. He blinked, his gray eyes hazy, like he was having trouble focusing. "Mia," he rasped. I didn't think. The fear that usually kept me frozen in his presence evaporated, replaced by a surge of pure, instinctive panic. "Oh my God," I breathed. I rushed forward, closing the distance between us before my brain could tell me to stop. "Lorenzo, you're hurt." "It looks worse than it is," he grunted, swaying slightly on his feet. "You're bleeding everywhere." I reached out, my hands hovering over him, afraid to touch in case I hurt him more. "What happened? Was it Vance? Was it the Russians?" "Business," he said shortly. "Just a meeting that went south. Disagreements regarding territory." He tried to take a step toward his bedroom, but his leg buckled. I caught him. It was ridiculous, really. He was over 6 feet of muscle and dense bone, and I was... me. But I jammed my shoulder under his good arm and wrapped my arms around his waist, bracing my feet against the floor. Lean on me, I ordered. My voice was surprisingly steady. He looked down at me, surprise cutting through the haze of pain in his eyes. I'm too heavy for you. I am stronger than I look, I said. Move. He groaned, a low sound of distress, but he let me take some of his weight. He felt like a furnace, heat radiating off him in waves. He smelled of copper and sweat and adrenaline. We stumbled together down the hall, an awkward three-legged race. I steered him into the nearest bathroom, the guest bath off the hallway. It was bright and sterile. I kicked the door open and guided him to the toilet, pushing him down gently onto the closed lid. He sat heavily, his head falling back against the tiled wall. He closed his eyes and let out a long, ragged breath. I need the first aid kit, I said, already rummaging under the sink. Where is it? Master bath, he mumbled without opening his eyes. Under the vanity. Stay here, do not move. I ran. I sprinted to his bedroom, the room I had been too afraid to even look at before. It smelled like him, dark and expensive. I grabbed the white box with the red cross from under the sink and ran back. When I returned, he had his eyes open again. He was watching the door. Watching for me. I set the kit on the counter and popped the latches. I grabbed gauze, antiseptic, and medical tape. I wet a washcloth with warm water. This is going to sting, I warned him, stepping between his spread knees. I reached up to clean the cut on his cheek. It was jagged, maybe caused by a ring or a piece of glass. It wasn't deep enough for stitches, thank God. But it was bleeding sluggishly. He didn't flinch when the antiseptic touched his skin. He didn't make a sound. He just sat there, his hands resting loosely on his thighs, and watched me. His gaze was heavy, intense. It felt like a physical touch, tracking the movement of my hands, the furrow of my brow, the way I bit my lip in concentration. I focused on the wound. I wiped away the blood, my movements gentle and precise. I tried to ignore the fact that I was standing between the legs of a dangerous man who smelled like violence and raw, masculine heat. I tried to ignore the way his chest rose and fell against my stomach with every breath. You're shaking, he said quietly. I froze. My hand was trembling slightly as I applied a butterfly bandage to close the cut. I'm fine, I whispered. You shouldn't be doing this, he said. His voice was rough, like gravel grinding together. You shouldn't be touching me, I'm filthy. You're hurt, I corrected. I'm a killer, Mia. I came home covered in blood. You should be running in the opposite direction. You should be terrified. I finished with the bandage and pulled back slightly, but I didn't step away. I couldn't. I was trapped in the gravity of him. I looked him in the eye. The killer saved me, I said. Remember? His pupils dilated. The gray of his eyes darkened to slate. I remember, he murmured. I remember everything. He reached up. His hand, large and calloused and stained with dried blood, wrapped around my wrist. His grip was firm but not painful. A shackle. An anchor. Why didn't you run? He asked. The door was unlocked. Cassio was gone. I was gone. You could have left. You could have gone to the police. You could have run to another state. And go where? I asked softly. Back to the alley? Back to the streets where Vance can find me? Anywhere but here. I cooked, I said, the non sequitur falling from my lips before I could stop it. I made lasagna. He blinked, clearly thrown off balance. What? I made dinner, I said, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. Because I didn't know what else to do, because I wanted to be useful, because I feel safe here. The admission hung in the air between us, fragile as glass. Lorenzo stared at me. His expression cracked. The cold, unfeeling mask he wore like armor slipped, revealing something raw and starving underneath. Safe, he repeated, testing the word like it was foreign. With us. Yes. He pulled on my wrist, dragging me a step closer. My thighs bumped against his knees. I was boxed in by his body and the sink. You are a paradox, Mia Vance, he whispered. You are soft and terrified, but you stitch up monsters in your bathroom without flinching. He let go of my wrist and moved his hand up. He cupped my cheek, his thumb brushing over my bottom lip. His touch was electric. It sent a shockwave straight down my spine, pooling in my belly. You have flour on your nose, he said. I tried to smile, but my lips were trembling. I told you, I was cooking. He didn't smile back. He looked at my mouth like it was the only water source in a drought. I want to taste it, he said. My breath hitched. The lasagna? No. The air left the room. The world narrowed down to the heat of his hand on my face and the dark intent in his eyes. He wasn't looking at me like a pawn anymore. He wasn't looking at me like leverage. He was looking at me like a man who was about to lose control. He leaned forward, slowly, giving me time to pull away, giving me time to run. I didn't run. I leaned in. My heart was beating so fast I thought I might pass out. I wanted this. God help me, I wanted this cold, dangerous man to kiss me. I wanted to know what that mouth felt like. I wanted to know if he tasted like rain and violence. His lips brushed mine. Just a ghost of a touch. Soft, hesitant. A question. Mia, he breathed. Enzo? The voice came from the hallway, sharp, cutting. We broke apart instantly. I jumped back, my hip hitting the sink hard. Lorenzo straightened, his face slamming shut like a vault door, the mask sliding back into place. Cassio stood in the doorway of the bathroom. He was holding a bag of takeout, frozen in mid-step. He looked at Lorenzo, sitting on the toilet with his shirt torn and blood on his neck. He looked at me, flushed and breathless, standing too close with my hands hovering in the air. He looked at the first aid kit on the counter. The air in the room dropped 10 degrees. Cassio didn't smile. He didn't make a joke about nurses or doctors. He didn't ask what happened. He looked at his brother, and for the first time since I met him, he looked dangerous. His eyes were hard, calculating, stripped of all their usual warmth. Interrupting something? Cassio asked. His voice was light, but there was an edge to it that could cut glass. Lorenzo stood, up. He winced as his leg took his weight, but he ignored it. He stared his brother down, his jaw set. She was patching me up, Lorenzo said. I ran into the Irish on 5th. It got messy. I can see that, Cassio said. His eyes flicked to me. He scanned me from head to toe, checking for injuries, checking for something else. Possessiveness radiated off him in waves. You okay, Mia? I'm fine, I said quickly, my voice high and breathless. I helped him with the bandage. He was bleeding. Right. Cassio stepped into the room. The space suddenly felt very small with 2 large, aggressive men in it. The energy coming off them was suffocating. Well, good job, nurse. I'll take it from here. He moved between us, physically cutting off Lorenzo's access to me. He placed a hand on my shoulder. It was heavy, claiming. Go check on your lasagna, Cassio said softly to me, though his eyes never left his brother. I smell burning. I nodded, my head spinning. I slipped past them, rushing out into the hallway, desperate for air. Behind me, I heard the door click shut, but not before I saw the look passing between the brothers. It wasn't anger anymore. It wasn't just sibling rivalry. It was a challenge, a declaration of war. And as I stood in the hallway, pressing my hands to my burning cheeks, I realized with a terrifying clarity that I wasn't just a guest or leverage anymore. I was the prize.
Chapter 7. Cassio. The smell of burning lasagna was the least of our problems. I stood in the hallway. The image of my brother's hand on Mia's face still burned into my retinas. The air was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with the war outside and everything to do with the woman standing between us. Lorenzo looked like he wanted to murder me. I looked like I wanted to murder him. And then my phone rang. It was the dedicated line. The burner. The one that only rang when the world was ending. The sound cut through the heavy atmosphere like a knife. Lorenzo flinched, his hand going instinctively to his hip where his gun usually sat. Mia jumped, her eyes darting between us. I answered it. "Speak." "We have a problem, Cassio." It was Dante, our eyes on the street. His voice was winded like he was running. "Vance isn't just alive. He is talking." My blood ran cold. Talking to who? The Bratva. He didn't just sell the shipping routes, Cassio. He sold her. I looked at Mia. She was hugging her arms, trying to make herself small again. She had no idea. She thought she was just a girl who cooked dinner. She didn't know her stepfather had put a price tag on her head that was higher than the GDP of a small country. "Explain," I barked, turning my back on her so she wouldn't see the look on my face. "He told the Russians she stole the ledger," Dante said. "He told them she has the codes to the offshore accounts memorized. He told them she is the key to the money he owes them. They aren't looking for leverage anymore, Cassio. They are looking for a payday, and they think she is it." "They're coming?" "They're already there. They hit the perimeter sensors 2 minutes ago. You have maybe 90 seconds before the front door is breached." I hung up. The world narrowed down to a single point. Keep her safe. "Enzo," I said. My voice was calm. It terrified me how calm it was. "Code Black, they are here." Lorenzo didn't ask questions. He didn't ask who. The pain in his face vanished, replaced by the stone-cold mask of the dawn. He moved past Mia, limping but fast, heading for the weapons cache in the study. "Secure the girl," Lorenzo ordered. "I will hold the hall." I turned to Mia. She was staring at us, her face draining of color. She knew. She didn't know the details, but she knew the monster had found her. "Mia," I said, stepping toward her. "We have to move, now." "Is it him?" she whispered. "Is it Vance?" "It's worse," I said. "It's the Russians." I didn't wait for her to process it. I grabbed her hand. Her fingers were ice cold. I pulled her down the hallway, past the kitchen where the oven was still on, past the living room with its panoramic view of the city that was trying to kill us. "Where are we going?" she gasped, stumbling to keep up with my long strides. "The safe room," I said. "It's behind the master closet." We burst into Lorenzo's bedroom. It was sparse, dark, smelling of him. I dragged her into the massive walk-in closet, shoving aside rows of bespoke suits. I placed my palm on a biometric scanner hidden behind a tie rack. There was a hiss of hydraulics. A section of the wall slid back, revealing a steel door. "Get in," I said. Mia stopped. She looked at the open door. Beyond it was a small, windowless room. It was reinforced steel, stocked with water, rations, and oxygen scrubbers. It was the safest place in Chicago. To her, it looked like a coffin. "No," she breathed. She started to back away, shaking her head violently. "No, no, no, I can't. I can't go in there." "Mia, we don't have time for this," I said, urgency bleeding into my voice. "They are in the elevator. We have to lock down." "It's too small," she choked out. Her breathing hitched, turning into short, shallow gasps. "He used to... the closet. He locked me in the closet." Trauma. It wasn't just fear. It was a memory dragging her under. Vance had done a number on her, and right now, I wanted to resurrect him, just so I could kill him slowly. I heard the distinct thump of a breach charge hitting the front door of the penthouse. "They're inside," I said. I didn't ask. I scooped her up. She kicked and thrashed, a low, keening sound escaping her throat, but I held on. I carried her into the safe room. The space was tight, maybe 6 feet by 6 feet. Banks of monitors lined one wall, showing the security feeds of the penthouse. I hit the button. The steel door hissed shut, sealing us in. The locks engaged with a heavy, final thud. Silence descended. The air was recycled, cool and sterile. Mia collapsed. She didn't faint. She slid down the wall until she was huddled in the corner, knees to her chest, rocking back and forth. She was hyperventilating. It was a terrible, jagged sound, like she was drowning on dry land. "I can't breathe," she gasped, clawing at her throat. "I can't. The walls, they're moving." I dropped to my knees in front of her. "Mia," I said, "look at me." She couldn't hear me. Her eyes were unfocused, staring at something that wasn't there. She was scratching at her arms, leaving red welts on her pale skin. "Mia." Nothing. I did the only thing I could think of. I invaded her space. I pulled her into my lap. She fought me for a second, her body rigid with panic, pushing against my chest. I wrapped my arms around her, trapping her arms at her sides so she would stop hurting herself. I pulled her back until her spine was pressed against my chest. I wrapped my legs around hers, creating a cocoon of body heat and muscle. "Breathe," I ordered, pressing my lips to the shell of her ear. "Mia, you are safe. You are not with him. You are with me. You are with Cassio." I took a deep breath, exaggerating the motion of my chest against her back. "Feel that? Match me. In. Out." She sobbed, a broken, shattered sound that tore my heart in two. But she tried. She tried to sync her breathing with mine. I rocked her. It was instinct. I rocked her back and forth, murmuring nonsense into her hair. I told her she was brave. I told her she was beautiful. I told her I was going to buy her a bakery. I told her I would burn the Russians alive for making her scared. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the tension began to bleed out of her. Her breathing hitched, slowed, deepened. Her hands, which had been clenched into fists, relaxed. Her head fell back against my shoulder. She felt good. She felt too good. She was soft everywhere I was hard. Her curves fit against me like we were two pieces of a puzzle that had finally clicked into place. She smelled like flour and tomatoes and sweat, and it was the best thing I had ever smelled. I looked up at the monitors. On the screen, the living room was a war zone. Smoke filled the air. Lorenzo was crouched behind the kitchen island, his gun drawn, firing at 3 men who were trying to breach the hallway. He was moving with a lethal grace, ignoring his injured leg. He was fighting for us, and I was sitting here, holding the prize. "Cassio?" Her voice was a whisper, rough from crying. I looked down. Mia had tilted her head back to look at me. Her eyes were swollen, her lashes wet. Her face was inches from mine. "I'm here," I said softly. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so weak." "You are not weak," I said fiercely. I tightened my arms around her. "You are surviving a nightmare. That takes strength." She turned in my lap, shifting so she was straddling me, her legs on either side of my hips. It was an innocent move, a need to face me. But the friction of her thighs against mine sent a jolt of lust straight to my brain that nearly blinded me. "Thank you," she said. She reached up and placed her hands on my cheeks. Her palms were warm. "Don't thank me," I rasped. "I'm the one who locked you in here." "You're the one holding me," she corrected. She looked at my mouth. I stopped breathing. We were in a steel box. My brother was in a gunfight 30 feet away. We were being hunted by the Russian Mafia, and all I could think about was tasting her. I wanted to kiss the fear out of her. I wanted to replace the memories of the closet with memories of this, of my hands on her waist, of my mouth on her neck, of the way she made me feel like I was the only man in the world who mattered. I leaned in. I couldn't help it. Gravity was pulling me toward her. Her breath ghosted over my lips. She closed her eyes, leaning forward. Click, hiss. The sound of the door unlocking was loud in the small space. We broke apart. Mia scrambled off my lap, pressing herself against the wall again. I stood up, putting my body between her and the door, my gun already in my hand. The heavy steel door slid open. Lorenzo stood there. He was covered in dust and plaster. There was fresh blood on his shirt, though I couldn't tell if it was his or theirs. He was holding an assault rifle in one hand, the barrel smoking. He looked at me. Then he looked at Mia, huddled in the corner, looking flushed and thoroughly ravished. He didn't say a word. He didn't have to. The look on his face was resignation. He saw the way I was standing in front of her. He saw the way she was looking at me, like I was her anchor. "It's clear," Lorenzo said. His voice was flat, empty. "They're dead. All of them." I lowered my gun. "Are you hit?" "No." He looked at Mia. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head. "I'm okay." "Cassio." He helped me. Lorenzo's jaw tightened. He looked at me, and for a second, I saw the jealousy flash hot and bright in his eyes again. But then it faded, replaced by something colder, something pragmatic. He knew. He knew that while he was out there playing soldier, I had been in here playing savior, and he knew that he couldn't be both. "We can't stay here," Lorenzo said. "This location is burned. Pack a bag, Mia. We leave in 10 minutes. He turned and walked away, limping heavily. I looked back at Mia. She was trembling again, the adrenaline crash hitting her hard. I held out my hand. "Come on," I said gently. "Let's get you out of this box." She took my hand. She let me pull her up, but as we walked out of the safe room, stepping over the debris of our life, I realized something. Lorenzo had won the battle, but I was winning the war, and that terrified me more than the Russians ever could. Because if I won her, I would lose my brother. Chapter 8. Lorenzo. We burned the penthouse. Not literally, though the urge to strike a match and watch the wreckage of my life turn to ash was strong. We burned the location. It was compromised. The Russians had breached the perimeter, which meant Vance had given them the codes, or they had a hacker who was better than mine. Either way, the sanctuary was gone. We drove in silence to the secondary location. It was an old industrial warehouse in the meatpacking district that I had converted into a fortress years ago. From the outside, it looked like a rusted, abandoned relic. Inside, it was reinforced steel, bulletproof glass, and enough weaponry to invade a small country. I drove. Cassio sat in the back with Mia. I watched them in the rearview mirror. Cassio had his arm around her shoulders, murmuring things I couldn't hear. She was leaning into him, her eyes closed, her face pale. She looked exhausted. She looked shattered. And she looked at him like he was the only thing tethering her to the earth. My hands tightened on the steering wheel until the leather groaned. I had killed 6 men tonight. I had cleared the hallway, taken a bullet graze to the ribs that was currently burning like a brand, and secured our exit. I had done the work. I had been the monster so they could be safe. But Cassio was the one holding her. It was the way it had always been. I was the shield. He was the hearth. I was the sword. He was the balm. We worked because we were different. But looking at Mia's hand resting on my brother's knee, I felt a crack forming in the foundation of our brotherhood. I didn't want to be the shield anymore. I wanted to be the hearth. We arrived at the warehouse. I punched in the security codes and drove the SUV into the underground bay. The heavy metal door rolled down behind us, sealing us in. "Get her settled," I told Cassio, my voice flat. "The east wing has a bedroom. It's clean." "Where are you going?" Cassio asked, helping Mia out of the car. "To check the perimeter, to make sure we aren't dead by morning." I didn't wait for a response. I walked away, the echo of my boots on the concrete sounding lonely and harsh. I spent an hour checking the sensors, the cameras, the ammo caches. My side was throbbing, but the physical pain was a distraction I welcomed. It was easier to deal with a flesh wound than the image of Mia huddled in the safe room, looking at Cassio with those big, worshipful eyes. I found myself in the gym. It wasn't a sleek fitness center like the one in the penthouse. It was a raw space. Mats on the concrete floor. Heavy bags hanging from chains. Free weights that smelled of iron and sweat. It was a place to build violence, not aesthetics. I took off my ruined shirt and threw it in the trash. I wrapped a fresh bandage around my ribs, pulling it tight. I started hitting the heavy bag. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm was soothing. It drowned out the noise in my head. I didn't hear the door open. I didn't know she was there until I smelled her. Vanilla, fear, and something else. Resilience. I stopped the bag with a gloved hand. I turned. Mia was standing by the entrance. She had changed into a pair of gray sweatpants and a loose t-shirt that she had undoubtedly stolen from Cassio's bag. She looked small in the cavernous room, but she wasn't hiding. "Cassio is asleep," she said softly. "He passed out as soon as he sat down." "He had a long night," I said. I unwrapped my hands, pulling the tape off with my teeth. "You should be sleeping too." "I can't," she said. "Every time I close my eyes, I see the door opening. I see them coming in." I nodded. I knew that feeling. I had lived with it for 20 years. "So you came down here to watch me sweat?" I asked, grabbing a towel. "I came down here because I don't want to be useless anymore." I stopped wiping my face. I looked at her. Her chin was up, her jaw set. Her hands were trembling at her sides, but her eyes were steady. "You aren't useless," I said. "You survived." "I hid," she corrected bitterly. "Cassio hid me. You fought for me. I sat there and hyperventilated. If they had gotten into that room, Lorenzo, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. I would have been a victim again." She took a step forward. "Teach me," she said. I stared at her. "Teach you what?" "To fight, to shoot, something, anything." I looked at her soft hands. I looked at the curves of her body, hidden under the baggy clothes but burned into my memory from the moment I touched her waist. She wasn't built for violence. She was built for peace, for comfort. "Mia," I said gently, "you don't need to fight. That is what we are for." "And if you aren't there?" she snapped. The anger in her voice surprised me. "If you are dead? If Cassio is hurt? What then? Do I just wait to be raped and killed? Do I just wait for Vance to drag me back?" Her voice broke. "I hate being weak, Lorenzo. I hate being heavy and slow and helpless. I hate my body for betraying me." That broke me. The self-loathing in her tone was a physical thing. It was Vance's voice coming out of her mouth. I dropped the towel. I walked over to her. She held her ground, though I saw her throat work as she swallowed. "Your body is not a betrayal," I said, my voice low. "And you are not weak." "Look at me," she whispered, gesturing to herself. "I can't outrun them. I can't overpower them. I'm not like the women in the movies who do karate kicks in heels." "Good," I said. "Those women get killed in real fights." I circled her. I assessed her. She was terrified, yes, but she was standing here demanding a weapon. That was courage. "You want to learn?" I asked. "Yes." "Fine, take off the sweatshirt." She froze. "What?" "It's too loose. If someone grabs you, they will use it to choke you or control you. Take it off." She hesitated. Her face flushed a deep, painful crimson. Slowly, agonizingly, she pulled the gray hoodie over her head. Underneath, she was wearing a simple tank top. Her arms were soft, pale. Her stomach curved gently. Her breasts were full. She crossed her arms over her chest immediately, trying to hide, trying to cover the softness that she thought was a flaw. I stepped behind her. "Drop your arms," I ordered. "Lorenzo, please, drop them. If you want to fight, you cannot be ashamed of the vessel you are fighting in." She dropped her arms. She was shaking. I moved in close. My chest pressed against her back. I could feel the heat of her, the rapid jackhammer of her heart. I was shirtless, sweating, bleeding slightly through my bandage. She was soft and clean. The contrast was dizzying. "You think your weight is a weakness," I murmured into her ear. "You think because you aren't a stick figure, you are a target." "I am," she whispered. "I'm slow." "Speed is good," I agreed. "But mass is physics. Mass is force." I grabbed her hips. I felt her jump, a sharp intake of breath. My hands spanned her waist, my thumbs digging into the soft flesh. "Widen your stance," I commanded. "Feet shoulder-width apart. Ground yourself." She shuffled her feet. "Wider," I said, kicking the inside of her ankle gently. "Get low, bend your knees, lower your center of gravity." She dropped into a crouch. "Good. Now feel the floor. You are connected to it. You are heavy. Use that." I wrapped one arm around her chest, simulating a chokehold. Not tight, just enough to show her the position. "If a man grabs you like this," I said, my lips brushing her temple, "your instinct is to pull away, to run." "Yes," she breathed. "Wrong. If you pull away, you give him your balance. You make it a contest of strength, and he will win." I tightened my grip slightly. "Instead," I whispered, "you accept the weight. You become a stone." I moved my hips against her backside. It was intimate. Too intimate. I could feel the curve of her buttocks against my thighs. I was hard instantly, my body betraying the lesson, but I forced myself to focus. "Step back," I instructed. "Step deep between my legs. Put your hip against mine." She stepped back. Her hip dug into my groin. I gritted my teeth against the pleasure pain of it. "Now," I said, my voice rougher than before. "Don't try to lift me. Don't try to throw me with your arms. Use your hips. Use your weight. Drop your level and drive your hips back into mine, like a battering ram." "I can't," she said. "You're too big." "I'm top-heavy," I said. "I'm tall. My center of gravity is high. Yours is low. You have the advantage, Mia. Physics doesn't care how much I can bench press. Physics cares about leverage." She hesitated. "Do it," I growled. "Pretend I'm Vance." That did it. I felt her body tense. I felt the change in her breathing. She wasn't just a scared girl anymore. She was a weapon loading itself. She dropped her weight suddenly, sinking lower. Then, with a grunt of effort, she drove her, hips backward, slamming her backside into my thighs while twisting her upper body. It wasn't perfect technique. It was messy. But she put every ounce of her frustration, her fear, and her substantial weight into the movement. She caught me off guard. I stumbled. My center of gravity shifted violently, my feet tangled. I let go of her to catch myself, but I was already going down. I hit the mat with a heavy thud, the air rushing out of my lungs. I lay there for a second, blinking up at the ceiling lights. Silence filled the gym. Then, Mia's face appeared over me. She looked shocked. Her eyes were wide, her mouth an O of surprise. She was breathing hard, her chest heaving, sweat beading on her upper lip. She stammered. I hurt you. Oh my God, I hurt you. She dropped to her knees beside me, reaching out to touch my chest. I didn't mean to push that hard. Are you okay? Your ribs. I caught her wrist. I started to laugh. It was a rusty sound, something I hadn't used in a long time. Mia, I said, looking up at her. You didn't hurt me. You beat me. She froze. I did? You put me on my ass, I said. You used what you had, and you won. She looked at her hands, then back at me. A slow, tentative smile spread across her face. It wasn't the polite smile she gave Cassio. It was a fierce, wild thing, a smile of victory. I knocked you down, she whispered, testing the words. You did. I pulled on her hand, urging her closer. She didn't resist. She leaned over me, her hair falling around us like a curtain, shutting out the rest of the cold, empty warehouse. Your body isn't a burden, Mia, I said, staring into her green eyes. It's a weapon, and I am going to teach you how to sharpen it. She looked at me, really looked at me, and for the first time, I didn't see the monster reflected in her gaze. I saw a man she might trust. Do it again, she said. Her voice was breathless, eager. Teach me another way to hurt him. I sat up, wincing slightly as my ribs protested, but I ignored the pain. The fire in her eyes was better than any painkiller. We spent the next 2 hours on the mat. I taught her how to use her elbows. I taught her how to stomp a knee. I taught her that her weight could crush a trachea if she dropped it right. And with every move, every collision of our bodies, the tension in the room shifted. It wasn't just training. It was dancing. It was foreplay with violence. I stood behind her, correcting her stance, my hands lingering on her waist, on her hips. She stopped flinching. She started leaning back into me, trusting me to catch her, trusting me to guide her. By the time we stopped, we were both soaked in sweat, breathing heavy, the air between us charged with enough electricity to power the city grid. She turned to face me. Her face was flushed, her hair a mess, her tank top clinging to her damp skin. She looked magnificent. Thank you, she said. Don't thank me, I said, my voice low. You did the work. She stepped closer. She reached out and touched the bandage on my ribs, her fingers light and hesitant. Does it hurt? Yes. Good, she said, a spark of mischief in her eyes that reminded me of Cassio. It means you're alive. I stared at her, my chest heaving. I realized with a jolt of terrifying clarity that I didn't just want to protect her. I didn't just want to possess her. I wanted her to knock me off balance in every way possible. I wanted to fall for her, and I wanted to hit the ground hard. Come on, I said, turning away before I did something reckless like kiss her breathless in the middle of a gym. Let's get some food. You burned a lot of calories knocking a mob boss on his ass. She laughed, a real, full-throated sound that echoed off the steel beams. I walked toward the door, but I let her walk in front of me. I watched the sway of her hips, the strength in her legs, the way she held her head a little higher than she had an hour ago. Vance had made her feel small. I was going to make her dangerous, and God help anyone who tried to touch her now.
Chapter 9. Mia. I was starting to feel valuable. It was a strange, foreign sensation, like wearing a pair of shoes that hadn't been broken in yet. For my entire life, value had been transactional. I was valuable if I was quiet. I was valuable if I was invisible. I was valuable if I made myself smaller so others could feel big. But here, in this cold, echoing warehouse that smelled of motor oil and gun grease, value meant something else entirely. It meant speaking up. We were gathered around a makeshift table in the center of the main floor. It was actually a stack of shipping pallets covered with a clean tablecloth Cassio had found somewhere, illuminated by a hanging industrial work light. It felt like a war room. Lorenzo was pacing, as usual. His energy was a contained storm. He had a map of the city taped to the side of a crate, marked with red X's and blue circles. "Vance is slippery," Lorenzo said, tracing a line down State Street. "He knows our safe houses. He knows our patrol routes. He is anticipating our moves before we make them." "He isn't psychic," Cassio argued, leaning back in a folding chair, balancing on the back 2 legs. He was cleaning a handgun, the rhythmic click-clack of the slide the only background noise. "He just knows how we operate because we paid him to know. We need to do something he doesn't expect." "Like what?" Lorenzo snapped. "Send him a fruit basket?" "I was thinking a bomb," Cassio grinned. "But fruit is nice too." I looked at the map. I looked at the red X's. They were clustered around the financial district and the ports. "He won't be there," I said. My voice was quiet, but it stopped the room. Lorenzo stopped pacing. He turned to me, his gray eyes intense. "What?" "He won't be in the financial district," I said, pointing to the map. "And he won't be near the water." "Why not?" Lorenzo asked. He didn't sound dismissive. He sounded like he was asking a consultant. I swallowed, my throat dry. "Because he hates the water. He gets seasick just looking at it. And he hates the financial district because he feels judged there. He says the suits look down on him." I stood up and walked over to the map. My legs felt steadier than they had yesterday. The soreness in my muscles from the training session with Lorenzo was a constant, dull ache. But it was a good ache. It reminded me that I had a body, and that body could do things. I pointed to a gritty neighborhood on the west side. "Here, he likes dive bars. He likes places where he can be the biggest man in the room. He has a friend who runs a scrapyard off Ogden. He used to take me there when I was little and leave me in the car while he went inside to do business." Lorenzo moved closer. He smelled of soap and that unique masculine scent that made my stomach do flip-flops. He leaned in, looking where I was pointing. "The scrapyard," he murmured. "Sal's?" "Yes," I said. "Sal owes him money, gambling debts." Lorenzo looked at Cassio. "Run it." Cassio was already on his phone, typing furiously. A minute later, he looked up, his eyes wide. "There was a massive power spike at Sal's Scrap and Salvage 2 days ago, enough to run a secure server farm, or a command center." Lorenzo looked back at me. A slow, dark smile spread across his face. It was the kind of smile that made empires crumble. "You found him," he said. I just remembered," I stammered, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks under his praise. "You found him," he repeated firmly. He reached out and squeezed my shoulder. His hand was heavy, warm, possessive. "Smart girl." The praise hit me harder than the whiskey we had been drinking earlier. I felt a glow start in my chest and spread outward. I wasn't just the girl in the raincoat anymore. I was part of the team. "Okay," Cassio said, standing up and holstering his weapon. "So we know where the rat is. Do we go now?" I'm feeling restless. We go at dawn, Lorenzo decided. We need to prep. We need to be sure. Buzzkill, Cassio muttered, but he didn't argue. We settled back down. Cassio ordered pizza, because apparently even mobsters didn't cook when they were hiding out in a warehouse. We ate straight from the boxes, drinking cheap wine out of plastic cups. For an hour, it felt normal. Or as normal as it could be when you were flanked by two of the deadliest men in Chicago. We laughed. Cassio told a story about a heist gone wrong that involved a goat and a nun, and I laughed so hard soda came out of my nose. Lorenzo actually chuckled, a low, rusty sound that made my insides vibrate. I looked between them. Lorenzo, the dark, brooding king. Cassio, the wild, charming knight. And me, the girl who was learning to take up space. I felt safe. That was my mistake. I let myself feel safe. The shatter of glass broke the spell. It came from high up. The skylights that lined the vaulted ceiling of the warehouse. 1 second, I was wiping tomato sauce from my lip. The next, the world exploded. Down! Lorenzo roared. He didn't wait for me to react. He launched himself across the table, tackling me. His heavy body slammed into mine, driving the air from my lungs, and he bore me to the concrete floor just as the bullets started to rain down. Pop, 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 pop. Concrete chips sprayed into my hair. The sound was deafening, echoing off the metal walls like we were inside a drum. Cassio! Lorenzo shouted over the noise, covering my head with his arms. I'm clear, Cassio yelled from behind a stack of crates. They're on the roof, rappelling down. I was crushed beneath Lorenzo. He was a solid wall of muscle, shielding every inch of me. I could feel his heart hammering against my back. Stay down, he growled into my ear. Do not move. He rolled off me, moving into a crouch, his gun already in his hand. He fired upward, 3 controlled shots. I heard a scream and the sound of a body hitting the floor hard. Move to the west pillars, Cassio shouted, providing covering fire. Lorenzo grabbed my arm and dragged me. We scrambled across the floor, sliding behind a heavy industrial forklift, just as the spot where we had been eating was chewed up by automatic fire. My ears were ringing. My heart was in my throat. How did they find us? I gasped. Doesn't matter, Lorenzo said, checking the magazine of his gun. His face was a mask of cold fury. They are here. Men in black tactical gear were dropping from the ceiling ropes like spiders. There were at least a dozen of them. They weren't moving like street thugs. They were moving like soldiers. Russians. Cassio, flank left, Lorenzo ordered. I'll hold the center. He looked at me. Stay here. If anyone comes around this forklift that isn't me or my brother, you scream, understand? I nodded, terrified. He squeezed my hand once, hard, and then he was gone, moving into the fray. I curled into a ball behind the massive tire of the forklift. The noise was incredible. Gunshots, shouting, the metallic clang of bullets hitting steel. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block it out. I am not a victim. I am not a victim. I repeated the mantra in my head. I watched through the gap in the machinery. I saw Lorenzo moving like a wraith, taking down 2 men with efficient, brutal shots. I saw Cassio vaulting over a crate, laughing maniacally as he engaged 3 attackers at once. They were gods of war. They were magnificent and terrifying, but there were too many of them. I saw a shadow move to my right. I turned my head. A man was creeping along the wall, away from the main firefight. He wasn't looking at Lorenzo or Cassio. He was looking at the forklift. He was looking for me. He was big, blonde. He wore a tactical vest and held a serrated knife in one hand and a silenced pistol in the other. He spotted me. His eyes crinkled in a smile that didn't reach his mouth. He raised a finger to his lips. Shh. He moved toward me. Lorenzo was 20 feet away, engaged with 2 shooters. Cassio was on the other side of the warehouse. No one was coming. Panic, cold and familiar, tried to seize my throat. It tried to freeze me in place just like it had in the kitchen with Vance, just like it had in the safe room. No. I wasn't that girl anymore. I had spent 2 hours on a mat sweating and bleeding and learning that I had mass. I had gravity. The man stepped around the tire. He reached for me, expecting a cowering, weeping girl. He expected easy prey. "Come here, little pig," he sneered in a heavy accent. He lunged. He grabbed the front of my sweatshirt. I didn't pull away. "Wrong! If you pull away, you give him your balance?" Lorenzo's voice echoed in my head, clear as a bell over the gunfire. I moved into him. I grabbed his wrist with both hands, locking my grip. I stepped forward, jamming my foot behind his ankle. I dropped my hips, sinking my weight, my heavy, solid, powerful weight, and drove my shoulder into his chest. Physics cares about leverage. The man's eyes went wide. He hadn't expected resistance. He hadn't expected force. He stumbled backward over my leg. His grip on my shirt tightened, pulling me with him, but I used the momentum. I drove him down. We hit the concrete hard. I landed on top of him, knocking the breath out of him. He was strong. He bucked, trying to throw me off. His knife hand slashed out, slicing the sleeve of my hoodie, grazing my arm. Pain flared, hot and sharp. I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I scrambled up, putting my knee on his chest to pin him, but he was already recovering. He raised the pistol. I looked around wildly. There, 5 feet away, a gun. One that Cassio must have kicked or slid across the floor during the initial scramble. The Russian roared, throwing me off him. I rolled, my hand scrabbling on the dirty concrete. My fingers closed around the cold metal of the grip. I came up onto my knees. The Russian was standing now. He loomed over me, the knife raised, a look of pure murder on his face. "Bitch," he spat. I didn't think. I didn't hesitate. I didn't verify the target or check the safety. I lifted the heavy gun with both hands. I pulled the trigger. The recoil jerked my arms back, shocking my shoulders. The sound was deafening, louder than anything else in the room. The bullet hit him in the throat. He didn't scream. He made a wet, gurgling sound. He dropped the knife. His hands went to his neck, trying to hold the blood in, but it was impossible. He fell to his knees, staring at me with disbelief. Then he fell forward, face down on the concrete. He twitched once. Then he was still. Silence seemed to ripple outward from me. I sat there on my knees, the gun still raised, smoke curling from the barrel. My chest was heaving. My ears were ringing. Slowly, the sounds of the warehouse filtered back in. But the gunfire had stopped. "Mia?" I blinked. I lowered the gun, my arms shaking so hard the weapon rattled against the floor. I looked up. Lorenzo and Cassio were standing 10 feet away. The rest of the attackers were dead, scattered across the floor like broken toys. But the brothers weren't looking at the bodies. They were looking at me. They were looking at the dead Russian at my feet. They were looking at the gun in my hand. They were looking at the blood on my sleeve and the wild, feral look in my eyes. Lorenzo's face was unreadable, but his chest was rising and falling rapidly. Cassio looked like he had seen a ghost. Or a miracle. They didn't look at me like I was a victim. They didn't look at me like I was a burden they had to carry. They looked at me with dark, hungry awe. "Mia," Lorenzo said again, his voice rough. I swallowed. The stone in my throat was gone. In its place was something harder. Something like steel. "He tried to grab me," I said. My voice was steady. Terrifyingly steady. I stood up. My legs were shaky, but they held. I looked at the brothers. I didn't let him. Cassio let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. He holstered his gun and walked toward me. He didn't run. He approached me like I was a wild animal that had just proven it could bite. He stopped in front of me. He looked down at the dead man, then up at my face. No, he whispered. You certainly didn't. Lorenzo joined us. He took the gun from my hand gently, engaging the safety and setting it on a crate. Then he took my face in his hands. His thumbs wiped away a splatter of blood on my cheek that wasn't mine. Are you hurt? He asked. Just a scratch. He looked deep into my eyes. He was searching for the fear. He was searching for the girl who hid in closets. He didn't find her. You killed him, Lorenzo said. Yes. How do you feel? I looked at the body. I thought about the frying pan. I thought about the fear that had ruled my life for 10 years. And then I looked at the dead man who had tried to hurt me, and I realized I felt alive. I feel, I whispered, looking from Lorenzo to Cassio, like I am done running. Lorenzo's eyes flared with a heat that threatened to consume me. He leaned his forehead against mine. Good, he growled, because we are done letting you go.
Chapter 10. Cassio. The silence in the warehouse was louder than the gunfire had been. It was a ringing, deafening silence that pressed against my eardrums. Smoke curled from the barrel of the gun lying at Mia's feet. It smelled of sulfur and copper and death. I stared at her. She was standing over the body of a man twice her size, a man trained to kill, a man she had put in the ground with a single point-blank shot to the throat. Her chest was heaving. Her hair was wild, escaping the bun she had tried to tame it into. There was a smear of blood on her cheek that wasn't hers. She looked magnificent. She looked terrifying. She looked like she belonged to us. Then the adrenaline crashed. It happened all at once. The steel in her spine melted. Her knees buckled. A low, wounded sound escaped her throat, like a sob trapped in a cage. Her hands started to shake, violent tremors that rattled her entire frame. She gasped. She looked at her hands. I killed him. Lorenzo moved. I moved. We converged on her at the same time. We stopped 3 feet away, blocking each other's path. The air between us snapped with electricity. For a second, I didn't see my brother. I saw a rival. I saw the man who had laid claim to the woman I wanted. I saw the man who had been ordering me to stay away from her, to treat her like inventory, while he secretly taught her how to be a weapon. Jealousy is a poison. It is bitter and black, and it tastes like bile. Lorenzo glared at me. His eyes were hard, the gray of a winter storm. His jaw was set so tight a muscle ticked in his cheek. He looked at Mia, then at me, and I knew exactly what he was thinking. She is mine. I stepped forward, chin up. I wasn't the little brother anymore. Not when it came to this. Not when it came to her. Back off, Enzo, I warned, my voice low and dangerous. She needs me. She needs stability, Lorenzo countered, his voice like grinding stones. She needs to know she is safe, not coddled. She just blew a man's windpipe out, I snapped. I don't think she needs a lecture on tactical efficiency. She needs to know she isn't a monster. We stood chest to chest. The rest of the world fell away. The dead Russians, the warehouse, the war. It was just us. 2 wolves fighting over the same kill. I wanted to hit him. The urge was a physical itch in my knuckles. I wanted to smash that arrogant, controlled look off his face. I wanted to scream that I saw her first, that I made her smile first, that I was the one who held her in the safe room while he was playing soldier. Lorenzo's hand twitched toward his belt. My hand fisted at my side. Then Mia whimpered. It was a tiny sound. Broken. Please, she whispered. She wrapped her arms around herself, digging her fingers into her ribs. She was staring at the dead man's eyes. Please stop. The sound cut through the red haze in my brain. I looked at her. Really looked at her. She wasn't a prize to be won. She wasn't a territory to be conquered. She was a woman who had just shattered her own soul to survive, and now she was watching the two people who were supposed to protect her tear each other apart. We were hurting her. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. I looked at Lorenzo. The anger in his eyes was fading, replaced by the same sick realization. We froze. Lorenzo took a deep breath. He ran a hand through his hair, messing up the severe style. He looked at me, and for the first time in weeks, I saw my brother. Not the Don, not the rival, my brother. We had a silent conversation then. It is a language only siblings know, a language built on 20 years of survival. We are hurting her, I said with my eyes. I know, he answered. I can't let her go, I told him. It was a confession, a surrender. I love her, Enzo. I am not walking away. Lorenzo stared at me. He didn't blink. He didn't flinch. I claimed her. He communicated. She is the only thing that makes the noise stop. If I lose her, I lose myself. We were at an impasse. If we fought, one of us would lose. And if one of us lost, the family broke. The empire we built from the gutter would crumble because we couldn't agree on who got the girl. But we weren't just partners. We were twins in spirit, if not blood. I remembered being 10 years old, living on the streets after our parents were executed. We had one blanket, one coat. When we found a loaf of stale bread in a dumpster behind a bakery, we didn't fight over it. We split it down the middle. Even when our stomachs were cramping with hunger, we shared. We shared the cold. We shared the fear. We shared the first kill that earned us our stripes. We survived because we were a unit, a single organism with two heads. Lorenzo was the shield. I was the sword. He was the head. I was the heart. Mia needed both. She needed Lorenzo's strength to feel safe. She needed his discipline to feel grounded. But she needed my laughter to remember how to breathe. She needed my touch to remember she was soft. If I took her, she would miss his fire. If he took her, she would miss my warmth. And if we made her choose, we would break her heart. Lorenzo's expression shifted. The possessiveness didn't leave, but it changed. It expanded. It opened up just enough to let me in. He gave me a microscopic nod. We share, he said silently. We share, I agreed. The tension snapped. The wall between us crumbled. We weren't rivals anymore. We were a pack again. We turned to Mia in unison. She was swaying, her face pale as milk. She looked like she was about to pass out. Mia, I said softly. I'm sorry, she choked out. I didn't mean to cause trouble. He was going to... Shh, Lorenzo said. We walked toward her. We didn't crowd her. We moved slowly, telegraphing our intent. I reached her first. I didn't ask. I wrapped my arm around her waist, pulling her into my side. She collapsed against me, her weight heavy and trusting. Lorenzo stepped up on her other side. He placed his large, warm hand on the nape of her neck. His thumb stroked the sensitive skin there, grounding her. We flanked her, a wall of muscle and devotion on either side. You didn't cause trouble, I said into her hair. You ended it. I killed him, she whispered. He's dead. I'm a murderer. You are alive, Lorenzo corrected firmly. That is the only thing that matters. But the blood... She looked down at her hands. They were shaking violently. It won't come off. We will wash it off, I promised. We will scrub it until you are clean. She looked up at me, then at Lorenzo. Her eyes were wide, confused. She was waiting for us to start fighting again. She was waiting for the yelling. You aren't fighting, she noted, her voice trembling. No, Lorenzo said. He looked at me over the top of her head. His eyes were dark, serious, and full of a terrifying resolve. "We are done fighting." "We realized something," I added, squeezing her waist. "What?" she asked. "That we are idiots," I said, "and that you are too much woman for one man to handle." She let out a wet, startled laugh. "That's not funny, Cassio." "I am deadly serious," I said, grinning down at her. "Look at you. You took out a Russian hitman with a borrowed gun. You need a team." Lorenzo didn't smile, but his eyes softened. He moved his hand from her neck to her cheek, tilting her face up to his. "He is right," Lorenzo said. "We are better together. The three of us." Mia looked between us. She saw the shift. She saw the united front. She didn't understand the logistics of it yet. Hell, I barely understood it, but she felt the safety of it. She leaned her head back against my shoulder, and she leaned her cheek into Lorenzo's hand. She closed her eyes. "Okay," she whispered. It was permission. It was acceptance. "Let's get out of here," Lorenzo said. "This place smells like death." "Agreed," I said. "And I'm pretty sure I promised you a bath." Lorenzo looked at me. "You promised her a bath?" "I'm the fun one," I shrugged. "You promised her combat training. I promise hygiene." Lorenzo actually smirked. "Fine. But I am washing her hair." "Deal." We started walking. We didn't let go of her. We moved as one clumsy, exhausted, blood-stained unit toward the exit. The warehouse was a ruin. Bodies were cooling on the concrete. The smell of smoke hung in the air. The threat of Vance was still out there, lurking in the shadows. But as I walked with my arm around the woman I loved and my brother by my side, I didn't feel fear. I felt invincible. We had crossed a line tonight. We had broken the cardinal rule of brotherhood: never covet what is your brother's. But we had written a new rule. What is mine is his, and what is his is mine. And she was ours. Chapter 11. Lorenzo. The east wing of the warehouse was a stark contrast to the violence of the main floor. It was a bunker, yes, but it was a comfortable one. I had built it for days like this, days when the world was burning and we needed a place to let the ash settle. We walked into the master bathroom. It was a cavernous space of slate and dark stone, centered around a massive soaking tub that looked more like a small pool than a bath. Mia was trembling. It wasn't the violent shaking of adrenaline anymore. It was the bone-deep shudder of the aftermath. She was covered in grime, drywall dust, and the blood of the man she had executed. She looked shell-shocked. Cassio locked the door behind us. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home was heavy, final. It shut out the dead bodies. It shut out the war. In here, there was only steam and silence. I walked over to the tub and turned on the taps. The water rushed out, hot and steaming. I grabbed a bottle of sandalwood bath oil from the shelf and poured it in, watching the water turn milky and fragrant. When I turned back, Mia was standing in the center of the room, her arms wrapped around herself. She looked at me, then at Cassio, her eyes wide and uncertain. "We are doing this?" she whispered. "We are," I said. My voice was rough, scraped raw by the smoke and the shouting. "You need to be clean, Mia. You need to wash him off you." Cassio stepped closer to her. He moved with a gentleness that belied the fact that he had just killed 3 men with a combat knife. He reached out and touched the hem of her ruined sweatshirt. "May I?" he asked. Mia nodded, her throat working as she swallowed. Cassio lifted the shirt. She raised her arms, and he pulled it over her head, tossing it into the corner. It landed with a wet slap, She was left in her tank top and panties. She immediately tried to cross her arms over her chest, that old instinct to hide kicking in. She hunched her shoulders, trying to minimize the curves, the softness, the space she took up. I was there before she could complete the motion. I took her wrists in my hands. My grip was firm, inescapable. I pulled her arms down to her sides. "Stop," I ordered. She looked up at me, her face flushing. "I'm a mess, Lorenzo. I'm too much." "You are exactly enough," I growled. I ran my gaze over her. I looked at the bruise forming on her arm where the Russian had grabbed her. I looked at the curve of her stomach, the flare of her hips, the heaviness of her breasts pushing against the thin fabric. I didn't see flaws. I saw survival. I saw a woman who was built to endure. "Get in the water," I said. She shimmied out of her jeans and underwear, her movements jerky and fast, and stepped into the tub. She sank down into the hot water with a groan that was half pain, half relief. The water rose to her chin, hiding her, and I saw the tension in her shoulders drop an inch. I sat on the edge of the tub behind her. Cassio sat on, the floor beside it, rolling up his sleeves. "Lean back," I murmured. She leaned back. Her head rested against my chest. Her wet hair soaked through my shirt, but I didn't care. I grabbed the sprayer and tested the temperature against my wrist. Perfect. I began to wet her hair. It was an intimate act. It was something mothers did for children, something lovers did in the quiet hours of the morning. I worked the water through the thick strands, watching the dust and blood swirl away into the drain. "Why?" she asked quietly. Her eyes were closed. "Why what?" I asked, reaching for the shampoo. "Why both of you?" I paused, my hands buried in her wet hair. I looked at Cassio. He was soaping up a sponge, his expression serious, stripped of his usual humor. "Because we are selfish," Cassio answered for me. He reached out and began to wash her arm, his touch reverent. "Because we realized that if we fought over you, we would tear you apart, and we would tear each other apart." "I am not a prize to be split," she said, a flash of that new steel appearing in her voice. "No," I agreed, massaging her scalp. "You are the center of gravity, and we are just two planets caught in your orbit." I worked the lather into her hair, enjoying the slip of it through my fingers. I thought about the years Cassio and I had spent scraping by, building an empire out of nothing. We had shared everything: food, beds, danger. We had survived because we were a single entity with 4 hands. Why should loving her be any different? "I can't choose," she whispered. A tear slipped out from under her eyelid, tracking through the water on her face. "I love the way Cassio makes me laugh. I love that he makes me feel light." Cassio smiled, a soft, devastating thing. He kissed her wet shoulder. "But," she continued, her voice hitching, "I love the way you make me feel safe, Lorenzo. I love that you make me feel solid." My heart hammered against my ribs. It was the first time she had said the word love in my presence. It terrified me more than the gunfight. "You don't have to choose," I said, leaning down to press a kiss to her wet temple. "We aren't asking you to. We are telling you that you don't have to." "It's unconventional," she murmured. "It's wrong." "We are the Mafia, Mia," Cassio said, moving the sponge over her chest, careful not to graze anything too intimate yet, building the anticipation. "We write our own rules. The world thinks we are monsters anyway. Let us be monsters who love you." She opened her eyes. She looked at Cassio, then tilted her head back to look at me upside down. You really want this? She asked. Both of you? With all of this? She gestured vaguely at her body under the water. The distortion of the liquid made her look even softer, more lush. Mia, I said, my voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. If you insult yourself one more time, I'm going to have to punish you. Her breath hitched. Is that a threat? It's a promise. I rinsed her hair, the warm water cascading over her face. She sputtered a little, wiping her eyes, and sat up. She looked clean. She looked reborn. Stand up, I said. She hesitated for a split second, then she stood. Water cascaded off her body. She stood there in the center of the tub, naked and dripping and magnificent. She didn't cover herself this time. She let us look. And God, did we look. I saw Cassio's throat work as he swallowed. I felt my own blood rush south, heavy and demanding. I grabbed a plush towel from the rack and wrapped it around her. I pulled her out of the tub and into my arms. I didn't dry her off gently. I rubbed the towel over her skin with brisk, possessive strokes, getting the friction going, waking up her nerves. Bedroom, Cassio said. His voice was strained. Now. We walked her into the adjoining bedroom. It was simple, a massive king-sized bed, low to the ground, covered in gray sheets. I sat her on the edge of the mattress. The towel fell away. I looked at my brother. We didn't need to speak. We knew the dance. We knew who took the lead and who followed. Tonight, there was no lead. Tonight, we were a pack. I knelt between her legs. Cassio moved behind her on the bed. Lorenzo, she gasped as I ran my hands up her calves to her thighs. Her skin was cool from the air, but heating up fast under my touch. I'm here, I said. I'm right here. I kissed the inside of her knee, then her thigh. I watched her face as I moved higher. Her head fell back against Cassio's chest. He wrapped his arms around her, his hands cupping her breasts, kneading the soft flesh. She moaned, a low, guttural sound that shattered the last of my restraint. You are so beautiful, Cassio whispered into her ear, biting the sensitive cord of her neck. So soft. I want to live here. Please, she begged. I need to feel you. Which one? I asked, teasing her, torturing myself. Both, she sobbed. Both, please. I stood up. I unbuckled my belt. Cassio was already shucking his pants. The air in the room was thick with lust and desperation. This wasn't just about sex. This was about reclaiming life after staring death in the face. It was about proving we were still here. I moved over her. She lay back, pulling Cassio down with her so she was sandwiched between us, a rose between two thorns. I kissed her. It wasn't gentle. It was acclaiming. I devoured her mouth, tasting the lingering fear and the rising desire. Cassio kissed her neck, her jaw, her ear, whispering filthy promises in Italian that made her hips buck. When I entered her, she screamed, not in pain, but in release. She was tight, wet, perfect. She wrapped her legs around my waist, pulling me deeper, anchoring me. Look at me, I commanded, gritting my teeth against the pleasure that threatened to end me too soon. She opened her eyes. They were blown wide, dark with need. You are mine, I said, thrusting into her. You are ours. No one touches you. No one hurts you. You belong to the Knightley brothers, and we take care of our own. Yes, she cried out. Yes, Lorenzo. Yes. Cassio reached down and touched her, finding the slick heat between us. She arched her back, shattering. It was chaotic. It was messy. It was the most honest thing I had ever been a part of. I watched her come undone beneath me. I watched the way she clung to Cassio's hands. I watched the way she looked at me with absolute trust. And as I found my own release, pouring myself into her, I realized that the cold, dead part of me, the part that had died with my parents 20 years ago, was breathing again. We collapsed into a tangle of limbs and heavy breathing. The room was spinning. I rolled to the side but kept an arm draped over her waist. Cassio was buried in her hair, his breathing slowly evening out. Mia lay between us, her chest heaving, her skin flushed and glowing. She looked at the ceiling, then turned her head to look at me. Then she turned to look at Cassio. A slow, satisfied smile curved her lips. "You were right," she whispered. "About what?" I asked, tracing the line of her hip with my thumb. "I am not a victim," she said. She closed her eyes, snuggling deeper into the mattress, pulling our warmth around her like a blanket. "I'm a queen." I looked at my brother over her head. He was grinning, a lazy, sated look on his face that mirrored my own. "Long live the queen," Cassio murmured. "Long live the queen," I agreed. And as I closed my eyes, listening to the steady rhythm of their heartbeats, I knew that for the first time in my life, I wasn't just surviving. I was living.
Chapter 12, Mia. I woke up because I was burning alive. For a hazy, wonderful second, I thought I was still dreaming. I thought my mind had conjured up a fantasy to protect me from the cold, hard reality of the warehouse floor. But dreams don't have weight. Dreams don't have heat. And dreams certainly don't smell like sandalwood, sex, and warm skin. I blinked my eyes open. The room was dim, the industrial shutters blocking out most of the morning light. But I could see enough to know that this was real. I was pinned. Lorenzo was behind me, his chest a solid wall against my back. His arm was draped over my waist, heavy and possessive, his hand resting flat on my stomach. I could feel the slow, steady thrum of his heart beating against my spine. Cassio was in front of me. He was sprawled on his side, one leg thrown over my thighs, tangling us together. His face was buried in the curve of my neck, his breath tickling my skin with every exhale. I lay there, sandwiched between two of the most dangerous men in the city, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel the urge to shrink. I didn't feel the need to make myself smaller to accommodate the world. I felt anchored. But then the old voices started to whisper. The voices that sounded like Vance. The voices that sounded like the girls in high school who made pig noises when I walked down the hall. "Just wait until the lights come on," they hissed. "Just wait until they see you in the sober light of day. They'll realize what they did. They'll realize they slept with the fat girl." Panic, cold and sharp, tried to spike in my chest. I held my breath. I wanted to slip out of bed, find my clothes, and hide in the bathroom before they woke up. I wanted to spare myself the look of regret in their eyes. I tried to inch away from Cassio. I moved my leg, trying to slide it out from under his. Lorenzo's arm tightened around my waist instantly. It wasn't a rough grab. It was a reflex. Even in his sleep, he knew I was moving. "Stop," he rumbled. His voice was gravel and sleep, vibrating against my back. I froze. I was just going to the bathroom." "Liar," he murmured. He pressed a kiss to my shoulder blade. "You were running." Cassio stirred. He lifted his head, blinking blearily. His hair was a mess, sticking up in every direction. He looked at me, then at Lorenzo over my shoulder. A slow, lazy grin spread across his face. "She trying to escape?" Cassio asked, his voice rough. "She's thinking," Lorenzo said. "I can hear the gears turning. She thinks we're going to wake up and kick her out." My face burned. "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to," Cassio said. He shifted, propping himself up on one elbow. The sheet slipped down to his waist. He was glorious. Lean muscle, scars, golden skin. He looked like a fallen angel who had enjoyed the fall. He reached out and traced the line of my jaw with his thumb. "Mia," he said softly. "Last night wasn't a mistake. It wasn't the adrenaline. It wasn't the fear. It was a lot," I whispered. "It was intense." "It was a claiming," Lorenzo corrected. He sat up, the movement shifting the mattress. He leaned over me, resting his hand on the pillow next to my head. "We don't do things halfway. We don't take things we don't intend to keep." He looked at me. His gray eyes were clear, sharp, stripping away my defenses one by one. "But I gestured vaguely at myself under the sheet. "I'm me, and you two are you." "Yes," Cassio agreed. "We are us, dangerous, emotionally stunted criminals with mommy issues, and you are the woman who saved our lives." He grabbed the sheet covering me. "No," I gasped, my hands flying to hold it up. The morning light was unforgiving. It would show the cellulite. It would show the rolls of my stomach when I sat up. It would show everything I had spent a lifetime hiding. "Mia," Lorenzo said. His tone was a warning. Not of violence, but of authority. "Let it go." "I can't," I whispered, tears pricking my eyes. "Please, not in the light." "Especially in the light," Lorenzo said. He reached down and pried my fingers off the fabric. He didn't force it. He just held my hand, waiting for me to surrender. I looked at him. I looked at the man who had taught me to use my weight as a weapon. I looked at the man who had told me I was the only real thing in his life. I let go. Cassio pulled the sheet down. The cool air hit my skin. I wanted to curl into a ball. I wanted to die. But they didn't look away. They didn't grimace. Cassio looked at my body like he was starving, and I was a feast. His eyes traced the curve of my hip, the softness of my belly, the heaviness of my breasts. "God," he breathed, "you are a masterpiece." Lorenzo ran his hand down my side, his palm rough against my smooth skin. He stopped at my waist, his fingers digging in slightly. "Do you know what I see?" Lorenzo asked. I shook my head, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. "I see abundance," he said. "I see warmth. I see a woman who can survive a storm." He leaned down and kissed my stomach. Right over the softest part. Right where I was most insecure. I sobbed. I couldn't help it. It was a release of tension I had been carrying for 10 years. Cassio moved immediately. He kissed my face, licking the tears from my cheeks. "Don't cry, baby. We aren't trying to make you cry. We're trying to make you see." "It's just," I choked out. He used to say I was disgusting. He used to say I took up too much room. He was a liar. Lorenzo growled against my skin. "You take up exactly the right amount of room. You fill the empty spaces in this bed. You fill the empty spaces in us." He moved up my body, kissing his way to my chest, my neck, my jaw. "We are going to overwrite him," Lorenzo promised. "Every touch, every kiss, every time we are inside you. We are going to burn his memory out of your cells until the only hands you remember are ours. It wasn't just sex. It was reclamation." They spent the next hour proving it. They didn't rush. There was no urgency now, no gunfire, no threat of imminent death. There was just the slow, deliberate worship of my body. Cassio made me laugh, kissing my ticklish spots until I was writhing and giggling, breathless and flushed. He bit my earlobe and whispered filthy things about how good I looked, how good I tasted, how he wanted to keep me in this bed for a week. Lorenzo was different. He was intense. He watched me constantly. He made me look at him while he touched me. He made me say his name. He made me acknowledge the pleasure he was giving me. When they finally settled down, when we were tangled together again, sweating and sated, the sun was fully up. I lay there, staring at the dust motes dancing in the beams of light coming through the high windows. I felt different. I felt solid. I looked at my arm. The bruise from the Russian was blooming there, purple and ugly. But next to it was the red mark of Lorenzo's beard burn. And on my other side, Cassio's hand was resting on my hip. His fingers splayed wide as if measuring the span of me. I wasn't just a body anymore. I wasn't a burden. I was theirs. "We need to move," Lorenzo said eventually, breaking the silence. But he made no move to get up. "5 more minutes," Cassio groaned into my hair. "The world can wait. Let it burn." "We can't let it burn," Lorenzo said, though his voice lacked its usual bite. "We have a rat to catch, and a war to finish." He sat up. The sheet fell to his waist. His back was a landscape of muscle and old scars. He looked like a statue come to life. He looked back at me. "Are you okay?" I tested the word. "I'm okay." "Good." He reached out and cupped my cheek. "Because the easy part is over. Now comes the hard part." "What's the hard part?" I asked, sitting up and pulling the sheet with me, not out of shame this time, but out of a chill. "Living with it," Lorenzo said. "Vance is still out there. He knows we have you. He knows you killed his Russian contact. He isn't going to stop." "Then we stop him," I said. Cassio sat up, grinning. "That's my girl. Bloodthirsty." "I'm not bloodthirsty," I said. "I just want my life back." "You can't have your old life back," Lorenzo said. He stood up, completely unself-conscious in his nudity, and walked toward his discarded pants. "That life is gone, Mia. You killed it when you pulled that trigger." He turned back to look at me while he zipped his pants. "You are part of this world now. Part of our world. People will look at you and see a target. They will see a weakness." "Let them look," I said. The steel from the night before was back in my spine. "Let them come." Lorenzo smiled. It was a terrifying, beautiful thing. "That's the spirit." He walked over to the nightstand where he had left his phone. He checked it, his face hardening. "Dante says the warehouse perimeter is secure, but we can't stay here long term. It's too exposed. We need to move Vance into a trap before he moves on us." "How?" Cassio asked, getting out of bed and stretching. "We use the bait," Lorenzo said. I stiffened. "Me?" "No," Lorenzo said immediately. "Not you, not anymore. I'm done dangling you in front of him." "Then what?" "We use his greed," Lorenzo said. "You said he hid money. The ledger you decoded. We are going to drain his accounts. Every cent. We are going to leave him destitute. And when he realizes his money is gone, he will make a mistake." "He will come to us," Cassio finished, his eyes gleaming. "Exactly." Lorenzo looked at me. "But to do that, we need the rest of the codes. Can you remember them?" I tapped my temple. "I don't need to remember them. I know them. I know his birthday, his mother's maiden name, the name of his first dog. I know every password he has ever used." "Perfect." Lorenzo walked back to the bed. He leaned down and kissed me, hard and fast. "Get dressed, Queen," he said. "We have a bank to rob." I watched them get dressed. They moved with efficiency, checking weapons, putting on holsters. They were soldiers preparing for battle. And I was their strategist. I got out of bed. My legs were sore. My body ached in places I didn't know existed, but I felt strong. I picked up the clothes Cassio had found for me, clean jeans and a t-shirt. They were simple, but they fit. I walked over to the mirror in the bathroom. It was cracked in the corner, dusty. I looked at myself. My hair was a mess. My lips were swollen. There were love bites on my neck. My stomach wasn't flat. My thighs touched. But the eyes staring back at me weren't the eyes of a victim. They were the eyes of a woman who had survived a monster, killed a hitman, and slept with 2 kings. I wasn't ugly. I wasn't a waste of space. I was dangerous. I smiled at my reflection. It was a sharp, jagged smile. "Okay, Vance," I whispered to the empty room. You want me? Come and get me. I turned and walked out to join my men.
Chapter 13. Cassio. We were robbing a man blind, and it was the most romantic thing I had ever seen. I sat on a stack of crates, cleaning my knife with a rag, watching Mia work. She was hunched over a laptop Lorenzo had procured, her fingers flying across the keys. The screen's blue light illuminated her face, highlighting the fierce concentration in her eyes and the way she bit her lower lip. She wasn't wearing a balaclava or tactical gear. She was wearing my t-shirt and a pair of jeans that hugged her curves in all the right ways. She looked soft. She looked edible. But what she was doing was cold-blooded murder. Just without the bullets. That's the Cayman account, she murmured, hitting the enter key with a satisfying clack. Empty. Lorenzo was standing behind her, one hand resting on the back of her chair, the other on her shoulder. He was reading the screen over her head, his expression dark and satisfied. Move it to the shell company in Panama, Lorenzo instructed. Then bounce it to the charity fund for the orphanage. Done, Mia said. A small, vindictive smile curled the corner of her mouth. He was saving that for his retirement. He wanted a boat. He can swim, I drawled. Mia glanced at me, her eyes sparkling. He hates swimming. He gets seasick in the bathtub. Even better. She turned back to the screen. Okay, that's the liquidity. Now for the assets. He put the deed to the lake house in his sister's name, but he used his own social security number as the recovery key. She laughed, a short, sharp sound. He really thinks he's smarter than everyone else. He thought he was smarter than you, Lorenzo said, his thumb stroking her collarbone. That was his mistake. I watched them. The dynamic had shifted in the last 24 hours. Before, the air between us was jagged, full of sharp edges and unspoken threats. Now, it was a closed circuit, a loop of energy that flowed from Lorenzo to Mia, to me, and back again. We were a unit, a triad. It was unconventional. The old guard, the ancient dons who sat in social clubs drinking espresso and complaining about the modern world, would have an aneurysm if they knew. Two brothers sharing a woman. It was unheard of. It was scandalous. But looking at the way Mia leaned back into Lorenzo's touch while smiling at me, I didn't give a damn about tradition. We were the new kings of this city. We wrote the rules. That's it, Mia said, leaning back in the chair. She stretched her arms over her head, her spine popping. He is zeroed out. Savings, checking, offshore, crypto. It's all gone. He doesn't have enough money to buy a pack of gum. Good, Lorenzo said. He straightened up, his face hardening into the mask of the dawn. Now we wait. For what? Mia asked. For the scream, I said. It didn't take long. 10 minutes later, Dante walked into the warehouse holding a satellite phone. He looked grim. We intercepted a call, Dante said. Vance contacting the Russians. Lorenzo hit the speakerphone button. The voice that filled the cavernous warehouse was high-pitched, frantic, bordering on hysterical. It was the sound of a man who had just looked down and realized the parachute wasn't there. Tell him I need more time. The money is gone. It just vanished. I didn't take it. I swear to God, it was a glitch. A Russian voice answered, cold and heavily accented. There are no glitches, detective. There are only payments. You promised us 5 million and the girl. You have delivered neither. I can get her! Vance screamed. Mia flinched, her hand flying to her mouth. She took it! The bitch took the money! I know she did! She's with the Knightleys! Just give me a team! I'll go in there. I'll drag her out by her hair. You are burnt, Vance. You are a liability. If we do not have the money or the girl by midnight tomorrow, we will come for you, and we will not be gentle." The line went dead. Silence filled the warehouse. Mia was shaking. I got up and walked over to her, crouching down so I was eye level. "Hey," I said softly. "Look at me." She turned her head. Her eyes were wide, the fear creeping back in. "He's going to come." "He's desperate," Lorenzo said from behind her. "Desperate men make mistakes. He doesn't have the manpower to hit us here. The Russians cut him loose. He is alone. But he knows I'm here," she whispered. "He said he'd drag me out." "He can try," I said, taking her hand. "He has to get through an army to touch you." Lorenzo paced away, his mind working. I could see the gears turning. He stopped in front of the map of the city. "He wants to get to you," Lorenzo said. "But he can't breach the warehouse. He knows we are dug in. He needs an opening, a moment of weakness." "So we stay here forever?" Mia asked, looking around the bleak industrial space. "Hiding?" "No," Lorenzo said. He turned around. A dangerous light was in his eyes. "We don't hide. We are nightlies. We don't cower in the dark waiting for the boogeyman." "What are you thinking, Enzo?" I asked, standing up. I knew that look. It usually involved explosions or very expensive lawsuits. "The Midsummer Ball," Lorenzo said. I blinked. "The charity gala? The one with the overpriced champagne and the mayor pretending he doesn't take bribes?" "It's tomorrow night," Lorenzo said. "Neutral ground, high security. Every major player in the city will be there. The families, the politicians, the police commissioner. And we go," Lorenzo said. "We walk in the front door. We show our faces." He pointed a finger at Mia. "And we bring her." Mia gasped. "What? Are you insane?" I asked, though a grin was already tugging at my lips. It was bold. It was arrogant. It was perfect. "Vance is desperate," Lorenzo explained, walking back to us. "The Russians gave him a deadline. Midnight tomorrow. That is exactly when the ball ends. He needs her. If he knows she is there, out in the open, exposed, he will come." "It's a trap," Mia breathed. "Yes," Lorenzo said. "You are the bait. But this time the trap is rigged with C4 and two very angry brothers." "Is it safe?" I asked, playing devil's advocate. "A ballroom is a nightmare to secure. Too many exits. Too many people." "We control the venue," Lorenzo said. "We own the security firm running the event. We will have 50 men inside and another 50 outside. And Vance won't make a scene on the floor. He needs her alive to get the codes. He will try to grab her quietly." He looked at Mia. His expression softened, just a fraction. "I won't force you," he said. "If you want to stay here, we will lock you in the vault, and Cassio and I will hunt him down the hard way. But this ends it. Tonight. Tomorrow, you are free." Mia looked at her hands. She looked at the laptop screen where she had just decimated her stepfather's life savings. She looked at me. "You'll be there?" she asked. "I will be glued to your side," I promised. "I won't even blink." She looked at Lorenzo. "And you?" "I will be your shadow," he vowed. "If anyone looks at you the wrong way, I will remove their eyes." She took a deep breath. She stood up. She smoothed the front of my t-shirt over her hips. "Okay," she said. "Okay?" I asked. "Yes. Let's finish this." Lorenzo nodded, satisfied. "Good. We need to get you ready. You can't wear Cassio's clothes to the ball." Mia looked down at herself. The panic that flashed across her face wasn't about the hitmen or the danger. It was pure, unadulterated social anxiety. "A ball," she whispered. "Like gowns and heels?" And people staring? Yes, I said. I don't have anything to wear. Her voice got smaller. And even if I did, nothing fits me. Not off the rack. I'm not sample size. She crossed her arms over her stomach again, that defensive posture snapping back into place like a reflex. I can't go, she said, shaking her head. I'll look ridiculous. Everyone there is going to be perfect, and I'll be me. Lorenzo stepped into her space. He grabbed her crossed arms and pulled them apart, holding her wrists at her sides. You are listening to the wrong voice in your head, he said firmly. You are listening to Vance. It's not just him, she argued, her eyes filling with tears. It's the world, Lorenzo. You don't understand. People look at me and they judge. They sneer. I can't walk into a room full of the city's elite looking like a swollen thumb. You won't look like a swollen thumb, I said, stepping up behind her. I rested my chin on her shoulder, looking at Lorenzo. She needs a dress. She needs armor, Lorenzo corrected. He pulled out his phone. He dialed a number. Isabella, it's Lorenzo. I need you. Yes, now. Bring the team. Bring the fabric swatches. No, not a model. A woman. A real woman. He hung up and looked at Mia. Isabella is the best designer in Milan. She owes me a favor. She is flying in tonight. Tonight? Mia squeaked. She will make you something, Lorenzo said. Custom. For you. For your body. He leaned down, bringing his face level with hers. You are not going to walk into that room hoping no one sees you, Mia, he said, his voice low and intense. You are going to walk in there, and you are going to make every man in the room wish he was us, and every woman wish she was you. That's impossible, she whispered. I don't do impossible, Lorenzo said. I do expensive. I laughed. I kissed her cheek. He's right, sweetheart. You think you're invisible because you've spent your whole life hiding. But tomorrow night, we aren't hiding. We're showing off. Mia looked between us. She looked terrified, but beneath the fear, there was a spark, a tiny, flickering flame of curiosity. What color? She asked softly. Lorenzo smiled. It was a wolfish, predatory thing. Green, he said. Like money, like envy, like your eyes. Emerald, I agreed. With a slit up the leg so I can put my hand on your thigh and stake my claim. Mia blushed, a deep, rosy color that started at her chest and worked its way up. You two are crazy, she muttered. We are, I agreed. Now come on. We have to get back to the city. If Isabella is coming, we need to be in a place with better lighting than a warehouse. Is it safe to go back? She asked. We have a penthouse in the Gold Coast, Lorenzo said. It's a fortress. We'll be safe for one night. We packed up the makeshift office. We wiped the laptop. We checked our weapons. As we walked to the car, Mia walked between us. She didn't hug the walls. She walked down the center of the aisle, her steps matching ours. She was scared. I could feel the tension radiating off her. But she wasn't stopping. Vance had called her a burden. He had called her weak. Tomorrow night, we were going to show him exactly how heavy the crown of a queen really was. And then we were going to crush him with it. Chapter 14. Lorenzo. I was watching a woman map out her own assassination attempt, and I was terrified. Mia sat at the glass desk in the temporary war room we had set up in the Gold Coast penthouse. She was calm, too calm. She held a blue pen in her hand, tapping it rhythmically against a blueprint of the ballroom venue. He won't come through the service entrance, she said, her voice steady. That's what a professional would do. Vance isn't a professional. He's a bully with a badge. She drew a circle around the VIP entrance on the north side. He feels entitled, she explained, looking up at me. He thinks he belongs with the elite. He will try to walk in the front, blend in with the guests, and get close to me before anyone realizes he isn't supposed to be there. He wants to see the fear in my eyes before he takes me. He gets off on it. I stared at her. She was dissecting the psychology of the man who had tormented her for a decade with the cold precision of a surgeon. "You're sure?" I asked. "I'm sure," she said. "He's arrogant. Arrogance makes you stupid." "She's right," Cassio said from the couch, where he was loading magazines for our sidearms. I checked the guest list. Vance isn't on it, obviously, but 2 of the city councilmen he used to do dirty work for are. He'll use their entourage to slip past the outer perimeter. "Then we reinforce the VIP entrance," I said. "I want eyes on every suit that walks through that door." I looked back at Mia. She had gone pale again, the brief spark of strategic brilliance fading into the reality of what we were asking her to do. We were asking her to stand in a room full of strangers and wait for a monster to grab her. "Mia," I said, stepping closer, "we are done with the strategy. It's solid. We have him." She nodded, but her eyes were distant. She wasn't looking at the map anymore. She was looking at the clock. "Isabella is here," she whispered. As if summoned, the double doors of the penthouse burst open. Isabella didn't walk. She marched. She was a tiny Italian woman with silver hair cropped close to her skull and glasses hanging on a chain around her neck. She was followed by a phalanx of assistants carrying garment bags, fabric swatches, and sewing kits. "Lorenzo!" she barked, striding over to me and kissing both my cheeks. "You call me at midnight. You demand miracles. You are lucky I adore you." "I pay you double, Isabella," I reminded her. "Details," she waved a hand. She turned her sharp, critical gaze on Mia. Mia froze. She stood up from the desk, trying to pull her oversized shirt down, trying to hide. It was a reflex I was growing to hate, not because of her, but because of the man who had installed it. Isabella walked around Mia, circling her like a shark. She hummed, she tisked. She reached out and poked Mia's hip. "Structure," Isabella muttered. "We need structure and drape. Silk? No, too unforgiving. Velvet? Maybe, but it is summer." "Hello," Mia squeaked. "Quiet, Bella," Isabella said. "I am working." "Isabella," I warned, my voice dropping. "Be nice." "I am always nice. I am an artist." She snapped her fingers at her assistants. The emerald swatches and the measuring tape. "Now." The room descended into chaos. Mia was ushered, or rather herded, onto a small podium the assistants had set up in the center of the living room. They stripped her of the jeans and t-shirt before she could protest, leaving her in her underwear. She crossed her arms over her chest instantly, her face flaming red. I saw the way the assistants looked at her. They were professional, but they were part of the fashion world. They were used to hangers, not women. I saw a flicker of surprise in one girl's eyes as she looked at Mia's thighs. I took a step forward, a growl building in my throat. Cassio put a hand on my arm. "Easy, Tiger. Let them work. She needs the dress." I forced myself to stay put, but my muscles were coiled tight. Isabella approached Mia with the tape measure. She started rattling off numbers in Italian. Waist, hips, bust, shoulders. Mia was trembling. I could see the fine tremors running through her legs. She was staring at a spot on the wall, disassociating. She was checking out. "So much hip," one of the assistants murmured, struggling to pin a piece of muslin fabric around Mia's waist. We are going to need more fabric for the skirt panels. It wasn't meant to be an insult. It was a statement of fact. But to Mia, it was a gunshot. I saw her crumble, her shoulders hunched, her chin dropped. A tear slipped down her cheek. "I can't," she whispered. "Stand still, Kara," Isabella said around a mouthful of pins. "I can't," Mia cried out. She pushed the assistant away. She ripped the muslin fabric off her waist. "I can't do this. Look at me. I'm a joke." The room went silent. The assistants froze. Isabella took the pins out of her mouth, looking affronted. "I'm not a model," Mia sobbed, backing away until she hit the edge of the podium. "I'm fat. I'm taking up too much space. Everyone at the ball is going to laugh. Vance is going to laugh. He was right. You can't put a dress on a pig and call it a queen." She covered her face with her hands, her body shaking with the force of her weeping. "Out," I said. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried the weight of death. Isabella looked at me. "Lorenzo, we are on a schedule." "I said, get out!" I roared. "Everyone, now!" The assistants didn't need to be told twice. They grabbed their bags and scrambled for the door. Cassio ushered Isabella out, giving me a nod. He closed the double doors behind them, leaving us alone in the sudden ringing silence. I walked over to the podium. Mia was still crying, hiding behind her hands, shivering in her underwear. She looked broken. I didn't offer comfort. I didn't offer a tissue. I reached out and grabbed her by the waist. I lifted her off the podium. She gasped, her hands flying from her face to grip my shoulders as I carried her across the room. I sat her down on the edge of the glass desk. I stepped between her legs, spreading them wide with my thighs, invading her space until there was no room for anything but me. "Look at me," I commanded. She shook her head, squeezing her eyes shut. "No, I'm hideous. I'm sorry. I ruined it." "Open your eyes, Mia." She didn't. I grabbed her jaw. My grip was firm, bordering on rough. I forced her head up. "Open them." She opened them. Her green eyes were swimming with tears, red-rimmed and filled with a lifetime of shame. "You listen to me," I said, my voice low and dangerous. "And you listen good, because I am only going to say this once." I ran my hands down her sides, gripping her hips. I dug my fingers into the soft flesh that she hated so much. "I am a rich man," I said. "I can have anything I want. Any car, any weapon, any woman. I've had models, I've had actresses. I've had women who starve themselves to fit into the sample sizes you think are so important." I leaned in, pressing my forehead against hers. "And do you know what they felt like?" I asked. "They felt like glass, fragile, cold, breakable." I moved my hands to her thighs, squeezing. "You," I growled, "feel like life. You feel like substance. When I hold you, I know I am holding something real, something that can take my weight, something that won't shatter if I get too rough." "But the dress," she sniffled. "They needed more fabric." "Good," I said. "Let them use every yard of silk in Italy. You are a queen, Mia. Queens take up space. Queens require more. You do not shrink to fit the dress. The dress grows to fit you." She stared at me, her breath hitching. "You think Vance was right?" I asked, my anger flaring again. "You think you are a pig?" I kissed her. It was angry and desperate. I bit her lip, tasting copper. "You are the most dangerous thing in this room," I whispered against her mouth. "You are the bait that is going to catch a wolf. You need to be luscious. You need to be tempting. You need to be the prize that every man in that room wants to steal." I pulled back to look at her. Do you think Cassio and I are sharing you because we are charitable? I asked. Do you think we are doing this out of pity? I don't know, she whispered. We are sharing you because one of us isn't enough to handle you, I said. We are sharing you because we are greedy, and we want every inch of this. I ran my hand over her stomach, watching her pupils dilate. You are going to wear that dress, I told her. You are going to walk into that ballroom, and you are going to hold your head up, not because you are skinny, but because you are ours. She swallowed hard. The tears had stopped falling. The shame was slowly being replaced by the heat I was forcing into her. I'm scared, she admitted. Be scared, I said. Fear keeps you sharp, but do not be ashamed. Shame is useless. Shame gets you killed. I kissed her forehead. You are my armor, Mia, and I don't go into battle with cracks in my armor. She took a deep breath. She placed her hands on my chest, over my heart. She felt the heavy, steady beat of it. Okay, she whispered. Okay? Yes, call them back in. Are you sure? She nodded. She sat up straighter on the desk. She wiped her face with the back of her hand. She looked down at her body, her thighs spread across my hips, her stomach soft and pale, and she didn't cover herself. I need a dress, she said, and it needs to be green, like money. I smirked. I kissed her hard one last time, branding her. That's my girl. I walked to the door and threw it open. Cassio was waiting in the hallway, leaning against the wall, looking worried. Isabella and her team were huddled by the elevator, looking terrified. Get back in here, I barked. Isabella straightened her glasses. Is she ready? I looked back at Mia. She was still sitting on the desk. She wasn't hiding. She was waiting. She's ready, I said. And Isabella? The designer looked at me. If anyone makes a comment about needing more fabric like it's a bad thing, I said calmly, I will burn your atelier to the ground. Isabella gulped. Understood, Don Knightley. They filed back in. The energy was different now. It wasn't a fitting anymore. It was a coronation. I stood back against the wall, crossing my arms over my chest. Cassio came to stand beside me. You fix it? He asked quietly. I reminded her who she is, I said. We watched as they draped the emerald silk over her. We watched as the fabric pooled around her feet. We watched as Mia looked in the mirror, not with disgust, but with a dawning realization of her own power. She looked like a goddess. She looked like a weapon wrapped in silk. And tomorrow night, we were going to unleash her on the world.
Chapter 15. Mia. The woman in the mirror was a stranger. I stood in the center of the dressing room, staring at my reflection. My hair, usually a frizzy mess I tied back in a knot, fell in sleek, dark waves over one shoulder. My lips were painted a deep blood red that made them look fuller, dangerous. My eyes were lined in charcoal, making the green of my irises pop like signal flares. But it was the dress that took my breath away. It was emerald green silk, heavy and expensive. It didn't hang off me. It didn't hide me. It clung to my skin like liquid ore. The neckline plunged deep, showcasing the swell of my breasts, but the structure of the bodice held everything perfectly in place. It cinched at my waist and flared just slightly over my hips, cascading to the floor in a pool of dark fabric. And then there was the slit. It started at the floor and didn't stop until it hit my upper thigh. It was scandalous. It was bold. It was exactly what Lorenzo had ordered. I ran my hands down my sides. I could feel the softness of my own body underneath the silk. For the first time in 10 years, I didn't want to claw my own skin off. I looked powerful. I looked like a woman who could start a war. "Are you ready, Bella?" Isabella asked from the doorway. She looked tired but satisfied, like a general who had just won a campaign. "I think so," I whispered. "Good. Because the wolves are waiting." I took a deep breath and walked out into the living room. Lorenzo and Cassio were waiting. They were standing by the window, talking in low tones. They were wearing tuxedos. Black, tailored, devastating. They looked like the princes of a dark kingdom. When I stepped onto the plush carpet, the sound of my heels clicked in the silence. They turned. The conversation died instantly. Cassio's mouth actually fell open. He raked his eyes over me, from the top of my head to the tips of my toes peeking out from the slit. He looked like he had been struck by lightning. "Holy hell!" he breathed. Lorenzo didn't speak. He went perfectly still. His gray eyes darkened, the pupils blowing wide until there was barely any color left. He looked at me with a hunger so raw, so intense, that my knees went weak. He walked toward me. He didn't rush. He stalked. He stopped a foot away. He didn't touch me. He just looked, devouring me with his gaze. "Green," he murmured. "Like money," I said, repeating his words from yesterday. My voice trembled slightly. "No," he corrected, his voice rough. "Like envy. Because every man in that room is going to want to kill me to get to you." He reached out and took my hand. He brought it to his lips, kissing my knuckles, his eyes never leaving mine. "You are magnificent, Mia." I flushed, the heat rising under my skin. "It's the dress." "It is the woman," Cassio said, coming up behind me. He wrapped an arm around my waist, careful not to crush the silk. He rested his chin on my bare shoulder, inhaling my scent. "The dress is just the wrapping paper." "We are missing one thing," Lorenzo said. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a thin leather sheath. Inside was a knife. It wasn't a kitchen knife. It was a tactical blade, sleek and black and razor sharp. "Lift your skirt," he ordered. My breath hitched. "What?" "The slit," he said. "It isn't just for show." I hesitated, then reached down and pulled the heavy silk aside, exposing my left leg up to the thigh. Lorenzo dropped to one knee. The sight of him kneeling before me, in a tuxedo, with a weapon in his hand, did something to my insides that had nothing to do with fear. It was pure, unadulterated power. He strapped the leather sheath around my upper thigh. His hands were warm and firm. His fingers lingered on my skin, brushing the sensitive inner part of my leg. "If anyone gets too close," he said, looking up at me from his knees, "if anyone tries to take you, you use this." "I know," I whispered. "Aim for the femoral artery or the throat." "I know." He tightened the strap. It felt secure against my skin. A secret. A promise of violence hidden beneath the luxury. He stood up. "Let's go," he said. "It is time to catch a rat." The ride to the venue was silent. The tension in the limousine was palpable. This wasn't a party. It was a battlefield. We pulled up to the curb. The red carpet was swarming with photographers and Chicago's elite. Flashes popped like strobe lights. My stomach twisted. The old panic tried to claw its way up my throat. "They are going to stare. They are going to laugh. You don't belong here." Cassio squeezed my hand. "Deep breath, Turbo. You're with us." The door opened. Lorenzo got out first. He buttoned his jacket, scanning the crowd with cold efficiency. Then he turned and offered me his hand. I took it. I stepped out into the flashing lights. The noise of the crowd seemed to dim. I lifted my chin. I felt the weight of the knife against my thigh. I felt the heat of Cassio at my back and the strength of Lorenzo's grip on my hand. We walked the carpet. I heard the whispers. I saw the heads turn. But they weren't laughing. They were staring. We entered the ballroom. It was a cavernous space filled with crystal chandeliers, white roses, and people who cost $1 million just to look at. A live orchestra was playing something soft and classical. Lorenzo didn't stop. He walked us right into the center of the room. We were a phalanx, a wedge. People parted for us. We stopped near the bar. I needed a drink. My hands were shaking again, just a little. Champagne, Cassio ordered from the bartender. The good stuff, not the swill you are serving the mayor. I took the flute he handed me and downed half of it in one gulp. The bubbles burned my nose. Easy, Lorenzo murmured, his hand resting on the small of my back. We need you sharp. I am sharp, I said. I am just overwhelmed. Well, look at this, a voice drawled from behind us. The Knightley brothers, and they brought a guest. I froze. I turned slowly. Standing there was a woman who looked like she was made of glass and sharp angles. She was impossibly thin, her silver dress hanging off her collarbones. She was holding a martini and looking at me with an expression of polite revulsion. She was the wife of a rival mob boss. I recognized her from the society pages Vance used to leave on the coffee table. Elena, Lorenzo greeted coolly. You look fragile. She ignored him. Her eyes were fixed on me. She scanned me from my hair to my hips. That is a lot of dress, she said, her voice pitched perfectly to carry over the music. And a lot of woman. Did you boys charge by the pound? The people nearby went silent. The insult hung in the air, heavy and ugly. My face burned. I wanted to shrink. I wanted to disappear into the floorboards. The shame was a physical blow, hitting me right in the solar plexus. Fat. Too much. A joke. I started to step back, to retreat. Lorenzo's hand tightened on my waist. He pulled me flush against his side. He didn't let me retreat. Elena, Lorenzo said. His voice wasn't loud, but it stopped the orchestra. Or it felt like it did. Apologize. She blinked, laughing nervously. Oh, come on, Lorenzo, it was a joke. Don't tell me you have lost your sense of humor along with your taste. Lorenzo let go of me. He took a step toward her. He loomed over her, terrifying and dark. My taste is impeccable, he said. I like women who are real. Women who have substance. Women who don't look like they would shatter if the wind blew too hard. He reached out and took my hand again, pulling me back to his side. He lifted my hand to his lips and kissed the pulse point on my wrist, his eyes never leaving the woman's face. I pity any man in this room, Lorenzo announced, his voice carrying to the rafters. Who has to go home to a stick figure when he could have a queen? The woman turned bright red. She opened her mouth, closed it, and then turned on her heel and fled. The silence held for a beat longer. Then Cassio clinked his glass against mine. To the queen, he said, grinning like a shark. To the queen, a few men nearby echoed, looking at me with new appreciation. I looked up at Lorenzo. His jaw was tight, his eyes furious on my behalf. Thank you, I whispered. Never thank me for defending what is mine, he growled. Is he here? I asked, looking around the room, trying to ignore the heat in my cheeks. Not yet, Lorenzo said. But he will be. It is almost 11. The deadline is midnight. Dance with me, Cassio said, taking my empty glass and setting it on a passing tray. Now? I asked. Best way to see the room, he said. And best way to make Vance jealous. He thinks he owns you. Let's show him he doesn't. Cassio led me onto the dance floor. He pulled me close, his hand firm on my waist. We moved to the music. I wasn't a great dancer, but Cassio was. He led, me effortlessly, spinning me, dipping me. Every time we turned, I scanned the crowd. I looked for the familiar slump of shoulders, the cheap suit, the red boozer's face. I saw flashes of movement near the exits. Security. Lorenzo's men. Relax, Cassio whispered in my ear. "You are stiff as a board. You are supposed to be having the time of your life." "I am waiting for the axe to fall," I murmured. "Let it fall. We will catch it." He spun me out and pulled me back in, his back pressed to my chest. His arms crossed over my stomach, holding me. "Do you trust us?" he asked. "Yes." "Then dance." We danced for what felt like hours. Lorenzo cut in, taking over. He danced differently. Where Cassio was fluid, Lorenzo was solid. He held me like he was daring anyone to try and take me. "He's here," Lorenzo whispered suddenly, his lips brushing my ear. I stiffened. "Where?" "Don't look," he ordered. "Keep dancing. Smile at me." I forced a smile onto my face. It felt brittle. "Where is he?" "Service entrance. He just slipped past the outer perimeter. He is wearing a waiter's uniform." "A waiter?" "Smart," Lorenzo admitted. "He knows we are watching the guests. He is trying to blend in with the staff." My heart hammered against my ribs. The knife on my thigh felt heavy. "What do we do?" "We wait," Lorenzo said. "We let him get close. We let him think he has the upper hand. We need him to make the move so we can end it legally. Self-defense. He's going to grab me. He is going to try." Lorenzo spun me around. I was facing the back of the room now. I saw him. He was carrying a tray of empty glasses, his head down, weaving through the crowd. He looked older, haggard, desperate. But his eyes were locked on me. And in those eyes, I saw the same look he had given me in the kitchen before I hit him with the pan. The look of a man who wanted to break something beautiful just because he could. He was coming. "Ready?" Lorenzo asked. I took a deep breath. I reached down and brushed my fingers over the silk covering the knife. "Ready," I said. The song ended. The applause scattered through the room. "Go to the terrace," Lorenzo instructed loudly enough for a nearby waiter to hear. "Get some air. I will get us drinks." It was the bait. I was separating myself from the pack. I was making myself vulnerable. I nodded. I turned and walked toward the French doors that led to the balcony. I walked alone. My heels clicked on the marble. My dress swished around my legs. I walked out into the cool night air. The city was spread out below us, a grid of lights and darkness. I walked to the railing and gripped the cold stone. I waited. I heard the door open behind me. I heard the soft click of the latch engaging. I didn't turn around. "Hello, Mia," a voice rasped. It was the voice of my nightmares. I closed my eyes for a second, summoning the girl who had killed a hitman in a warehouse. I summoned the queen Lorenzo saw in the Tao mirror. I turned around. Vance was standing there. He had dropped the tray. He was holding a gun. "Hello, Daddy," I said. And then I smiled.
Chapter 16, Cassio. The plan was perfect, or as perfect as a plan can be when it involves using the woman you love as a lure for a homicidal maniac. I stood near the bar, swirling the amber liquid in my glass, but I wasn't drinking. My eyes were glued to the French doors where Mia had just disappeared. The sheer curtains fluttered in the night breeze, giving me glimpses of the darkness outside. Lorenzo was moving through the crowd on the other side of the room, playing the part of the gracious host, shaking hands with senators and judges. But I knew him. I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes constantly flicked toward the balcony. We were coiled springs, waiting to snap. Seconds ticked by. They felt like hours. I counted them. 1, 2, 3. "She's been out there too long," I muttered into the comms piece hidden in my ear. "Hold!" Lorenzo's voice came back tight and clipped. "Let him make the move. If we spook him, he runs." "I don't like it," I growled. "I'm going in." Cassio, wait. I didn't wait. I set my glass down on a passing tray with a little too much force, the crystal rattling. I started to move toward the doors, weaving through the sea of tuxedos and gowns, and then the world went black. It wasn't a flicker. It was a hard cut. The chandeliers died. The sconces died. The music cut out with a dying whine of feedback. For a split second, there was total silence. Then, the screaming started. It wasn't the panic of a massacre, not yet. It was the confused, indignant murmuring of wealthy people who had never been inconvenienced in their lives. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm," a voice boomed over the emergency speakers. "We are experiencing a minor technical difficulty." Bullshit. This wasn't a technical difficulty. This was a cover. "Mia!" I screamed. I didn't care about the op anymore. I didn't care about the trap. I shoved a councilman out of my way, sending him sprawling into a table of hors d'oeuvres. I reached for my gun, pulling it from the holster beneath my jacket. "Lorenzo!" I barked into the comms. "Status?" Static. Then, Lorenzo's voice, cold as the grave. "The jammers are on. He killed the feed. Get to the balcony." I was already moving. I became a battering ram. I didn't care who I hurt. I didn't care who I pushed. The darkness was my enemy, hiding her from me. Emergency lights flickered on, bathing the ballroom in an eerie red pulsing glow. Shadows lengthened and twisted. I burst through the French doors onto the balcony. It was empty. The cold night air hit my face, mocking me. The city lights twinkled below, indifferent. "Mia!" I scanned the terrace. Nothing. No sign of a struggle, no blood. Just a silver serving tray lying face down on the stone tiles, surrounded by shattered champagne flutes. My heart stopped. It literally stopped beating for a second, seized by a terror so pure it felt like ice water in my veins. She was gone. I ran to the cup railing. It was a 3-story drop to the street below. No way he took her over the side unless he had a rappel line, and Vance wasn't that athletic. I spun around. The service door. There was a discreet door tucked into the shadows at the far end of the balcony, meant for the catering staff to move in and out without disturbing the guests. It was slightly ajar. "Service corridor!" I roared into the comms, hoping the signal would punch through the jamming. "North side! He has her!" I kicked the door open. It banged against the wall, revealing a narrow concrete hallway lit by flickering fluorescent strips. I sprinted. I heard heavy footsteps ahead of me, scuffling sounds, a muffled cry. "Mia!" I yelled, my voice echoing off the concrete. I rounded a corner and saw them. They were at the end of the corridor near the freight elevator. Vance was wearing a waiter's uniform that was too tight across his shoulders. He had one arm wrapped around Mia's neck, dragging her backward. His other hand held a gun pressed tight against her temple. Mia wasn't limp. She was fighting. She was clawing at his arm, kicking her heels back against his shins. She looked terrified, her eyes wide and wild, but she wasn't giving up. Vance saw me. He spun, using Mia as a human shield. "Back off!" he screamed. His voice was high, frantic, the voice of a man who knew he was cornered. "Back off, or I paint the wall with her brains!" I skidded to a halt, raising my gun. My hands were steady, but my insides were shaking apart. "Let her go, Vance," I said. My voice was deadly calm. "Let her go, and I kill you quickly. Keep holding her, and I will peel the skin off your body in strips." "You think I'm stupid?" Vance spat. He was sweating, his face red and blotchy. "I know who you are, Knightley. I know what you do." He dragged her backward, hitting the button for the freight elevator. "She's my ticket out of here," Vance hissed. "She knows the codes. She knows where the money is." "There is no money," Mia choked out, her fingers digging into his forearm. "I deleted it. It's gone, Richard. All of it." Vance stiffened. He looked down at her, his eyes bulging. "You lying bitch!" He slammed the butt of the gun into her temple. Mia cried out, her knees buckling. She slumped in his grip, dazed. Red. All I saw was red. "I'm going to rip your throat out with my teeth," I snarled, taking a step forward. "Stay back!" Vance shrieked. He jammed the barrel of the gun harder into her skin. A trickle of blood ran down Mia's face from where he had hit her. The elevator dinged. The doors slid open. Vance started to drag her inside. "No!" I lunged, but I couldn't shoot. He was too close to her. If I missed by an inch, if the bullet went through him and hit her, I was helpless. For the first time in my life, with a gun in my hand and a target in front of me, I was utterly helpless. "Cassio!" The shout came from behind me. "Lorenzo!" He burst around the corner, moving like a freight train. He didn't stop. He didn't hesitate. He saw the situation, Vance, Mia, the elevator, and he made a choice. He didn't aim for Vance. He aimed for the control panel of the elevator. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in the confined space. Sparks showered down as the elevator panel exploded. The doors, which had started to close, jerked and froze, half open. Vance flinched, ducking his head. That was all the opening I needed. I sprinted. I covered the 20 feet between us in 2 seconds. Vance brought his gun up to fire at me. Mia moved. She didn't stay dazed. She didn't stay down. She stomped her heel, her sharp stiletto heel, down onto Vance's instep with everything she had. Vance howled. His aim wavered. His shot went wide, burying itself in the ceiling. I hit him like a linebacker. I slammed into him, driving him back into the metal wall of the elevator. The impact knocked the wind out of him. I grabbed his gun hand and twisted it until I heard the snap of bone. He screamed, dropping the weapon. "Mia, run!" I shouted, shoving her toward the opening. She scrambled out of the elevator, falling onto the concrete floor of the hallway. Lorenzo was there instantly, pulling her behind him, shielding her with his body. I turned back to Vance. He was slumped against the wall, clutching his broken wrist, wheezing. He looked pathetic. He looked small. "Please," he gasped, looking up at me. "Please, I have money. I have intel on the Russians. We can make a deal." I looked at him. I looked at the man who had terrorized the woman I loved for 10 years. The man who had made her feel small. The man who had just pistol-whipped her. "No deal," I said. I grabbed him by the throat. I lifted him off the ground and slammed him against the wall again. "You hurt her," I whispered. "You touched her." "Cassio." Lorenzo's voice, sharp, commanding. "We need to move. The security is coming back online. The police are 5 minutes out. We finish this elsewhere." I looked back. Lorenzo had his arm around Mia. She was bleeding, her dress torn, but she was standing. She was looking at me. "Cassio," she said softly. "Let's go." I didn't want to go. I wanted to end him right here. I wanted to stain the floor with him, but they were right. This wasn't the place. I pistol-whipped Vance across the face, knocking him out cold. He crumpled to the floor like a sack of laundry. "Grab his legs," I told Lorenzo. We dragged him. We moved fast, adrenaline fueling our muscles. We took the stairs down to the loading dock, bypassing the main exits. A black van was waiting there. Vance's getaway vehicle. The driver was already dead, slumped over the wheel with a neat hole in the glass. Dante stood by the open back doors, looking bored. "Took you long enough," Dante said. We threw Vance into the back. He landed with a thud. "Get in," Lorenzo ordered Mia. She climbed in, sitting on the bench seat as far away from her stepfather's unconscious body as possible. I jumped in next to her, pulling her into my arms. Lorenzo took the passenger seat. Dante got behind the wheel. As the van peeled out of the loading dock, merging into the Chicago night, I looked at Mia. I touched the cut on her temple. My hand was shaking. "I thought I lost you," I whispered. "When the lights went out, I thought I lost you." She leaned into my touch. She was trembling, shock setting in, but her eyes were dry. "You came for me," she said. "Always," I swore. "Every time. Until the end of the world." She looked down at Vance's body on the floor of the van. "Is it over?" she asked. Lorenzo turned in the front seat. His face was a mask of cold, terrifying promise. "Almost," he said. "We just have one last stop." "Where?" "The river," I said, tightening my grip on her. "Because trash belongs in the garbage." Mia didn't look away. She looked at the man who had been the monster under her bed for her entire life. "Good," she said. And in the darkness of the van, huddled between the two men who worshipped her, the queen finally took her throne. Chapter 17. Lorenzo. The warehouse by the river was a place of ghosts. It was where my father had conducted his darkest business, and tonight, it was where I would finish mine. We dragged Vance out of the van. He was awake now, groaning, his wrist bent at a sickening angle. I didn't care. The space was lit by a single harsh bulb hanging from a rusted chain. The smell of the river, brackish water, rot, and oil seeped through the cracks in the walls. It was the smell of Chicago's secrets. Cassio threw Vance into a chair in the center of the room. He didn't bother tying him up. Vance wasn't going anywhere. I turned to Mia. She was standing by the door, her arms wrapped around herself. The emerald dress was torn at the hem, stained with grease and blood. Her hair was a tangled mess. She looked like a fallen angel who had just crawled out of hell. "You don't have to watch this," I said. She looked at me. Her eyes were green flint, hard, unyielding. "Yes," she said. "I do." I nodded. I understood. Sometimes, to kill a monster, you have to watch it bleed. You have to see the light go out to know it's really gone. I walked over to Vance. He looked up at me, his eyes swollen, blood dripping from his nose. He tried to sneer, but it came out as a grimace. "You think this scares me, Knightley?" he spat. "I'm a cop. You kill me and the entire force comes down on you. You'll be buried under so much heat you'll wish you were dead." I laughed. It was a cold, dry sound that echoed in the empty space. "You are not a cop, Richard," I said. "Not anymore." I pulled out my phone and tapped the screen. I held it up so he could see. It was a news feed. Breaking news. Detective Vance implicated in massive corruption scandal. Evidence of Russian ties, money laundering, and extortion leaked. "We sent everything," I told him. "The ledger, the recordings, the emails. By morning, you will be the most hated man in Chicago. The police won't investigate your disappearance. They will celebrate it." Vance stared at the screen. The color drained from his face, leaving him gray and ashen. The arrogance crumbled, revealing the small, pathetic man underneath. "No," he whispered. "No, you can't. My pension, my reputation, gone," I said. "Like the money." I put the phone away. I took off my jacket and handed it to Dante. I rolled up my sleeves. "This isn't about business anymore," I said. "This is personal." I looked at Cassio. He was leaning against a crate, cleaning his nails with a knife. He looked bored, but I knew him. He was vibrating with the need to hurt this man. "Yours or mine?" I asked. "Hers," Cassio said. He looked at Mia. "Do you want to do it?" Mia stepped forward. The heels of her shoes clicked on the concrete. She stopped in front of Vance. He looked up at her. For the first time, I saw genuine fear in his eyes. He wasn't looking at his stepdaughter. He was looking at his executioner. "Mia," he pleaded. "Baby girl, think about what you're doing. I raised you. I took you in when no one else wanted you. You took me in because my mother had a life insurance policy," she said. Her voice was calm, devoid of emotion. "And then you spent 10 years making me pay for it." She looked at the knife in Cassio's hand. She reached out. Cassio handed it to her, hilt first. She weighed it in her hand. It looked heavy, wrong, but also right. She looked at Vance. She looked at his hands, the hands that had hit her, the hands that had locked her in closets, the hands that had taken the food from her plate. "I am not going to kill you," she said. Vance let out a breath of relief. "Thank God. Mia, listen, we can—" "I am not going to kill you," she repeated, stepping closer. "Because that would be too quick, and you owe me a lot of time." She moved faster than I expected. She slashed the knife down. Vance screamed. A thin red line appeared on his cheek, mirroring the scar he had given her years ago when he threw a bottle at her. "That's for the first time you hit me," she said. She slashed again. Another line, crossing the first. "That's for calling me fat." She moved around him, a avenging spirit in emerald silk. She cut his arms. She cut his chest through his cheap shirt. She wasn't cutting deep. She was marking him. She was writing her pain into his skin. Vance was sobbing now, begging, pleading with a God he had never believed in. I watched her. I watched the woman who had been afraid to eat a cannoli turn into a goddess of vengeance. It was terrifying. It was beautiful. Finally, she stopped. She was breathing hard, her chest heaving. The knife was dripping. She looked at me, then she looked at Cassio. "I'm done," she said. "I don't want his blood on me anymore." She dropped the knife. It clattered to the floor. "Finish it," she told us. She turned her back on him. She walked to the door and stood there, staring out at the river, waiting. I picked up the knife. I looked at Cassio. "Together?" I asked. "Together," he agreed. We moved in. We didn't drag it out. We didn't torture him for pleasure. We ended him with the efficiency of professionals. A single, clean cut to the throat. Vance gurgled. He thrashed for a moment, then went still. It was over. The monster was dead. We wrapped the body in chains and weights. We dragged him to the edge of the dock. The river was black and oily, a silent grave waiting to be filled. We pushed him in. The splash was heavy. The water swallowed him without a ripple. I wiped my hands on a rag. I felt light. The weight I had been carrying since I saw Mia in that alley was gone. I walked over to her. Cassio was already there, his arm around her waist. "It's done," I said. She nodded. She didn't look back at the water. She looked up at the sky, where the first hints of dawn were bleeding into the darkness. "I'm free," she whispered. "You are," I said. "You are free." "And the Russians?" "They will see. The news in the morning," I said. "They will see Vance exposed. They will know he lied to them. They will cut their losses and retreat. Without him, they have no leverage, no inside man. So we are safe? We are safe." She leaned her head against my shoulder. I'm tired, Lorenzo. I know, Cara, I murmured, kissing the top of her head. Let's go home. We got back in the van. The drive back to the penthouse was quiet. The sun was rising over the lake, painting the city in gold. It felt like a new world. When we got inside, the penthouse was quiet. The security team had swept it, cleaned up the debris from the first attack. It felt safe again. We took Mia to the bedroom. We stripped the ruined dress off her. We washed the blood from her hands for the second time in 24 hours. We put her in bed, tucking the duvet around her. She was asleep before her head hit the pillow. I stood by the bed, watching her. Cassio came to stand beside me. We did it, he said softly. We did, I agreed. So what now? I looked at him. I saw the exhaustion in his eyes, but also the peace. Now, I said, we build an empire, with her. I climbed into bed on one side of her. Cassio climbed in on the other. We curled around her, shielding her, claiming her. For the first time in my life, I didn't sleep with one eye open. I slept with the certainty that the things that mattered most were right here, in my arms. The war was over, but the reign of the Queen had just begun.
Chapter 18. Mia. Peace was a strange thing. It was quiet. It was heavy. It was suspicious. It had been 3 weeks since we watched the river swallow my stepfather whole. 3 weeks since the news broke about his corruption, turning him from a missing hero into a disgraced pariah. The Russians had retreated into the shadows, cutting their losses now that their inside man was gone, and their dirty laundry was being aired on the 6 o'clock news. We were safe. The penthouse should have felt like a sanctuary. We had fallen into a rhythm, a domestic routine that was bizarrely normal for a household run by 2 mafia dons and their shared girlfriend. Lorenzo went to meetings. Cassio handled the numbers. I managed the house, not because I had to, but because organizing the chaos gave me peace. But I couldn't enjoy it, because I felt like I was dying. I stood at the kitchen island, gripping the cool marble edge until my knuckles turned white. The smell of espresso, usually my favorite thing in the morning, was suddenly revolt-inducing. It smelled like burnt rubber and battery acid. Mia! I jumped. Cassio was standing in the doorway buttoning his cuffs. He looked fresh, rested, and handsome enough to ruin a girl's life. He grinned at me, that easy, lopsided smile that always made my knees weak. You okay, Turbo? You look a little green, and not the good money-colored green. I'm fine, I lied. The words tasted like bile. Just tired. Come here, he said, opening his arms. Let me recharge you. I tried to walk toward him. I took one step. The room tilted. The floor seemed to rush up to meet me. The light from the windows fractured into a million blinding shards. Mia! I heard Cassio shout, but it sounded like he was underwater. I felt his arms grab me, halting my fall, but my legs were gone. The darkness swallowed me whole. When I woke up, I was lying on the couch in the living room. There was a cold compress on my forehead. Voices were arguing above me. Loud, angry, terrified. She's been poisoned, Lorenzo was snarling. I knew it. The Russians. They got to the food supply. Enzo, stop, Cassio snapped. Nobody got to the food. We eat the same food. I'm fine. You're fine. Then explain why she collapsed, Lorenzo roared. Explain why she is pale as a sheet. I groaned, trying to lift my hand to my head. Stop yelling. The arguing ceased instantly. 2 faces appeared in my field of vision. Lorenzo looked frantic. His usual composure was shattered. His eyes were wild, scanning my face for signs of death. Cassio looked pale, his jaw set tight. Mia, Lorenzo breathed. He fell to his knees beside the couch, taking my hand. Profound pain? Nausea? Can you see clearly? I'm dizzy, I whispered. And I'm nauseous. But I don't think it's poison, Lorenzo. Dr. Rossi is on his way, he said, ignoring me. He will have the antidote, just hold on. Lorenzo? I said, squeezing his hand weakly. I ate toast. You ate the toast. If it was poison, we would both be on the floor. He froze. Logic warred with panic in his eyes. Then what is it? A virus? Stress? I don't know. The elevator dinged. A short, balding man with a leather medical bag rushed in, looking like he had run all the way from the lobby. Where is she? Dr. Rossi asked. Fix her, Lorenzo ordered, standing up and looming over the poor doctor. If anything happens to her, Rossi, I take your license, and your hands. Lorenzo, back off, Cassio said, pulling his brother away. Let the man work. Dr. Rossi approached me cautiously, like I was a bomb Lorenzo had set to detonate. He checked my pulse. He shone a light in my eyes. He took my blood pressure. Symptoms, he asked gently. Dizziness, I listed. Nausea, especially in the morning. Fatigue, some cramping. Dr. Rossi paused. He looked at me, then at the two pacing wolves behind him. Miss Vance, he said, lowering his voice, when was your last cycle? The question hit me like a slap. I froze. I did the math in my head. The week since the alley, the stress, the trauma, the nights spent tangled in sheets with two men who didn't believe in pulling out. I was late. Very late. Oh, I breathed. Dr. Rossi nodded. He reached into his bag. He didn't pull out a stethoscope. He pulled out a small foil-wrapped package. A pregnancy test. Just to rule it out, he said diplomatically. I took it. My hands were shaking so hard the foil rattled. I walked to the bathroom like a woman walking to the gallows. Lorenzo and Cassio watched me go, their brows furrowed in confusion. They hadn't put it together yet. They were brilliant strategists, but when it came to biology, they were clueless men. I locked the door. I peed on the stick. I waited. 3 minutes. The longest 3 minutes of my life. I sat on the edge of the tub, staring at the white plastic wand on the marble counter. 2 lines, pink, bold, undeniable, pregnant. The air left my lungs. I pressed my hand to my stomach. It was flat, soft. But inside, cells were dividing. A life was forming. A baby. Panic, cold and sharp, seized my chest. A baby with 2 mob bosses. A baby brought into a world of violence and blood. A baby that would be a target from the moment it took its first breath. And then the darker thought, the one that sounded like Vance. They won't want it. They won't want you. They had just gotten their lives back. They had just secured their empire. A baby was a complication, a weakness, a trap. They would think I did this on purpose. They would think I was trying to anchor myself to them, to secure my position as the queen by producing an heir. They would think I was manipulating them. I started to cry. Silent, hot tears that tracked down my cheeks. Mia? Lorenzo's voice came through the door. Open the door. I need a minute, I choked out. Mia, open the door or I will kick it down. He wasn't bluffing. I stood up. I wiped my face, but the tears kept coming. I picked up the stick. I opened the door. Lorenzo and Cassio were standing there. Dr. Rossi was hovering in the background looking uncomfortable. Lorenzo looked at my face. He saw the tears. His expression shattered. What is it? He demanded, stepping forward. Is it bad? Is it terminal? I couldn't speak. I just held out the stick. Lorenzo took it. He looked at it. He frowned. He turned it over as if looking for the instructions on the back. 2 lines, he muttered. What does 2 lines mean? Is that the infection level? Cassio snatched it from his hand. He looked at it. His eyes went wide. His mouth dropped open. He looked at me. Then he looked at the stick. Then he looked at Lorenzo. "You idiot," Cassio whispered. "She's not infected, she's pregnant." The word hung in the hallway. Heavy. Absolute. Lorenzo went perfectly still. He looked like he had been turned to stone. He stared at me, his gray eyes unreadable. I couldn't handle the silence. I couldn't handle the judgment I was sure was coming. "I'm sorry," I blurted out, the sob ripping from my throat. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to trap you, I swear. I can leave. You don't have to worry. I won't ask for money. I won't tell anyone it's yours. I'll just go." I was babbling. I was hysterical. The fear of rejection, the fear of being a burden, was choking me. "Stop," Lorenzo said. I flinched. "I can pack my bag. I can be gone in an hour." "Mia, stop talking," Cassio said, but his voice wasn't angry. It sounded strangled. I looked at them. Cassio was grinning. It was a wide, incredulous, blinding grin. "A baby," he said. He let out a whoop of laughter. "We made a baby." He closed the distance between us in a single bound. He picked me up, spinning me around, burying his face in my neck. "Put her down!" Lorenzo roared. "Be careful!" Cassio set me down, but he didn't let go. He kept his hands on my waist, beaming at me. "Did you hear that, Enzo? We're going to be dads." I looked at Lorenzo. He hadn't moved. He was staring at my stomach like he had never seen a stomach before. "Lorenzo?" I whispered. Are you mad?" He looked up. His eyes were wet. Tears. The cold, ruthless dawn of Chicago was crying. He walked over to me. He fell to his knees. He didn't care that Dr. Rossi was watching. He didn't care about his suit. He wrapped his massive arms around my hips and pressed his face into my belly. "Mine," he growled into the fabric of my shirt. The word vibrated through me. "Ours." "You aren't angry?" I asked, my voice trembling. "It complicates everything. It makes us vulnerable." Lorenzo looked up at me. A single tear tracked down his cheek, cutting through the stoic mask he had worn for 20 years. "Mia," he said roughly. "You think this is a complication? This is a legacy. This is the only thing that matters." "But who is the father?" I asked the question that had been eating me alive. "We don't know. It could be either of you." Cassio laughed. He dropped to his knees beside Lorenzo, putting his hand over his brother's hand on my stomach. "Who cares?" Cassio said. "Biology is for textbooks. This kid has the blood of kings. It doesn't matter which king planted the seed. We both water the garden." I looked down at them. My two monsters. My two protectors. Kneeling before me like I was a deity. The fear evaporated. The shame vanished. "You really want this?" I asked. "We want everything with you," Lorenzo swore. "The good, the bad, the messy, the loud." He kissed my stomach. "You gave me back my life when you walked into that alley," he whispered, "and now you are giving us a future." Dr. Rossi cleared his throat from the doorway. I'll just leave some vitamins on the counter and show myself out." "Give him a bonus," Cassio yelled over his shoulder without looking away from me. "Give him a Ferrari." I laughed. It was a wet, teary sound. I ran my fingers through their hair, holding them close. "A baby," I whispered. "A baby," Lorenzo agreed. He stood up, pulling me and Cassio up with him. He wrapped his arms around both of us, holding us so tight I could barely breathe. "We are going to need a bigger safe room," Cassio noted. "We are going to need a bigger empire," Lorenzo corrected, "because nothing in this world is going to be good enough for this child." I rested my head on Lorenzo's chest, feeling the steady, powerful beat of his heart. I looked at Cassio, who was grinning like a loon and already poking my stomach gently. I wasn't a burden. I wasn't a waste of space. I was the mother of a dynasty. and for the first time, the future didn't look like a dark alley. It looked like the sunrise.
Chapter 19. Cassio. If you had told me a year ago that my biggest problem as a mafia boss would be the sheer volume of cardboard boxes invading my penthouse, I would have shot you. But here I was, standing in the hallway, blocked by a mountain of Amazon deliveries, custom furniture crates, and bags from high-end baby boutiques. "Mia," I called out, stepping over a box labeled Organic Bamboo Swaddles, Sage. "Did we acquire a small country? Or is this just for the nursery?" Mia appeared from the kitchen. She was 3 months along now, and the change was spectacular. Her belly had popped early, a soft, round curve that pushed against her sundress. Her skin was glowing, actually glowing, like she had swallowed a star. Her hair was thicker, shinier. She looked like a fertility goddess who had decided to grace our sinful home with her presence. She was also eating a pickle wrapped in a slice of mortadella. "It's nesting," she said, waving the pickle at the boxes. "It's a biological imperative, Cassio. Don't fight nature." "I'm not fighting nature," I said, walking over to her. I placed my hands on her waist, pulling her in. I kissed her forehead, then leaned down to kiss the bump. "I'm just wondering where we are supposed to sleep, since the baby apparently needs 3 different types of rocking chairs." "Options are important," she said seriously. Lorenzo walked out of his office. He was on the phone, looking lethal in a charcoal suit. But the moment he saw Mia, his face softened. It was a transformation I never got tired of seeing. The wolf becoming the watchdog. He hung up the phone and walked over, wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. His large hands spanned her stomach, possessive and reverent. "Buy whatever you want," Lorenzo murmured. "Buy the factory that makes the chairs." "See?" Mia looked at me smugly. "He gets it." "He's an enabler," I grumbled, but I was smiling. It was perfect. It was the domestic bliss we had fought for, bled for. The Russians were quiet. Vance was fish food. The business was booming. But the boxes couldn't hide everything. That night, the screaming started. It wasn't the first time. Since the pregnancy hormones really kicked in, Mia's nightmares had returned with a vengeance. I woke up instantly. Lorenzo was already moving. We slept in a pile these days, a tangle of limbs in the massive custom bed. Mia always in the middle. She was thrashing, tangled in the sheets, a high, keen sound escaping her throat. She wasn't awake. She was trapped in the dark. "No," she whimpered. "I can't. I'm not strong enough. Don't take it." "Mia," Lorenzo said, his voice low and calm. He grabbed her shoulders, shaking her gently. "Wake up, Prakara. You're here. You're with us." She gasped, her eyes flying open. She sat up, chest heaving, sweat matting her hair to her forehead. She looked around the room, wild-eyed, until her gaze landed on us. She collapsed into Lorenzo's chest, sobbing. "He took it," she cried. "He said I was too weak to keep it. He said I was just like my mom." My heart broke. It wasn't Vance she was afraid of anymore. It was herself. Mia's mother had died when she was young, leaving her with Vance. Mia didn't talk about her much, but I knew the fear that lived in her bones. She was terrified that the weakness was genetic, that she was destined to be a victim, that she wouldn't be able to protect this baby from the wolves of the world. "Shh," I soothed, rubbing her back. "You are not your mother. You are a queen. You killed a hitman, remember?" "I was lucky," she sobbed. "What if I can't do it again? What if I freeze? What if I'm just broken?" We held her until she fell back asleep, but the next morning Lorenzo and I had a meeting. Not with the capos, with each other. We can't fight this with guns, Lorenzo said, pouring coffee. He looked tired. We all were. No, I agreed. We need a different kind of specialist. 2 days later, Dr. Aris walked into the penthouse. She wasn't what I expected. She was a small, older woman with sharp eyes and no-nonsense shoes. She had been vetted by our security team more thoroughly than the president. She specialized in severe trauma, and she knew exactly who we were. I don't do couches, Dr. Aris said, setting her bag down in the living room. And I don't do bullshit. If you want me to help her, I need full access. No secrets. Done, Lorenzo said. Mia was terrified at first. She sat on the edge of the sofa, twisting her hands in her lap. She didn't want to talk. She didn't want to open the boxes in her head that she had taped shut years ago. I want Cassio, she whispered. Dr. Aris looked at me. Is that okay with you? Try and stop me, I said. So I sat in on the sessions. I held her hand. I was her anchor while Dr. Aris performed surgery on her soul. It was harder than any torture I had ever endured. Watching Mia unpack years of verbal abuse was agony. Hearing her detail the way Vance had systematically dismantled her self-worth, brick by brick, made me want to go down to the river and shoot his corpse again. He told me I was heavy, Mia said, her voice trembling. He said I was a burden on the earth. Gravity didn't want me. And now? Dr. Aris asked gently. You are pregnant. You are heavier. Mia flinched. She looked down at her belly. I feel huge. I feel like I'm taking up so much space. You are creating space, Dr. Aris corrected. You are expanding to house a life. That is not a burden, Mia. That is a miracle. Mia cried. I squeezed her hand until my knuckles turned white. I'm afraid I'll fail, Mia confessed, looking at me. My mom, she didn't leave him. She stayed. She let him hurt me because she was too scared to go. What if I'm the same? What if I can't protect this baby because I'm too scared? Look at Cassio, Dr. Aris said. Mia turned her tear-streaked face to me. Tell her, Dr. Aris commanded me. You aren't your mother, I said, my voice thick with emotion. Your mother didn't have us. But more importantly, Mia. Your mother didn't pull a trigger. I reached out and touched her cheek. You saved yourself, I told her. In that alley, in the warehouse. You didn't wait for a hero. You became one. You broke the cycle the minute you picked up that frying pan. She stared at me. I did? You did. You fought back. A victim accepts their fate. A mother fights for a better one. You have been fighting since the day I met you. Dr. Aris nodded. Your body isn't a cage, Mia. It isn't a punching bag for your stepfather's insecurities. It is a fortress. Look what it is doing right now. It is knitting together a spine. It is building a heart. Mia looked down at her stomach. She placed her hand over the curve. A fortress, she whispered. Yes, I said. And we are the walls. But you are the keep. You are the heart of it all. The breakthrough didn't happen all at once. It wasn't like the movies where the music swells and everything is fixed. It was messy. It was 2 steps forward, 1 nightmare back. But slowly, the light came back into her eyes. A few weeks later, I walked into the nursery. Mia was standing in front of the full-length mirror Lorenzo had installed. She wasn't wearing the baggy clothes anymore. She was wearing a tight, ribbed dress that Lorenzo had bought her. It hugged every curve, every new inch of softness. She wasn't covering her stomach. She was holding it. She was looking at herself, really looking, and she wasn't crying. She was smiling. I leaned against the doorframe, watching her. She saw me in the reflection. "Hey," she said softly. "Hey yourself, Mama." She turned around. "Do I look okay?" "You look like the reason the sun comes up," I said honestly. She walked over to me. She wrapped her arms around my neck, pressing her body against mine. The baby bump was a solid pressure between us. "I had a dream last night," she said. I tensed. "A bad one?" "No," she said. She pulled back to look at me. Her green eyes were clear. "I dreamed about my mother. She was standing in the kitchen, but she wasn't crying. She was smiling at me." "Yeah?" "Yeah. She told me I was doing a good job." Mia swallowed hard. "She told me I was strong enough." She was right. Mia kissed me. It was a slow, deep kiss that tasted of hope. "I'm not going to pass it down, Cassio," she whispered against my lips. "The fear, the shame, it stops with me." "It stops with us," I corrected. Lorenzo walked in then, holding a stack of files. He stopped when he saw us. He saw the peace on Mia's face, the lack of tension in her shoulders. He dropped the files on the changing table and walked over, wrapping his massive arms around both of us. "Everything okay?" he asked, burying his face in Mia's neck. "Everything is perfect," Mia said, and for the first time I believed her. The ghosts were still there. Maybe they always would be, but they were fading. They were being crowded out by the boxes and the baby clothes and the overwhelming, savage amount of love we had for this woman. She was healing, and in doing so, she was healing us too. Chapter 20. Lorenzo. I was a man who dealt in contracts. In my world, a promise wasn't worth the breath used to speak it. Loyalty wasn't a feeling, it was a transaction. You signed on the dotted line, you swore an oath, and if you broke it, you paid in blood. That was the law. That was the structure that kept the chaos at bay. But looking at Mia, sitting in the passenger seat of the SUV with her hand resting on the high curve of her belly, I realized that the old laws weren't enough. We had been living as a family for 6 months. We slept in the same bed. We ate at the same table. We were raising a child together. By all accounts, we were married in everything but name. But name mattered. The law said she couldn't marry both of us. The state said bigamy was a crime. The church would call it a sin. I didn't care about the state, and I certainly didn't care about the church. I cared about binding her to us so tightly that not even God himself could pry her away. "Where are we going?" Mia asked, shifting in her seat. She was uncomfortable these days. The baby was growing fast, taking up all the space in her torso, pressing against her ribs and her bladder. She groaned when she moved, a sound that made my protective instincts flare hot and bright. "It's a surprise," Cassio said from the back seat. He leaned forward and kissed her cheek. "Stop asking questions, Turbo. You're ruining the mystery." "I hate mysteries," she grumbled. "Mysteries usually involve people shooting at us." "No shooting tonight," I promised. "Just clarity." I turned the SUV down a familiar street, the neon signs of the city reflected on the wet pavement. It had rained earlier, a summer storm that cleared the humidity but left the streets slick. Mia stiffened as she recognized the neighborhood. We were behind the Italian restaurant. "Lorenzo," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Why are we here?" "Trust me," I said. I pulled the car up to the mouth of the alley. It was the same alley, the same brick walls, the same dumpsters. But it was different. I had sent a crew down here 3 hours ago. They had scrubbed the pavement. They had power washed the brick. They had removed the trash. And they had lit candles. Hundreds of them. Pillar candles lined the path, their flames flickering in the gentle breeze, casting a warm, golden glow over the grim industrial space. It didn't look like a crime scene anymore. It looked like a cathedral built in the ruins of the underworld. Mia stared out the windshield. Her hand flew to her mouth. "Oh my God," she breathed. I put the car in park and killed the engine. I got out and walked around to her side, opening the door. Cassio was already there, helping her down. She moved slower now, careful of her balance. She stood at the entrance of the alley, looking at the path of light. "This is where we met," she whispered. "This is where I found you," I corrected. "This is where my life actually started." I offered her my arm. She took it. Cassio took her other hand. We walked her down the alley. The air smelled of wax and rain, erasing the memory of copper and gunpowder. We stopped at the exact spot where I had aimed a gun at her head. There was a small table set up there, covered in white linen. On it sat a heavy, leather-bound book, a silver dagger, and a small velvet box. Mia looked at the table, then at us. Her eyes were swimming with tears. "What is this?" "We can't give you a wedding," I said, my voice rough with emotion I usually kept locked down. "We can't walk you down an aisle in a church and have a priest bless this union. The world doesn't understand us. It never will." I looked at Cassio. He nodded, his face serious, stripped of his usual joking demeanor. "But we don't answer to the world," Cassio said. "We answer to the family. And in the family, the only thing that matters is the oath." I picked up the leather book. I opened it to the first page. It was thick parchment, heavy and expensive. Written on it, in my handwriting, was a contract. It wasn't a prenup. It wasn't a marriage license. It was a declaration of ownership and submission. "I, Lorenzo Knightley, and I, Cassio Knightley, hereby pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our souls to Mia Vance. We swear to protect her breath with our violence. We swear to shelter her heart with our bodies. We swear that she is the queen, and her word is law. Until the last star burns out." I read it to her. My voice echoed off the brick walls. Mia was crying openly now, silent tracks of tears washing down her face. She looked beautiful. The pregnancy had given her a softness, a ripeness that drove me mad. But beneath it, the steel we had forged was still there. "You wrote this?" she asked. "We lived it," I said. "Now we are writing it down." I picked up the dagger. It was sharp, the blade gleaming in the candlelight. "In our world," I said, "words are wind, blood is binding." I held my hand out over the page. I didn't hesitate. I drew the blade across my palm. A thin line of crimson welled up. I pressed my hand to the paper, leaving a bloody print next to my name. Cassio took the knife. He sliced his own palm without flinching. He pressed his hand next to mine. 2 bloody handprints, a pact sealed in the vital fluid that kept us alive. "You don't have to cut," Cassio told her quickly, seeing her eye the knife. "We bleed for you. That's the deal. You just have to sign." I handed her a heavy fountain pen. Mia looked at the book. She looked at the bloody prints. It was savage. It was primitive. It was exactly who we were. "I don't want to just sign," she whispered. She reached for the knife. "Mia, no," I said, reaching to stop her. "Yes," she said fiercely. She pulled away from my reach. "I am part of this. I am not just the prize you won. I am the partner you chose. If you bleed, I bleed." She took the dagger. Before I could stop her, she drew a quick, shallow line across her palm. She hissed at the sting, but her hand didn't shake. She pressed her palm to the paper, right between ours. Her hand was smaller, but the blood was the same color. It mingled with ours, soaking into the parchment, binding us together on a molecular level. We were mixed now, irrevocable. She picked up the pen and signed her name with a flourish. Mia Knightley. She didn't ask if she could take the name. She just took it. "There," she said, looking up at us, her eyes fierce and wet. "Now try and get rid of me." I laughed. It was a choked, ragged sound. I took the velvet box from the table. "Get rid of you?" I asked. "Mia, I am trying to chain you to me." I opened the box. Inside sat a massive yellow diamond. It wasn't subtle. It was radiant, cut into a square that caught the candlelight and threw it back in 1,000 golden sparks. It was flanked by 2 smaller white diamonds. "Yellow," I said, "for the light you brought into this dark, miserable life." Cassio pulled a second ring from his pocket. It was a band, encrusted with emeralds and diamonds, designed to fit perfectly around the solitaire. "Green," Cassio said, "for the dress that started the war, and for the envy of every man who isn't us." We slipped the rings onto her finger. They fit perfectly. They looked heavy, expensive, and permanent. Mia stared at her hand. She touched the stones, her bloody palm staining the white gold. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you both so much it hurts." "We know," I said. I pulled her into my arms, mindful of her belly. Cassio wrapped his arms around both of us from behind. We stood there in the alleyway, a 3-person knot of love and violence. "I have one more thing," I murmured into her hair. "Lorenzo," she groaned. "My heart can't take any more. This isn't for your heart. It's for your peace." I pulled a folded document from my inside jacket pocket. I handed it to her. She unfolded it with her clean hand. She squinted in the candlelight to read it. "A deed?" she asked. "It's an island," I said. "Off the coast of Greece. It's private, unmapped. No one can get there unless I fly them there." She looked up at me, her mouth dropping open. "You bought me an island?" "I bought us a sanctuary," I corrected. "When this baby comes, when the world gets too loud, when the threats get too close, we go there. It has a villa. It has a beach. It has a high-tech security system that could stop a missile." I touched her cheek. "You spent your whole life looking for a safe place to hide, Mia. I bought you one where you never have to hide. You can just be." She started to cry again, sobbing this time. Great, heaving breaths that shook her whole body. "Thank you," she choked out. "Thank you for seeing me." "I see you," I promised. "I see the girl in the raincoat. I see the woman with the gun. I see the mother of my child. I see it all. And I love every version." Cassio kissed her neck. "Happy wedding day, Mrs. Knightley." "Mrs. Knightley's," she corrected with a wet laugh. I looked around the alley. It was just brick and concrete and trash cans hidden in the shadows. But to me it was holy ground. This was where mercy had met desperate need. This was where 3 broken pieces had found each other in the dark. I looked at my wife. I looked at my brother. "Let's go home," I said. "I believe we have a contract to consummate." Mia smirked, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, leaving a streak of blood on her cheek that looked like war paint. "You better have stamina," she warned, "because I'm pregnant, not dead, and I have a lot of celebrating to do." I grinned. "I think we can handle you." "We'll see," she said. And as we walked out of the alley, leaving the candles burning behind us like a vigil for the people we used to be, I knew she was right. We would spend the rest of our lives trying to handle her, and I wouldn't want it any other way.
Chapter 21. Mia. I felt like a balloon that had been overfilled, the skin stretched so tight it hummed with tension, waiting for the inevitable pop. I was 7 months pregnant. My ankles had disappeared weeks ago, replaced by swollen stumps that throbbed if I stood for more than 10 minutes. My back ached with a constant, dull rhythm, but it was the pressure in my head that scared me. It wasn't a normal headache. It was a vice, tightening slowly, day by day behind my eyes. Bed rest, Dr. Rossi said. He wasn't smiling today. He was looking at the blood pressure monitor with a crease between his brows that made my stomach drop. Strict bed rest, Mia, and not here. I sat on the edge of the examination table in the penthouse's medical wing, clutching the paper gown to my chest. What do you mean, not here? We have everything here. Your pressure is 160/100, Dr. Rossi said, his voice grave. You have protein in your urine. The swelling is systemic. This is preeclampsia, Mia. It can turn into eclampsia, seizures in a heartbeat. If that happens, minutes matter. The time it takes to get you from the penthouse to a surgical suite could cost you the baby. Or your life. The air left the room. Lorenzo was standing by the door, his arms crossed. He had gone perfectly still, his statue mode activated. It was his defense mechanism. When he was terrified, he turned to stone. Cassio was pacing. He stopped mid-step, turning on the doctor. So we move her, Cassio said. Where? The private clinic on the north side, Dr. Rossi said. The one your family funds. It has a NICU. It has an OR on standby 24/7. She needs to be monitored constantly until this baby comes. No, I whispered. The words scraped out of my throat. I hated hospitals. I hated the smell of antiseptic and floor wax. I hated the beep of the machines. Hospitals were where my mother died. I remembered sitting in the plastic chair next to her bed, listening to the heart monitor slow down, while Vance stood in the hallway arguing with the nurse about the bill. I remembered the feeling of helplessness, of being small and useless while the only person who loved me faded away into the sterile white light. I can't go to a hospital, I said, my voice rising, bordering on panic. I can't be trapped there. Please, Lorenzo, don't make me go. Lorenzo moved. He crossed the room in 2 strides and stood between my legs, his hands gripping my thighs. He looked down at me, his gray eyes dark with a fear he refused to voice. Mia, he said, look at me. I can't, I choked out, tears burning my eyes. It smells like death. I can't do it. It does not smell like death, he said firmly. It smells like safety. It smells like the best doctor's money can buy. He leaned his forehead against mine. I know what you are thinking, he whispered. You are thinking about your mother. You are thinking about being alone in that room. I nodded, a tear slipping loose. You will never be alone, he vowed. Not for 1 second. Cassio and I are coming with you. We aren't just dropping you off. We are moving in. I sniffled. You can't move into a hospital. You have an empire to run. Cassio stepped up beside us. He took my hand, squeezing it hard. The empire can wait, Cassio said, or the empire can come to us. We own the building, Mia. We'll take the whole damn floor if we have to, but we aren't leaving you. He kissed my knuckles. Please, Turbo, Cassio whispered. For the baby, for us. Let us keep you safe. I looked at them. My 2 warriors. They looked ready to fight God himself to keep me breathing. I took a shaky breath. I put my hand on my stomach, feeling the baby kick against my ribs. It was a strong, demanding kick. A nightly kick. Okay, I whispered. Okay. They weren't kidding about taking the floor. The Nightly Family Clinic wasn't a normal hospital. It was a fortress disguised as a luxury hotel. We took the private elevator to the top floor, which had been cleared of all other patients. My room was a suite. It had mahogany walls, plush carpets, and a view of Lake Michigan that went on for miles. But in the center of it all was a hospital bed, surrounded by monitors and IV stands. The reality of it hit me hard. I changed into the silk pajamas Lorenzo had packed for me and climbed into the bed. A nurse came in immediately to hook me up. The IV in my hand, the blood pressure cuff on my arm, the fetal monitor strapped around my belly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the baby's heartbeat filled the room. It was fast, a galloping horse. "He sounds strong," the nurse said, smiling kindly. "He is," I said. "He's stubborn." "Like his father's," Cassio said from the corner. They made good on their promise. They moved their office into my suite. Within an hour, the sitting area was transformed. Laptops were set up on the coffee tables. Maps were taped to the walls, though Lorenzo used painter's tape so he wouldn't damage the finish. Bodyguards were stationed at the elevators and the stairwells. It was chaotic, but it was comforting. Lorenzo sat in a leather armchair, reviewing contracts, his phone pressed to his ear. Every few minutes, his eyes would flick to the monitor above my bed, checking my numbers, checking me. Cassio sat on the edge of my bed. He had brought a stack of books. "I'm going to read to you," he announced. "Dr. Rossi said you need to keep your stress down. My voice is very soothing, like a purring jaguar." I laughed, but it came out as a wheeze. "What are you reading? The Art of War?" "No," he said, holding up a copy of The Hobbit. "I figured the kid needs some culture. Plus, it's about a short person who goes on an adventure and steals gold. It's relatable." He started to read. "For 3 days, this was our life. The rhythm of the hospital merged with the rhythm of the Mafia. I slept. I ate the bland, low-sodium food they brought me, and I listened to Cassio read about dragons while Lorenzo ordered hits and negotiated truces in a low murmur from the corner. It should have been terrible. I was trapped in a bed, my body failing me, hooked up to machines. But I felt loved. Every time I woke up in the middle of the night, one of them was there. Lorenzo would be holding my hand, sleeping in the chair. Cassio would be curled up at the foot of the bed, like a loyal guard dog. They bathed me with warm cloths when I felt too gross to move. They rubbed lotion into my swollen feet. They argued over who got to pick the movie we watched on the flat screen. They made the hospital feel like a home. But the pressure in my head wouldn't go away. It was a constant low-grade throb, living at the base of my skull. Dr. Rossi came in every 4 hours. He upped my medication. He frowned at the charts. He whispered to Lorenzo in the hallway. I tried to ignore it. I tried to focus on the baby kicking. I tried to focus on the future. The island Lorenzo had bought us, the nursery we had built. But my body knew. It was the 3rd night. Or maybe the 4th. Time was getting blurry. I woke up because of the pain. It wasn't the dull ache anymore. It was a spike. A railroad spike driven straight into my right temple. I gasped, my hands flying to my head. The room was dark, lit only by the green glow of the heart monitor and the city lights outside. "Mia?" Lorenzo was there instantly. He had been sleeping in the chair, but he woke up like a soldier, fully alert in a second. "My head," I whimpered. "Lorenzo, my head." He leaned over me, hitting the button for the light. "What kind of pain? Is it worse?" I opened my eyes to look at him, and I screamed. Because I couldn't see him. Well, I could see him, but he was fractured. A bright, jagged zigzag of light was flashing across my vision, tearing the world in half. It was like looking through a broken kaleidoscope. "I can't see!" I cried out, panic seizing my chest. "There are spots, bright spots. Lorenzo, I can't see your face." "Cassio!" Lorenzo shouted. He didn't turn away from me. He grabbed my face in his hands. "Cassio, wake up!" Cassio bolted upright from the cot in the corner. "What? What's happening?" "Get Rossi," Lorenzo barked. "Now!" Cassio scrambled for the door, sprinting down the hall in his boxers. I was hyperventilating. The pain in my head was blinding, nauseating. And suddenly, a new pain joined it. A sharp, crushing band of pressure right under my ribs, like a belt being pulled too tight. My chest! I gasped, clutching at my stomach. It hurts. It hurts so bad. The monitors started to scream. Beep, 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 beep. My heart rate was spiking. The blood pressure alarm was wailing a high, steady tone that drilled into my brain. Lorenzo looked at the screen. His face went gray. 190/120, he read. He looked back at me. I had never seen him look terrified before. I had seen him angry, possessive, cold. But I had never seen true fear in his eyes. Stay with me, he commanded, his voice shaking. Mia, stay with me, look at me. I'm trying, I sobbed. It hurts. Make it stop. The door burst open. Dr. Rossi ran in, followed by 3 nurses and Cassio. Rossi took one look at the monitor, then at me. She's seizing, Rossi yelled. Get the magnesium! Prep the OR! We have to go now! Seizing? Cassio asked, rushing to the other side of the bed. He grabbed my hand. She's awake. She's talking. She's about to stroke out, Rossi said, not sugarcoating it. He was moving fast, unlocking the wheels of the bed. The pressure is too high. The placenta is detaching. We have to get the baby out immediately or we lose them both. No, I whispered. It's too early. He's too small. He has a better chance out here than in there right now, Rossi said grimly. The world started to tilt. The bed was moving. They were running. Lorenzo and Cassio were running alongside me. They were holding onto the rails of the bed, their knuckles white. We're here, Cassio was saying, his voice cracking. We're right here, Mia. Just breathe. Lorenzo, I gasped, reaching out blindly. I couldn't see him through the flashing lights in my eyes. Lorenzo! I've got you. His voice was in my ear, rough and desperate. I've got you, Queen. I'm not letting go. We burst through a set of double doors. The lights overhead were blindingly bright, flashing past like strobe lights. Surgery. My worst nightmare. Being cut open, being helpless, being like my mother. Don't let me die, I begged them. Please, I want to see him. I want to see our baby. You are going to see him, Lorenzo swore. You are going to live, Mia. That is an order. We hit the doors of the operating room. A nurse stepped in front of the brothers. You can't go in, sterile field. Like hell I can't, Cassio snarled. Let them go, Rossi shouted over his shoulder. I need them to keep her calm until the anesthesia hits. If her pressure goes any higher, she bleeds out in her brain. They pushed us into the cold, bright room. They transferred me to the narrow operating table. It was hard and cold. People in masks swarmed me. They were sticking needles in my IV, putting a mask over my face. Lorenzo was on my left. Cassio was on my right. Lorenzo leaned down. He kissed my forehead. His lips were trembling. You fight, he whispered. You fight, Mia. Do not leave me in this world without you. Cassio kissed my hand. I love you, he choked out. I love you so much. We'll be right here when you wake up. The mask hissed. A sweet, chemical smell filled my nose. The pain in my head started to recede, replaced by a heavy, black weight. The flashing lights faded. The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was Lorenzo's gray eyes, filled with tears, watching me fade away. And then there was nothing.
Chapter 22. Cassio. The doors swung shut, cutting off the view of the operating table, and for the first time in my life, I knew what it felt like to be completely, utterly powerless. I stood there, staring at the brushed steel and the sterile area, no admittance sign. My hands were pressed flat against the metal, as if I could push through it by sheer force of will, as if I could reach into that room and hold her soul inside her body with my bare hands. Cassio, Lorenzo's voice was behind me. It wasn't the voice of the dawn. It wasn't the voice of the brother who had raised me in the gutters of Chicago. It was the voice of a ghost. I turned around. Lorenzo was standing in the middle of the hallway. He looked like he had aged 20 years in 20 minutes. His suit was rumpled, his tie gone, his shirt stained with the sweat of our sprint from the room. He was staring at the floor, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, shaking. I walked over to him. I didn't say a word. I just grabbed his shoulder and pulled him toward the row of uncomfortable plastic chairs lining the wall. He resisted for a second, rigid as a board, and then he collapsed. He fell into the chair, burying his face in his hands. "She looked at me," Lorenzo whispered. His voice was muffled, thick with a horror he couldn't swallow. "Right before the mask went on, she looked at me, Cassio, and her eyes. The light was going out. 'She's fighting,' I said. My voice sounded hollow, like it was coming from someone else. 'You told her to fight. She listens to you. She always listens to you.' 'What if she can't?' he asked. He looked up, and his gray eyes were swimming. 'What if she's too tired? We pushed her. We pushed her too hard.' 'Stop,' I snapped. I sat down next to him, leaning forward, elbows on my knees. 'Do not go there. Do not write her obituary while she is still breathing in the next room.' But I was thinking it too. I was thinking about the blood pressure monitor screaming. I was thinking about the way her hand had gone limp in mine just before the anesthesia took her under. I closed my eyes and tried to pray. I didn't know how. I hadn't stepped foot in a church since our parents' funeral, and even then, I had spent the service planning how to kill the men responsible. I didn't believe in a benevolent God. I believed in cause and effect. I believed in bullets and leverage. But right now, sitting in this antiseptic hallway that smelled of floor wax and terror, I was willing to make a deal with anyone. God, the devil, fate. Take everything. I bargained silently. Take the money, take the territory, take the warehouse and the island and the cars, take my life. Just let her keep hers. Time stopped. It didn't tick by. It hung suspended, heavy and suffocating. I stared at the clock on the wall. The second hand was moving, but it felt like a lie. 5 minutes. 10. 20. Every time a nurse walked past, my heart stopped. Every time a door opened down the hall, Lorenzo flinched. We were the kings of Chicago. We owned judges. We owned the streets. We had killed men for looking at us wrong. And right now, we were nothing. We were just two scared boys waiting in a hallway, realizing that the only thing that mattered was on the other side of a door we couldn't open. "If she dies," Lorenzo said into the silence. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. "I know," I said. "If she died, we died. It was that simple. We wouldn't put a gun in our mouths. That was the coward's way out. But we would cease to exist. We would become the monsters everyone thought we were. We would burn the city down until someone finally put us down like rabid dogs. We had survived losing our parents because we had each other. But we wouldn't survive losing her. She was the air in the room. She was the reason we woke up. Without her, we were just violence looking for a target." 40 minutes, Lorenzo muttered, checking his watch for the 100th time. "It shouldn't take this long. A C-section takes 20 minutes. Why is it taking so long?" "Complications," I whispered, the word tasting like ash. "Rossi said complications." Lorenzo stood up. He started pacing. 4 steps one way, turn, 4 steps back, turn. He was wearing a groove in the linoleum. I watched him, feeling a dull, throbbing ache in my chest. I wanted to scream. I wanted to punch the wall until my knuckles shattered. Then, we heard it. It was faint at first, muffled by the heavy doors and the hum of the ventilation system. A cry, thin, high-pitched, angry. Lorenzo froze mid-step. I shot out of my chair. We looked at the doors. A moment later, the double doors pushed open. A nurse walked out. She wasn't running. That was good. Running was bad. She was holding a bundle wrapped in a generic hospital blanket. A tiny, striped hat was perched on a head that looked impossibly small. The nurse spotted us and walked over. She looked tired, but she was smiling. "Congratulations, Dads," she said softly. Lorenzo didn't move. He stared at the bundle like it was a bomb. I stepped forward. My legs felt weak. I looked down. A face. Tiny. Red. Scrunching up in indignation. It was a boy. He was small, premature, but not dangerously so. He had dark fuzz on his head and a set of lungs that promised he was going to be a handful. "He's okay?" I asked, my voice cracking. He's whole. "He is perfect," the nurse said. 4 pounds, 8 ounces, a small but mighty. His APGAR scores are excellent considering the circumstances. She held him out. I reached for him. My hands, usually so steady with a knife or a gun, were trembling violently. "I can't," I whispered. "I'll drop him. I'm shaking." "You won't drop him," the nurse said firmly. "You're his father. Take him." I took him. He was almost weightless. He fit in the crook of my arm with room to spare. He felt warm. He smelled like soap and newness. He opened his eyes. They were unfocused, dark blue, blinking against the harsh hallway lights. He let out a little squeak and waved a tiny fist in the air. I looked at his hand. His fingers were microscopic. Perfect fingernails, perfect knuckles. I started to cry. I didn't sob. The tears just started falling, hot and fast, tracking through the grime and sweat on my face. "Lorenzo," I choked out. Look at him." Lorenzo stepped closer. He looked down at the baby in my arms. He reached out a finger, hesitant, terrified. He touched the baby's cheek. The skin was impossibly soft. The baby turned his head, rooting against Lorenzo's finger. Lorenzo let out a breath that sounded like a dying man gasping for air. "He's alive," Lorenzo whispered. "He's alive," I confirmed. "Where is she?" Lorenzo asked, his eyes snapping up to the nurse. The wonder vanished, replaced by the razor-sharp edge of panic. "Why isn't she with him? Why did you bring him out and not her?" The nurse's smile faltered. She looked back at the doors. "Dr. Rossi is still with her," she said carefully. He will be out in a moment to update you." "Update us?" Lorenzo snarled. "What does that mean? Is she okay or not?" "Sir, please. Let me take the baby to the NICU. He needs to be monitored. He needs heat." I didn't want to let him go. Holding him felt like holding a piece of Mia, but he was shivering. "Take him," I said, handing him back to the nurse. "Keep him safe. If anything happens to him, I will guard him with my life," she promised. She hurried away down the hall toward the elevator. We were alone again. The silence was worse this time. We had seen the life, but we were still waiting on the death. Lorenzo went to the door. He pressed his face against the small rectangular window. "I can't see anything," he said, his voice tight. "Just people moving. Too many people. Too much blood on the floor." I walked up behind him. I put my hand on his back. I could feel the tension in his muscles, vibrating like a live wire. "She's strong," I said. "She killed a hitman. She survived Vance. She isn't going to let preeclampsia take her out." This isn't a fight she can punch her way out of, Lorenzo said. He turned to me, his eyes bleak. This is biology, Cassio. It's numbers, blood volume, pressure. We can't shoot it. We can't bribe it. We waited. 10 minutes. 15. I felt like I was aging in reverse, becoming a scared child again, waiting for news I couldn't handle. Finally, the doors opened again. Dr. Rossi stepped out. He looked like he had been in a war. His surgical scrubs were stained dark red down the front. His cap was askew. He pulled his mask down, revealing a face gray with exhaustion. Lorenzo lunged at him. He grabbed Rossi by the front of his scrubs and slammed him against the wall. "Talk!" Lorenzo roared. "Lorenzo!" I shouted, grabbing my brother's arm. "Let him speak!" Lorenzo didn't let go, but he loosened his grip. He was breathing, hard, his chest heaving. Dr. Rossi didn't look scared. He looked sad. My heart stopped. "Lorenzo," Rossi said calmly, "let me go." Lorenzo dropped his hands. He stepped back, looking like he was about to collapse. "Tell me," Lorenzo whispered. "Just tell me she's gone so I can end it." Rossi shook his head. "She isn't gone." I let out a sob. My knees actually gave out, and I hit the floor. I didn't care. I sat on the cold linoleum and put my head between my knees, trying not to pass out. "It was close," Rossi said, his voice grave. "Too close. The placenta detached prematurely. She hemorrhaged. We had trouble stopping the bleeding. Her pressure bottomed out twice on the table." He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. "But we stopped it. We got the bleeding under control. We had to give her 4 units of blood, and she is going to be weak for a long time. But she is stable." "Stable," Lorenzo repeated. He sounded like he didn't understand the word. "She is in the recovery room," Rossi said. "She is still under anesthesia, but she should be waking up soon. You can see her." Lorenzo nodded. He looked at me. I stood up. My legs were shaky, like I had just run a marathon. "Go," Rossi said. We pushed past him. We went through the doors, down a short, sterile hallway, and into the recovery room. It was quiet in there. Just the rhythmic beep, beep, beep of the heart monitor and the whoosh of a ventilator. She was lying in the center of the room. She looked small, so small. The mound of her belly was gone, leaving her looking deflated and frail beneath the thin hospital sheet. Her skin was the color of alabaster, almost translucent. There were dark circles under her eyes. A tube was taped to her hand, pumping fluids into her vein. But the line on the monitor was green and steady. I walked to the side of the bed. I reached out and touched her hand. It was cold, but it was alive. I broke. I buried my face in the mattress next to her hip and I wept. I cried for the fear. I cried for the baby I had held for 10 seconds. I cried because I loved her so much it felt like a wound in my chest that would never heal. "Mia," I sobbed. "Mia, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." I felt a hand on my back. Lorenzo. He stood on the other side of the bed. He wasn't crying. He was staring at her face with an intensity that was terrifying. He looked like he was memorizing her. He looked like a man who had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had blinked first. He reached out and brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. "You stayed," he whispered to her unconscious form. "You stayed." He leaned down and kissed her forehead. He held the kiss there for a long time, breathing her in. When he pulled back, he looked at me. His eyes were clear. The panic was gone, replaced by a cold, iron resolve. "We almost lost her, Cassio," he said. "I know. Because we weren't careful enough. Because we let the stress get to her. Because we didn't protect her from her own body. We did everything we could, I argued weakly. It wasn't enough, Lorenzo said. It is never enough. He took her hand, interlacing his fingers with hers. From this moment on, he vowed, his voice low and dangerous in the quiet room. She doesn't lift a finger. She doesn't worry. She doesn't stress. She is the queen, Cassio. And we have been treating her like a partner. He looked at me. Partners carry weight, he said. Queens are carried. I looked at Mia. I looked at the pale curve of her cheek and the IV in her arm. I thought about the baby in the NICU, tiny and fighting. You're right, I said. I wiped my face, drying the tears. We spoil her. We ruin her for anyone else. We make her life so soft, she forgets what a sharp edge feels like. Yes, Lorenzo said. He pulled a chair up to the bed. He sat down, not letting go of her hand. We wait, he said. We wait for her to come back to us. I pulled up a chair on the other side. I took her other hand. We sat there, flanking her like gargoyles, like guardians at the gate of the underworld. We watched the monitor. We watched her chest rise and fall, and we made a silent pact in the dark. The world could burn. The empire could crumble. The Russians could come back from the dead. It didn't matter, because the only thing that mattered was in this bed. And we were never, ever letting her go again. Chapter 23. Lorenzo. I watched the rise and fall of her chest, like it was the only clock that mattered. In, out, in, out. It was a rhythm more soothing than the ocean, more vital than the beat of my own heart. Mia was sleeping. It was a deep, chemically induced sleep, heavy with exhaustion and pain medication. She looked pale against the white hospital sheets, her skin almost translucent. There were dark smudges of fatigue under her eyes, and her lips were dry. She looked wrecked, and she was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I sat in the uncomfortable chair beside her bed, my hand covering hers. I hadn't moved in 4 hours. My muscles were cramping, my back screamed in protest, and my eyes burned from the harsh fluorescent lighting of the private suite. But I couldn't leave. If I let go, she might slip away. That was the irrational, terrified thought looping in my brain. I was the tether. I was the anchor. The door creaked open. I didn't turn. I knew the footsteps. Cassio walked in. He looked as bad as I felt. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair a disaster, and he was carrying 2 cups of coffee that smelled like burnt mud. Drink, Cassio whispered, setting a cup on the bedside table. You look like a corpse, Enzo. I'm fine, I rasped. My voice sounded like I had swallowed broken glass. You're not fine. None of us are fine. Cassio pulled up a second chair on the other side of the bed. He sat down heavily, resting his elbows on his knees. How is she? Stable. Her pressure is down. The bleeding stopped. We sat in silence for a moment, just breathing the same air she was breathing. Then Mia stirred. It was a small movement, a twitch of her fingers beneath mine, a furrowing of her brow. I leaned forward instantly. Mia? Her eyelids fluttered. She let out a small, pained groan. I'm here, I said, squeezing her hand. I'm right here. Cassio is here. She opened her eyes. They were hazy, unfocused, the green dulled by drugs. She blinked, trying to clear her vision. She looked at the ceiling, then at the IV pole, and finally, she turned her head to look at me. Lorenzo, she croaked. Hi, Cara, I whispered. I reached for the cup of water with the straw and held it to her lips. Drink. Slow. She took a sip, then coughed weakly. The baby? Her first thought? Not her pain, not her fear, her son. He's perfect, Cassio said from the other side. He reached out and stroked her hair. He's a fighter, Mia, just like his mom. Is he okay? She asked, her eyes filling with tears. He was so early. He's small, I said. But he's strong. He's off the oxygen. He's breathing on his own. The nurses are calling him the Little Don because he screams at anyone who takes too long with his bottle. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. Can I see him? I'll get him, Cassio said. He stood up, energy returning to his frame now that she was awake. I'll go wrestle him away from the nurses. He left the room. I was alone with her. I looked at her. I wanted to climb into that bed and wrap myself around her, but I was terrified of hurting her. She had been cut open. She had bled out on a table while I watched through a window, helpless. Does it hurt? I asked. She shifted, wincing as her abdominal muscles contracted. Yeah, it feels like I've been cut in half. You have been, I said grimly. She looked down at the sheet covering her midsection. Her hand moved to her stomach, hovering over the spot where the bump used to be. It was flatter now, soft and empty. Her face crumpled. Hey, I said, leaning in. What is it? What's wrong? It's gone, she whispered. He's not in there anymore. And I'm a mess, Lorenzo. Look at me. I am looking at you. No, you're looking at the patient. You're looking at the problem. She turned her face away into the pillow. I failed. My body failed. I couldn't keep him safe inside. I almost died. I almost killed him. Stop, I ordered. It was sharp, the tone of the dawn, and it made her look back at me. Do not say that. You didn't fail. You survived a war, Mia. That's what this was. The door opened again. Cassio walked in. He was walking carefully, cradling a clear plastic bassinet on wheels. Special delivery, he announced softly. He pushed the bassinet right up to the side of the bed. Mia gasped. She tried to sit up, groaning in pain. I stood up and adjusted the bed, raising the back so she could see without using her core. Inside the plastic tub, wrapped in a white blanket with blue stripes, was our son. He was tiny. His face was red and wrinkled, his fists clenched tight. He had a full head of dark hair, black as pitch, sticking up in every direction. Oh, Mia breathed. The sound was pure reverence. Oh my God. Matteo, I said. We named him Matteo, gift of God. Matteo, she repeated, testing the name. Leo. Leo works, Cassio said, grinning. Can I hold him? She asked, looking at me like I was the gatekeeper. Of course. I reached into the bassinet. My hands felt massive and clumsy next to the baby. I slid one hand under his head and neck, the other under his bottom. He weighed nothing, less than nothing. A bag of sugar. I lifted him out. He squirmed, letting out a little squeak, but he didn't cry. I lowered him gently into Mia's arms. She adjusted her hold instinctively, tucking him into the crook of her elbow. She lowered her face to his, inhaling his scent. He's so small, she whispered, tears tracking down her cheeks again. I'm sorry, Leo. I'm so sorry I couldn't keep you safe longer. He looks pretty safe to me, Cassio said, leaning over the bed to touch the baby's hand. Leo's tiny fingers curled around Cassio's index finger, holding on tight. We watched them, the mother and the child. It was a tableau that belonged in a church, painted on a ceiling. But then Leo shifted. He kicked his legs, his heel catching Mia right on her lower abdomen. Mia hissed, her face going white. She flinched, her hand flying to protect the incision site beneath the blanket. Careful, I said. reaching out to steady the baby. "Let me take him. You're in pain." "No," she said fiercely. "I'm fine. The stitches." She looked down at her stomach. She plucked at the hospital gown, trying to adjust it, and the fabric slipped. For a second, the bandage was visible. It was a thick pad of gauze taped low on her belly, right above the hairline. A small spot of blood had seeped through the white material. Mia saw it. She saw the blood. She saw the reality of what had happened to her. She recoiled. "I'm disgusting," she whispered. The self-loathing in her voice was a physical blow. It was the voice of the girl in the alley, the girl who thought she was a waste of space. "Look at it. It's hideous. I'm going to have a scar. A huge, ugly scar right across my stomach." She tried to pull the blanket up, to hide herself from us, to hide the evidence of her trauma. "It's going to be ruined," she cried softly, looking at Leo but speaking to the demons in her head. "My stomach was already too much, and now it's going to be scarred and flabby and broken." Cassio looked at me. His eyes were pained. He didn't know what to do with this specific kind of hurt. But I did. I reached out and took Leo from her arms. She protested weakly, but I was firm. I handed the baby to Cassio. "Take him for a minute," I said. Cassio took his son, holding him against his chest, and stepped back. I turned back to Mia. "Show me," I said. She shook her head, clutching the sheet to her chest. "No, you don't want to see it. It's gross. It's stapled, Lorenzo. Like Frankenstein." "Show me," I repeated. My voice wasn't asking. I sat on the edge of the bed. I put my hands over hers, where she was gripping the sheet. I didn't force them away. I just waited. I poured every ounce of my will, every ounce of my obsession with her, into my gaze. "Mia," I said, "there is nothing about you that could ever disgust me." She searched my eyes. She was looking for the lie. She was looking for the flicker of revulsion she expected from men. Slowly, her fingers loosened. I pulled the sheet down. I pulled the hem of the hospital gown up. Her stomach was soft, still swollen from the pregnancy. It was pale, marked with the silver lines of stretch marks that mapped out the growth of our son. And low down, cutting across the skin like a violent horizon, was the bandage. The tape was red and angry against her skin. The blood spot was bright. It wasn't pretty. It was a wound. It was a trauma. I looked at it. I didn't see damage. I didn't see ruin. I reached out. My hand hovered over the bandage. I traced the air above the line of the incision with my index finger, following the path the surgeon's knife had taken. "You think this is ugly?" I asked quietly. "Yes," she whispered, squeezing her eyes shut. "It's a jagged line. It's a flaw. Open your eyes." She did. I looked at her, then back at the scar. "This isn't a flaw, Mia," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "This is a door." She blinked. "What?" "This," I said, touching the skin just above the bandage, "is the door my son walked through to get into this world. This is the threshold of life." I leaned down. I ignored the smell of iodine and hospital soap. I pressed my lips to her skin, right above the incision. I felt her stomach muscles spasm in surprise. "It is violence," I murmured against her skin. "It is blood and pain and tearing. It is exactly the kind of mark a queen should have." I kissed the stretch marks. "These are the maps," I said. "Maps of where he grew. Evidence that you expanded to hold him." I looked up at her. Her face was flushed, her eyes wide and stunned. "I have scars," I told her. I have a bullet hole in my shoulder. I have a knife wound on my thigh. You have touched them. You have kissed them. Did you think they were ugly? No, she said breathlessly. They prove you survived. Exactly, I said. And this? This proves you created. I ran my hand over her hip, gripping the softness there. I am going to worship this scar, I vowed. When it heals, I am going to kiss it every night. I am going to trace it with my tongue. I am going to remind you that this is the most expensive thing you own, because it cost you blood. Cassio stepped forward, shifting Leo to one arm so he could reach out and touch Mia's hand. He's right, Turbo, Cassio said, his voice husky. It's the sexiest thing I've ever seen. It's proof. Proof of what? She asked, a tear slipping down her cheek. Proof that we won, Cassio said. He held up the baby. Leo was sleeping, his tiny mouth open, blissfully unaware of the storm of emotions in the room. Look at him, Cassio said. He's here. We're here. Vance is gone. The Russians are gone. The fear is gone. Mia looked at the baby. Then she looked down at her stomach. She touched the bandage tentatively, her fingers trembling. She didn't recoil this time. She traced the line, just as I had. A door, she whispered. A door, I confirmed. She looked at me. The shame that had been clouding her eyes for months. The shame that Vance had beaten into her. The shame that told her she was broken and wrong. It cracked. It didn't disappear completely. Scars on the soul take longer to heal than scars on the skin. But the light came through the cracks. I made him, she said, wonder entering her voice. My body made him. Your body is a miracle, I said. I pulled her gown down, covering her, but I kept my hand on her stomach, claiming the wound as mine. Rest now, I said. You have work to do. What work? Healing, I said. So we can take you home. So we can start our life. She nodded. She looked exhausted, her eyelids drooping. Will you stay? She asked. Always, I said. Forever, Cassio added. I took the chair again. Cassio sat on the edge of the bed with Leo. Mia closed her eyes. Her breathing evened out. I watched her. I watched the rise and fall of her chest. I watched the way her hand rested protectively over her new scar, even in sleep. She finally believed me. She finally believed that she was beautiful. And as I sat there in the quiet hospital room, listening to the soft sounds of my son and the steady breathing of my wife, I knew that the scar wasn't just a door for Matteo. It was a door for me, too. A door out of the cold, gray life I had lived for so long, and into the sun.
Chapter 24. Mia. The penthouse looked like a Toys R Us had exploded inside an armory. I stood in the center of the living room, holding a dirty burp cloth in one hand and a bottle of formula in the other, surveying the wreckage of our life. It was chaos. Beautiful, expensive, terrifying chaos. A bouncy chair that vibrated and played Mozart was sitting on the Persian rug, right next to a stack of dossiers labeled Top Secret, Cartel Negotiations. A pile of colorful, crinkly stuffed animals was heaped on the coffee table, half burying a gleaming black handgun that Lorenzo had left there after cleaning it. Matteo was 3 months old, and he had already conquered the Chicago underworld. Or at least, the leaders of it. I stepped over a tummy-time mat shaped like a giant avocado and headed for the bedroom. It was my first 10 minutes of freedom all day. Cassio had taken Matteo for man time, which usually involved walking around the apartment explaining the security system to an infant who was more interested in drooling than tactical defense. Lorenzo was in the kitchen, allegedly making dinner, though I mostly heard cursing and pans banging. I entered the master bedroom. It was the only room that was mostly baby-free. a sanctuary of gray silk and adult things. I walked into the massive walk-in closet. It was filled with the custom clothes Isabella had designed for me. Gowns, silk blouses, trousers that fit my curves perfectly. But in the back corner, shoved behind a row of winter coats, was a plastic bin. The before box. I pulled it out. My heart gave a little traitorous thump of anxiety. Inside were my old clothes, the jeans I used to wear when I was starving myself to keep the grocery bill down, the shirts that were 2 sizes too big because I wanted to hide. I pulled out a pair of denim jeans. They were stiff, cheap denim, size 10. I looked at them. Then I looked at myself in the full-length mirror. My body had changed. Before Mateo, I was soft. Now I was lush. My hips were wider, permanently shifted to let him into the world. My stomach, which used to be just a source of shame, was softer, marked by the silver map of stretch marks and the angry red line of the C-section scar that Lorenzo kissed every night like it was a religious relic. My breasts were heavier, fuller. I stripped off my leggings and nursing tank. I stepped into the jeans. They went up my calves fine. They got over my knees. They stopped at my thighs. I tugged. I wiggled. I did the little hop that every woman knows. I got them up to my hips, but that was the end of the line. The button and the buttonhole were in different time zones. I stood there half naked, staring at the gap in the denim. The old voice. The one that sounded like Vance. The one that sounded like society. The one that sounded like my own fear, whispered in my ear. Look at you. You let yourself go. You're huge, disgusting. They are going to leave you for someone who can zip her pants. Tears pricked my eyes. It was a reflex. The shame was a groove worn deep in my brain, easy to slip back into. I looked at my stomach in the mirror. I grabbed the soft flesh that spilled over the waistband. Failure, the voice hissed. Then I heard a sound from the living room. A laugh. It was a deep, belly laugh. Mateo. He had just learned how to do it last week, and it was the best sound in the universe. It was followed by Cassio's delighted whoop. Enzo! He laughed at the tax evasion joke. He's a genius. I looked back at the mirror. I looked at the scar. The door. I thought about the night my blood pressure spiked. I thought about the fear in Lorenzo's eyes. I thought about the way my body had built a human being from scratch. Fingernails, eyelashes, a heart that beat on its own. I looked at the jeans. They were stiff, uncomfortable. They dug into my skin. They were from a time when I was hungry, scared, and alone. Why was I trying to fit back into a life that didn't fit me anymore? Why was I trying to shrink when I had spent the last year learning how to take up space? No, I said to the empty room. Not today. I peeled the jeans off. It was a struggle, but I got them down. I kicked them away. I didn't stop there. I grabbed the plastic bin. I dragged it out of the closet and dumped it into the trash bag I kept for donations. The jeans, the baggy shirts, the shame. I threw it all away. I walked over to the section of the closet Lorenzo had filled. I ran my hand over the fabrics, silk, cashmere, velvet. I pulled out a robe. It was emerald green silk, floor length, trimmed with black lace. It cost more than Vance's car. It was dramatic. It was excessive. It was something a queen would wear. I put it on. The silk slid over my skin like water. It wrapped around my curves, highlighting my waist, skimming over my hips. I tied the belt loosely. The neckline plunged, showing off the cleavage that drove Cassio insane. I looked in the mirror again. I didn't see a fat girl who couldn't zip her pants. I saw a woman who was loved. I saw a mother. I saw a survivor. I smiled. It was a real smile, reaching my eyes. I walked out of the bedroom. I felt the silk swish around my legs. I felt powerful. I walked into the open concept living area. The scene that greeted me made my heart squeeze so hard it actually hurt. Lorenzo was at the stove. He was wearing an apron over his dress shirt and suit trousers, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He was stirring a pot of sauce with the intense concentration he usually reserved for interrogating rivals. He smelled like garlic and expensive cologne. Cassio was on the floor on the playmat. He was on his back, holding Matteo up in the air like Simba. Matteo was drooling, kicking his chubby legs and making happy screeching noises. "Who's the toughest guy in Chicago?" Cassio cooed. "Is it you?" "Yes, it is. You have a double chin just like Winston Churchill. It commands respect." "Stop telling our son he looks like Churchill," Lorenzo grumbled without turning around. "He looks like me." "He has my charm," Cassio argued. "And Mia's nose. Thank God. If he had your nose, he'd look like a hawk." I leaned against the archway, watching them. This was my life. It was unconventional. It was dangerous. There were men outside our door with machine guns guarding us. There were millions of dollars in the floor safe. There were enemies who would love to see us burn. But in here it was just love. Messy, loud, overwhelming love. "Is something burning?" I asked. Lorenzo spun around, ladle in hand. "Nothing is burning. I am executing a perfect marinara." Then he saw me. He froze. His eyes swept over me, taking in the silk robe, the bare feet, the way the fabric clung to my damp skin. His gaze darkened. The ladle dripped sauce onto the floor. He didn't notice. "Mia," he breathed. Cassio looked over. He lowered Matteo to his chest and let out a low whistle. "Hello, gorgeous," Cassio said. "Is there a parade? Because you are dressed for a float." I walked into the kitchen. I didn't hug the wall. I walked right down the center of the room. "I just decided to dress for dinner," I said. "Is that a crime?" "It should be," Lorenzo growled. He dropped the ladle back in the pot and turned the burner off. He wiped his hands on a towel and stepped toward me. "Because looking like that is dangerous. You are going to distract the chef." He caught me by the waist and pulled me in. He pressed his body against mine. I could feel the heat of him through the thin silk. "You look," he searched for the word, "regal." "I threw away my jeans," I told him. He raised an eyebrow. "The old ones?" "Yes, they didn't fit, and I didn't want them to." Lorenzo smiled. It was a rare, full smile that transformed his harsh face. He leaned down and kissed me. It was a slow, deep kiss that tasted of tomato sauce and devotion. "Good," he murmured against my lips. "I hated those jeans. They were a prison. You don't belong in a prison." "I belong here," I whispered. "Yes, you do." Cassio stood up, holding Matteo securely in one arm. He walked over to join us. "Are we hugging?" he asked. "I want in." He wrapped his free arm around my waist from behind, resting his chin on my shoulder. Matteo reached out and grabbed a fistful of my hair, yanking tight. "Ow!" I laughed, prying his sticky little fingers loose. "He likes the silk," Cassio said, kissing my neck. "He has expensive taste. He gets it from his father's." I leaned back into Cassio, looking up at Lorenzo. I was surrounded by them. The scent of them, spice and soap and baby powder, filled my nose. "I love you guys," I said. It hit me suddenly, a wave of gratitude so strong it almost knocked me over. "I really, really love you." Lorenzo touched my cheek. "We know, Cara, we know." "Dinner is ready," Lorenzo said, though he made no move to let go of me, "but I think we should eat it later." "Why?" I asked. Cassio bit my earlobe. "Because you are wearing a robe that ties in the front, and Matteo goes down for the night in 20 minutes. I laughed. "You two are insatiable." "We are making up for lost time," Lorenzo said. His hand slid down my back, cupping my rear through the silk. "And celebrating." "Celebrating what?" "That you threw away the jeans," Lorenzo said seriously. "That you chose yourself. That you are happy." I looked at them. I looked at our son, who was currently trying to eat Cassio's watch. "I am happy," I realized. I'm really happy. Good, Cassio said. Now let's feed the heir, put him to bed, and then… He grinned wickedly. Then we worship the queen. Lorenzo kissed my forehead. Dinner can wait. I smiled. My stepfather had told me I was a waste of space. He had told me I was unlovable. He was dead in a river. And I was here, in a penthouse in the clouds, held by 2 kings, feeding a prince, wearing a crown of emerald silk. I didn't just take up space, I owned it.
Chapter 25. Cassio. If you want to see a room full of cold-blooded killers sweat, put them in front of a 1-year-old with a sugar rush. I stood by the bar of Il Cielo, the most exclusive restaurant in Chicago, swirling a glass of 50-year-old scotch and watching the chaos unfold. We had bought the restaurant out for the night. The windows were bulletproof. The exits were covered by men with earpieces, and the kitchen staff had been vetted by the FBI, or at least our version of it. It was a fortress, and inside the fortress, there were balloons, hundreds of them. Gold and white balloons floated against the high ceilings, streamers draped over the velvet banquettes, and in the center of the room, sitting in a high chair that cost more than my first car, was the birthday boy. Matteo was 1. He was wearing a miniature tuxedo that matched mine and Lorenzo's. He had already managed to lose the bow tie, and there was a suspicious stain on his lapel that looked like frosting, but he looked like a prince. A very loud, very happy prince who was currently banging a silver spoon against the tray of his chair. "He has no rhythm," Dante observed, standing next to me. "He gets that from you." "Careful, Dante," I drawled, "or I'll put you on diaper duty. And let me tell you, the kid eats like a linebacker. It's a hazardous zone." Dante shuddered and took a drink. I scanned the room. It was filled with our inner circle, capos, soldiers, trusted associates, men who had killed for us, men who had scars and tattoos and prison records, and every single one of them was cooing at the baby or terrified of stepping on a toy. It was absurd. It was perfect. But the center of gravity in the room wasn't the baby. It wasn't me. It wasn't even Lorenzo, who was currently kneeling by the high chair, trying to negotiate the return of the spoon with the seriousness of a hostage exchange. It was her. Mia. She was standing near the entrance, talking to the wife of one of our lieutenants. I watched her. I couldn't stop watching her. It had been over a year since we found her in that alley, shivering and broken. The woman standing there now was unrecognizable from that girl. She was wearing gold. It was a dress designed to stop hearts. It was liquid gold sequins, hugging every inch of her curves like a second skin. It plunged deep in the front, showing off the creamy swell of her breasts, and the back was completely open, displaying the smooth line of her spine. She wasn't hiding. She wasn't shrinking. She was glowing. She threw her head back and laughed at something the woman said. The sound carried over the music, over the chatter, over the babies banging. It was a rich, full sound. The sound of a woman who knew she was safe. A woman who knew she was loved. I felt a hand on my shoulder. "You're staring," Lorenzo said. I turned. My brother looked tired but happy. He had frosting on his cheek. The spoon negotiation had apparently failed. "Can you blame me?" I asked, nodding toward Mia. Lorenzo looked at her. His eyes darkened. The possessive beast that lived inside him woke up and stretched. "She looks…" He trailed off, shaking his head. "Dangerous." "She is," I agreed. "She owns us, Enzo. Lock, stock, and barrel." "I know." He wiped the frosting off his cheek with a napkin, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The music changed. The lights dimmed slightly. "It's time," Mia called out. Her voice commanded the room instantly. "Cake time!" The kitchen doors swung open. A waiter wheeled out a cart. On it sat a cake that was frankly ridiculous. It was 3 tiers, gold and white, topped with a sugar crown, and next to it was the smash cake. A smaller chocolate monstrosity meant for destruction. Mia walked over to the high chair. The crowd parted for her like the Red Sea. She moved with a sway in her hips that was pure confidence. She didn't look down at the floor. She looked everyone in the eye. She reached Matteo and picked up the smash cake. "Okay, Leo," she cooed. "Do your worst." She set it down on his tray. Matteo looked at the cake. He looked at his mother. He looked at us. Then, with a squeal of delight, he slammed both hands into the chocolate frosting. The room cheered. Matteo laughed, a gummy, messy sound, and smeared the chocolate all over his face. He grabbed a fistful of cake and shoved it into his mouth. "That's my boy," Lorenzo said, sounding weirdly proud of our son's ability to destroy a confection. Mia was laughing, trying to wipe Matteo's face with a cloth, but she was fighting a losing battle. She got chocolate on her nose. She got it on her gold dress. She didn't care. She looked up and caught us watching her. She smiled. It was the smile she saved for us. Intimate, warm, full of secrets. She beckoned us over with a crook of her finger. We went. We always went. I walked up to her left side. Lorenzo took her right. We flanked her, creating the wall of protection that had become second nature. "Happy birthday to our little monster," Mia said, leaning into me. "He's going to be a terror," I said, kissing her temple. "I can't wait." "He needs a nap," Lorenzo noted, ever the pragmatist, though he was currently letting Matteo grab his finger with a chocolate-covered hand. "He needs a speech," someone shouted from the crowd. "Speech from the dawn!" The room went quiet, expectant. Lorenzo looked at the crowd. He hated speeches. He hated public displays of anything other than power. But he looked at Mia. He looked at the smear of chocolate on her nose and the diamonds on her finger, the yellow one from him, the green band from me. He straightened up. He placed one hand on Mia's waist and the other on my shoulder. "A year ago," Lorenzo began, his voice carrying effortlessly to the back of the room, "I found something in an alley. I thought I found a problem. I thought I found a liability." He looked down at Mia. "I was wrong," he said. "I found a queen." The room was silent. "We are not a normal family," Lorenzo continued. "We don't follow your rules. We don't live by your laws. We take what we want, and we keep what is ours." He looked at me. "My brother and I, we have shared everything. Blood, war, loss. We thought that was all there was. We thought we would burn out together, alone in the dark." He tightened his grip on my shoulder. But then she turned on the light. Lorenzo raised his glass. "To Matteo," he said. "The future." "To Matteo," the room roared. "And," Lorenzo added, his voice dropping, intimate now, just for us, "to Mia, the savior." "To Mia!" I clinked my glass against Lorenzo's. I looked at Mia. She was blushing, tears shimmering in her eyes, but she wasn't looking away. "I love you," she mouthed to us. "We know," I mouthed back. The party spun on around us. The music got louder. The drinks flowed freely. Matteo eventually crashed, falling asleep in his high chair with chocolate in his hair, and was whisked away by the nanny to the secure back room. But we stayed. We moved to the edge of the dance floor. The 3 of us. Lorenzo pulled Mia into his arms. I stepped up behind her, pressing my chest to her back. We swayed together, A three-person knot that shouldn't work but did. You survived the first year, Mia murmured, leaning her head back against my shoulder while looking up at Lorenzo. We survived, Vance, Lorenzo said, brushing a kiss over her forehead. We survived the Russians. A baby is easy. Wait until he starts walking, I warned. Or dating. God help the person who dates him. They'll have 3 overprotective parents to deal with. Mia laughed. We're going to be terrible in-laws. The worst, I agreed. I closed my eyes, breathing in the scent of her perfume and the expensive wool of Lorenzo's suit. I thought about the night in the alley, the rain, the gun, the fear. It felt like a lifetime ago. It felt like a different person's memory. That Cassio had been hollow. He had been a weapon looking for a target. He had been half a soul, clinging to his brother because it was the only gravity he knew. Now I was full. I had a son. I had a brother who smiled. I had a woman who looked at me like I hung the moon. I opened my eyes. I looked at Mia's reflection in the darkened window of the restaurant. She wasn't hiding her body anymore. The gold dress clung to her stomach, her hips, her thighs. She looked lush. She looked powerful. She looked like she owned the place. And she did. Because she owned us. Let's go home, Mia whispered. My feet hurt, and I want to take this dress off. I can help with that, Lorenzo said, his voice dropping to a growl. I bet you can, she teased, but only if you carry me. Always, I said. Lorenzo swept her up into his arms. She squealed, wrapping her arms around his neck, the gold sequins shimmering under the lights. He didn't struggle. He held her like she was precious cargo, like she was the crown jewels. We walked out of the restaurant, my brother carrying our wife, me guarding their backs. We walked out into the cool Chicago night. The city was still dangerous. There were still enemies in the shadows. There would always be another war to fight. But as I watched Lorenzo settle Mia into the back of the SUV, as I watched her pull him down for a kiss, and as I climbed in beside them to complete the circle, I knew one thing for certain. We weren't just surviving anymore. We were thriving. We had found our happy ending in the blood and the rain and the sugar. We had built a fortress out of trauma and turned it into a home. It was savage. It was unconventional. It was devoted. And it was ours.